Oh, this is space. I'm in space. Oh, this is space. I'm in space. Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hello? 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 Oh, I hate baloney! Who are you? It's me. It's me, your friend. Guy. Yo. How you doing?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hokey, thank you for all the subs. He gifted a sub to Hokey Pokey. That's fine. That's fine. Somebody has a case of the...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Mondays. Hello? Look what you got over the weekend. Cool. That's nice. The lunar roving vehicle. Watched that movie yesterday. Which one? Oh, Office Space.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Do this and you don't get pre-rolls. People I just threw money at. Hit F5. Okay, you love those big emotes, huh? Good morning.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How's everybody doing? Car update. I took the headlight bezels
go at
apart.
throttle up.
The white one is the old one. Whoa. Double resub. What does it mean? I took the headlight bezel apart and
Discovery, go at throttle up.
on the Camaro, and it's not I thought it wasn't good, but it's not good. It's not good. Found out that Cyberus is resurrecting DCX and they've already done static fires.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hibita? Okay. Who is this? Who are these people? Where do these people come from? Chosen One, tier 2 73 month resub. Thank you. What? Yeah. This might be loud. I don't know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. Noi terze parti selezionali raccogliamo informazioni personali utilizzo cookie o tecnologie simili per finalità tecnica. Ah, yeah. Con il consento anche per la finalità di funzionalità esperienza misurazioni e marketing con annunci personalizzati. I refuse. Have you seen Raptor 3? Yeah. Yeah. Gorlami. Scusi. Come? Rejectamundo! Mucho. Nodders. 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 Who are you? Kind of lift capacity. I'm not entirely sure. Cyberus Space Dynamics, we're committed to making accessibility and affordable. Okay. Our launch vehicles designed to be user-friendly, reliable, and
Discovery,
okay.
go at throttle up. Pop, 57-month resub. Windows! Is it true that there's a possibility of Viper program coming back? I haven't heard anything. I do have to sneeze, though. It's a turbocharger. They're doing this with 1.5 million euro seed funding. Yeah. Jim May has a sequel, and it's a banger. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. NASA has not held a media briefing on Starliner's CFT in 11 days. This is unreal given that it is a test flight and there are huge questions about how this mission will end. In absence of official information, I will continue to provide updates on what I am hearing from people involved in the program. Some of it is truly eye-raising. Bro, the only eye-raising thing here is you. Maybe if the same question didn't get asked 9 times straight at every press conference, then there would be more then they would be more useful than the updates being put out in text. It also avoids blatant mischaracterizations of everything the PMs say. I like Jim. Jim's all right. Jim's cool. I'd love to talk to that guy. You know, an actual engineer, not a meteorologist. So Raptor 3, huh? What do you think? Yeah, let's get on to more practical matters. Morning, boss. Another KSP a day, I see. Yeah, there was some, dude, there's some stuff Discovery,
over the
go at throttle
weekend. Dax, what do you got for me?
Check this out. Pretty cool project. otespace.cz. Checking the sky. Daxed. No. I hate them. I am not checking this out at all. I am not. I'm doing the opposite of this. I am doing the opposite of this. No, I'm not scrolling for more. I want to look at Raptor. Jeepers creepers, man. It's so bad. Ah, don't do that. Stop it. Oh my God. Stop. This game is so bad. Oh my God. Oh, all right. Raptor 3, sea level variant. 280 tons force, 350 seconds specific impulse, 1,500 kilograms. Engine plus vehicle side commodities and hardware mass 17. That's it is missing some hardware. Yeah. Guys, there's bosses on the methane turbine impeller. See the bosses right there? So okay, bosses are if you have a casting, something that's threaded into a boss is like a chunk of meat in the casting where you thread something into or plug something into. There are bosses on the methane pump that see them right there. That's why SpaceX included the 1720 because that's included with thrust vector controllers. See the TVC and the gimbal is not there. See what I'm talking about? The gimbal. So okay, all right. Here, check this out. You see those threads on those bolts are extremely long, right? That's because that's where the gimbal goes. Your gimbal needs to mount to that. Also note that there's spaces in the bolts, meaning you have edges like this and edges like this. There's spaces in between because that's where your gimbal goes and your thrust vector controller is right here. I will say that is a chunky flange right there. Or well, it's actually, I mean, that'd be a clevis, right? A clevis for the Heim joint right there. That's beefy. That is very beefy. This engine has a lot of thrust. I could tell you just by that. That is a beefy thrust vector controller, clevis. The Dinglebop joint. Okay, guys, not to dump on the hype train, but okay, here's my thing. So it's very clear that SpaceX is moving. Elon has that thing for eliminating flanges. Now, Rakika, you correct me if I'm wrong here. Okay, so if you're going to do that, if you're going to eliminate flanges, and it looks like they're overcoming that by casting a lot of parts together. So instead of having like a separate component here, so okay, let's take that preheater right there. That's what that is. It's a preheater. It's clearly one piece now, right? So the preheater is upstream somewhere. It's somewhere else. So that means they built the preheater into the casting. Another really easy way to tell this is, well, that flange that is there has way more bolts. So that means the preheater's upstream. More bolts needs to hold something together that's more powerful, like a big hot explosion, right? If I'm looking at this right, keep in mind, guys, I have a superfluous level of propulsion. Like, it's not, I don't know what everything does on this. I know that that's an avionics package. That's your methane turbine assembly. That's your oxidizer turbine assembly. I'm not the best at this. I'm pretty sure that's a preheater for the film cooling, for nozzle film cooling, I think. Turbo pump exhaust is also integrated now. Exactly. Now, Rocket Guy, okay, the point that I'm trying to get at is that, okay, these engines, if I'm looking at this right, they wanted to complicate the manufacturing process so the engine is very simple. Like, I mean, I don't even know if that's complicating it. But the thing that I'm trying to get at is that if you're integrating components together in castings like that, this thing's going to be really hard to work on. But knowing SpaceX, these engines are probably way over-engineered. That is pretty heavy for the size of the engine. I mean, that's a heavy engine. 1,500 kilos right there. That's 3,300 pounds. That's weighs about as much as my pickup truck. That is a very, 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 very heavy engine for its size. Now, don't get me wrong. It makes up for it because 300 bar chamber pressure, like, it really makes up for it. It's very heavy for its size, but despite being super heavy for its size, its power to weight ratio is absurd. The TWR is insane. It is really, really high. But if I'm looking at this right, a lot of components are all cast together in certain components in an effort to eliminate flanges to get the performance that they need. There's always a trade-off with engineering, guys. Always. So the trade-off is that motor's probably harder to work on. If something does go wrong, it's probably a pain in the butt to take it apart. You probably have to take the entire thing apart if something goes wrong. I mean, actually, looking at that, if something goes wrong, it's probably just going to void itself. With mass production, if something goes wrong, just switch out the engine. Bingo. Bingo. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's awesome. Don't get me wrong. It's just there's always a trade-off. I'm just wondering what trade-offs SpaceX was willing to make. And Rocket Guy, you pretty much proved it right there. If they're mass-producing these motors, doesn't matter. Something goes wrong with one, you're getting no downtime. Just replace it. Built for mass production, not for maintenance. Yep. Yep. It's just interesting. Tone Dog, yeah, I think you guys are honed in on it. I mean, that motor's probably going to be extremely difficult to work on, like I said, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The motor's designed to just work. So my guess is that this thing has a shelf life. Only so many firings before you got to swap it out anyway, but instead of swapping it out, or instead of, like, working on it, they probably just scrap it and put another one in. If I had to guess, there's probably a shelf life on these. Yeah, also 570 Raptors, almost. I would say that, but the meme number's there. Also, I want to point out that Raptor 1 in this design has the nozzle is copper oxidized because it's been just sitting outside. I never thought I'd see the day. Just rocket engines sitting outside. It's just been sitting outside. It's fine. Awesome to see the iterative optimization so quickly. We have nothing else to compare this to, showing a very clear generational change between designs. B4 is the closest, but it is still at Raptor 1 stage. I mean, Rocket Guy, this just goes back to what I was saying, dudes. Like, it goes back to what I was saying. Like, I'm not trying to take SpaceX down a peg or two. I'm just mentioning that motor might be hard to work on. But if you're going to make 7,000 of them, it really doesn't matter. But the big point that I'm trying to get at is no one's ever done this. We're in uncharted territory here. You know, like, we like to use the, late 60s, the golden era of spaceflight as kind of a datum for how we measure our space program's success. We haven't, that sometimes that golden thing is like going back to the moon. Now, don't get me wrong, like, we haven't gone back to the moon, but also the Apollo engineers wish they had something like this. You wish you had something like Raptor 3. You wish you had 500 of any engine. Like, Von Braun would be salivating over this. He'd be like, SpaceX is in uncharted territory, guys. This is, I mean, Rocket, it's a very good point. No one's ever done this. Dude, name another engine that has 570. The only thing I can even think of is an RD-107. Soyuz engines. and an RD-108. That's the only thing I can even think of that comes close to that type of production. They definitely didn't make that many shuttle engines. Less than 50. Less than 50 RS-25s. Because they were designed to be reused, right? Do you think Flight 5 will still launch this month? Maybe. Maybe. Why does Tori hate SpaceX so much? Milan, I don't think he does. I think people are getting up Tori Bruno's tail end about stuff, and I think he's starting to get a little annoyed with it. Everybody barks up that guy's tree when he, you know, he said people like ask him constantly, like, why aren't you like SpaceX? And he goes, because our name is ULA and not SpaceX. And then they're like, well, you're not like SpaceX, so you suck. And he's like, I don't, though. I'm trying to make do with what I have, guys. And everyone's like, you're not like SpaceX. You suck. Your photography policy sucks. It's like, okay. Hey, Christian, what's going on, man? ICBMs have engines. Yeah, but if you want to compare it to ICBM production, that's fine. But most ICBMs nowadays from most countries are solid rockets. We've never seen liquid rocket. I should have clarified. My bad. We've never seen liquid fuel rocket production like this, let alone a full flow stage combustion cycle. No one's ever produced this many motors. I mean, even Merlin, you know, there's been I think Falcon 9's up to like serial number 1080. So take it, you know, like not even taking into account that SpaceX might reuse engines. That's 80 Falcon 9 first stages that have been manufactured over the years, 80 plus, right? You know, if each one of those has 9 Merlin engines, that's 720 Merlin engines. And then not even including second stage flights. SpaceX has flown, like 400 missions? So, I mean, Merlin's, you know, if you count Merlin Vacuum and Merlin 1D, they've been in, their production is in 4 figures all day. It's crazy that Raptor's almost at 600 for Raptor 2. Raptor is approaching Merlin 1D levels of production, which is crazy. That's absolutely absurd. Lux doesn't like to stay in a bunker for 60 years. That's why they retired Atlas D and Atlas E missiles for Titan 1 and Titan 2, because they used hypergalls, and then even Titan 1 and Titan 2 were kept on as a retaliatory strike weapon until the 80s, where they were just like, nah, make everything solid rockets. Is the Merlin the most mass-produced rocket motor ever? I don't think, no. It's the RD-107 and the RD-108, Hokie, by a long shot. Thousands of Soyuz have been launched. And you got to keep in mind, so that's 1,000 Soyuz. Every one of those thousands of Soyuz launch has 1 RD-108 and 4 RD-107s. That's well in almost 5,000 motors. Yeah, they've made more. SpaceX is, but your prescription eyeglasses. But SpaceX has, if you look at the last 10 years of production, yeah, SpaceX has produced way more than NPO and Ergomash. Like, way more. Yeah, Dax, they're an unexplored, dude. This is uncharted territory, dude. We've never seen anything like this. Like I said, the Apollo program wishes. They wish they made this many motors. It's frankly absurd. I don't really have anything else to say. That's just kind of you're breathtaking. That these numbers here in such a short iteration of time. It just 28, so 280 pounds of force, or tons of force, excuse me, 280 pounds, nice, 280 tons of force. That's what, 2,800 kilonewtons? That's ridiculous for methane, first of all. 350-second specific impulse is ridiculous. And the engine is 1,500 kilos. The 1525 is 33, pushing 3,400 pounds. That weighs as much as a regular car. Now go look and see how much like an RS-25 or a Raptor 1 or a BE-4 weighs. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. Like I said, that engine is heavy for its size, but it makes up for it with overwhelming force. Because you're not expecting 2,800 kilonewtons out of an engine that big. That's frankly a ridiculous triumph of material science. Like, it's crazy. Would you play KSP with a mod that adds this exact engine to the game? Raptor's kind of cheating, homing. It's kind of cheating. It's like using the shuttle engine. You know what I like to see in the industry? A space plane. No one's making those? You sure about that? Sierra Space begs to differ. That's at, this is at the Cape, guys. That's Dream Chaser Tenacity going through final checkouts. It's slated to launch later this year. I mean, straight up, Tessa. They're straight up overclocking. I know about Dawn Aerospace Aqualex, yeah. I mean, that not good enough for you, Jens? Why do they have tiles on the top? RJ, that's a little bit of a complicated question. The short answer... Hey, Natch, what's up? 32-month resub. 32 meses. Gracias, amigo. The short answer is Dream Chaser, when it comes back down, is going to be doing this, like the space shuttle, and that might get plasma running over the top a little bit. Now that Falcon 9 landing. Yeah, we can discuss more of this during Space News, dudes, but honestly, this is...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Our first success.
Guys, watch this landing. This was from the NG-21 mission that launched yesterday, the Cygnus mission. Also, I don't want to talk about it because it's stubby nozzle. Watch over here.
And we did have a good call out there for vehicles following nominal
Stage 1
trajectories.
transonic.
Amazing view of the Falcon 9 booster as it makes its way back to landing zone 1.
I feel feelings from this. Oh, that's so cool. Dude, what the hell? Oh, man. Oh, my God. That makes me feel feelings, dude. Oh, fuck. Come on. Oh, my goodness.
Stage 1 landing.
Can it just shut up. Oh.
Call out there for vehicles following nominal
Stage 1
trajectories.
transonic.
Amazing view of the Falcon 9 booster as it makes its way back to landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
Don't ruin it. Shh. Dude, it's flying. That thing is flying. It might just be the camera angle, Tessa, but that thing looks like it's flying, dude. Like, this thing isn't coming down like this. It's over here somewhere. That's just...
Amazing view of the Falcon 9 booster as it makes its way back to landing zone.
Oh, my goodness. What the funkin' waggles is going on here? Rocket Guy, and for all the nerds, look how the vapor cones that are generated by the grid fins are connecting right there. See that? The wake of each grid fin is connecting and combining right there. It's making kind of a clover leaf shape. You see that? I don't think it warrants any type of studying or anything. It's just something cool to see that flow phenomenon between the grid fins interacting. That's really cool. Yeah, Ben Cooper's picture, it takes the cake, man. That's one of the gnarliest pictures I've ever seen. Yeah,
landing zone 1 at...
the plume interaction from the vapor cones from the grid fins that's really cool. Now, guys, I'll be honest, that's a little beyond my expertise right there. If you could call what I do expertise. That's really freaking cool, man. I no longer feel bad about using body lift and control in KSP. Homing, here's the real secret, and this is something that I kind of had that kind of realization a little while back, dude. Use everything to your advantage. Who cares if, KSP,
You know, I want to make stuff fly like the real thing, right? But also use it to your advantage when you can. That's what the real people do. That's what the real aerospace engineers do. Use everything to your advantage. Right? I mean, look at the angle of attack change from here to there. Yo, that thing is actually flying. It's flying. Like, that's probably like a minus 45 angle of attack right there. That's ridiculous for that thing. Yeah, you can just barely see the T-tab going off on that second one right there. All right, you guys want to see Ben's photo. I'm sorry, that's just the wildest thing. If you guys haven't seen Ben Cooper's picture, this is on another level. Yo, link that up. All right. I mean, this just shows that the vapor cones are exactly that. They're vapor cones, and there's a lot of vapor in those cones, and they refract light like a prism. So you get blue and yellows and greens, which is in the right conditions, which is that's cool, man. That's really cool. That's really cool, man. Yeah, see, this is a shock. There's a shock right there. So it's kind of cool from this picture because this is the sonic booms that you hear kind of visualized. When a Falcon 9 comes down, if you've ever seen these things RTLS, you hear two distinct booms, but you hear a small one in between. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. See what I'm talking about? There you go. The small one is the grid fins, and the back is the interstage.
Go at throttle up.
Which is these shocks can kind of visualize the sound that this thing makes, which is really, really cool. It looks like Schlieren imagery. Yeah, that's right. ANX 4613 sub. Yep. So it has a little bit of curvature to it right there. That's because of obviously the front, right? And then the landing legs are kind of angled out, so that gives you you have the front and then the landing legs pushing it out straight. See that? The landing legs that are folded up, they're kind of curved on the bottom end, or not curved, they're kind of canted out on the bottom end. You can see that it starts with a curve and then it goes straight like that. That's from I was about to say leading edge, but the rocket nozzles and then the landing legs, it kind of gives it that little curve. Whereas, like, if you look at the grid fins is a straight line, and the interstage, the flow separation coming off the interstage is pretty straight. See that? But that one's nice and curved. Very, very cool imagery right there. That's damn impressive. Hey, drummer. Yeah. So that's pretty cool, man.
Have a good call out there for vehicles following nominal
Stage 1
trajectories.
transonic.
Amazing view of the Falcon 9 booster as it makes its way back to landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
Stage 1 landing burn.
So a Super Heavy have two sonic booms since it does not have an interstage. Yeah, Phil, yes and no. You guys got to remember that the booms that you're hearing are just the biggest shocks that you see, or you hear.
there's really air is breaking the sound barrier an infinite amount of times around curved edges on the thing. You'll probably hear 2 from Super Heavy, 2 that's audible to us. But the reality is, when you create a shock like that and you have a wake, you're breaking the sound barrier like an infinite amount of times. Once again, this is a little bit out of my purview. I would ask Rocket Guy more about this. There is, yeah. Long story short, like the bigger wake lines get overshadowed because there's a bunch of small ones in there, and what you hear is 2, but there's really an infinite amount of them in there. Many smaller sonic booms close together with large cross sections. There you go. Yeah, it's wild stuff. How air moves around things. It's very cool, actually. All right, we will talk more about this stuff at Space News. Let's load up KSP. But yeah, that's what's going on. I also heard some not whisperings, but something went a little bit strange with Cygnus, and they delayed its rendezvous by a day, from what I understand. Now, don't get me wrong, I that's whispers, so take that for what it's worth. I don't know if anything is weird is going on. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard that it didn't do its insertion burn, but they ended up the timing software issue and then an overpressure abort. Oh, they have workarounds. Cool. Is your source Eric Berger? No, the NASA control loops. So this is Bill Harwood saying this, and once again, we could talk more about this during Space News. It seems like they have workarounds, so not too incredibly worried. Mission Control just alerted ISS to a possible issue with the Cygnus cargo ship. Just to let you guys know, good communication with Cygnus. We're going to have solar array deploy in about an hour. The first 2 burns were not performed by Cygnus, so they're reassessing what's the current state of the burn plan. We're hoping to still keep for Tuesday for capture by the ISS, but we'll reassess once we figure out what went wrong with the first 2 burns. Yeah. Okay. All right. Add maneuver. Based. My guy. Clockwork. Yes. Just add another maneuver. This isn't the first Cygnus on Falcon 9. No, and I watched NG-20 launch in January. A few hours later, Michael Barrett on the ISS asked again about the timeline, and again, Capsule Communicator gave the same response with no details. Just checking for Cygnus, any updates? Or is everything pretty well nominal for the Optimus timeline for tomorrow? Hey, Mike, we don't have any changes at this time. The exchanges imply Cygnus is proceeding towards a Tuesday capture as originally planned. Yeah, see. Shortly after launch, the spacecraft missed its first burn slated for 11:44 a.m. due to a late entry to burn sequencing. Known as the Targeted Altitude Burn, or TB1, it was rescheduled for 12:34, but aborted the maneuver shortly after the engine ignited due to a slightly low initial pressure state. There is no indication the engine itself has any problem at this time. Cygnus is at a safe altitude, and Northrop Grumman engineers are working a new burn and trajectory plan. The team aims to achieve the spacecraft's original capture time on station, which is currently slated for 3:10 a.m. on Tuesday, August 6th. So that's tonight, tomorrow. If it remains on track, NASA will provide live coverage of the spacecraft's arrival beginning at 1:30 a.m. Matt Dominic will capture the Cygnus with Canadarm2. And NASA's astronaut Jeanette Epps' backup. After capture, the spacecraft will be installed on the Unity module's Earth-facing port. Okay, I'll keep that for later. Okay, so on Friday, I installed a new mod called Kerbal Wind Tunnel. Any thoughts or questions about these mods I've sent you? No. Nothing yet, Tessa. I've been away for a bit. Can you bring me up to speed what you're doing with Dart? Are you planning on bringing back a series? Yes. Yeah, King, we'll, mission mode clearly is what people want to see, so we'll do something like that. Just bear with me here. I gotta ease myself back in, dude. I can't just jump into mission mode. If I jumped into mission mode right now, it'd be like failure after failure after failure after failure after failure after failure. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to do that. Let me get my feet wet. I haven't played Kerbal 1 hardcore in at least a year, so just give me some time. But dude, check this out. We do have a new mod. Also, just on a quick side note, I'm about to shamelessly plug this because whatever, against my better judgment, Sips is playing Workers and Resources. So Sips from Yogscast is playing Workers. So that's good. The reason why I would bring it up, I wouldn't necessarily plug another streamer playing another game while I'm doing that, while I'm playing, but also at the same time, I want Workers to be big. I have to, Workers has to be more popular because I love that game, and hopefully it gains some popularity. Yeah. Yeah, Sips is good people, dude. I don't know him. I never met the man though. He's a good streamer. And just pretty much a good dude. Yeah, hopefully that, you know, gets us some traction, you know, with Workers, because I love that game. I've been trying to make that game happen for a while. Should I post a link? Nah. So, check this out. We got a new mod. The mod is called Kerbal Wind Tunnel. Kerbal Wind Tunnel is a way to do craft analysis without putting a craft out. This involves, well, long story short, it involves a lot of math. But these numbers are super useful for a couple of different reasons. The numbers are useful because they take into account the body lift of the vehicle. It's not just wings generating center of lift, you know, with your center of lift and go from there. Basically what it does is, you know, you could select what you want it to show you, right? And it'll tell you different things. Like it can tell you its flight envelope. Like these are all the places where Dart with its engines firing can operate. I mean, that doesn't really help us too much. But you can see where it creates drag, where it likes to fly, etc., etc. This can basically be used to figure out all of our re-entry problems with Dart. Yeah. This can be used to help us figure out a lot of different problems. You can use it to diagnose and figure out where different crafts are unstable. It's especially useful for re-entry vehicles. It's really, really good for doing aerodynamic analysis. Like that's with Dart. I just pulled up different things, and you know, I'll get more into. I'm not like, I know what most of this stuff does, but I'm not sure exactly how to read these graphs. Like I'm pretty good at it. There obviously are people who are better, like Rocket Guy, for instance. But I want to get good at doing this. It kind of ignited a whole new thing for me wanting to play KSP. Like I can see the entry flight envelope for the shuttle, and I'll be honest with you, it's pretty close to the real one. That's pretty good. So see how this converges right here, and then it just drops like a brick? Operative word, drops like a brick. Just like the real one, man. That's pretty on par for the real thing. Yeah, very narrow corridor for steady level flight. See, it's the wider these things apart, the greater the flight envelope. So the more you can handle doing level flight here. But once you get down below 30,000 feet, and
well, subsonic, it flies like dog crap. That's exactly what we wanted. That's what the real one does. That's on purpose. My bro, between Starship and the shuttle, which one do you prefer? Shuttle. For now. My opinion is subject to change, Xanax. Once Starship brings 7 people up into space, deploys some payload, comes back down, and, you know, lands on the catch tower with a human rating, I'll think about it. That actually probably at that point is when I'll be like, yeah, we're good. I like the shuttle because frankly nothing's been able to duplicate it. The other reason why I like the shuttle is it's very easy to sell the idea of the shuttle because everyone can point at that. You can look at a capsule. The average person will look at a capsule and be like, okay, that's a cone, right? But if you ask the average person what does a spaceship look like, a real spaceship,
go and throttle up.
That's a spaceship. That's a real spaceship. You know what I mean? The shuttle is the closest thing we've gotten to Star Wars, man. So far. And don't get me wrong, if Starship when Starship is able to duplicate and elaborate on the shuttle's capability, that's when I'll like it more. That's when I'll be like, this is what I was promised. This is what, you know, 8-year-old EJ was promised the future would look like. You know what I mean? I think you're starting to figure this out. Oh, great pictures, man. Great pictures. Ooh. Guys, hey, hold up. Goalie got some pretty decent pictures here. Oh, ho, ho. Let's go. We got some vapor conage going on there. Oh yeah. Yeah, homing. That's a great point. I mean, Elon said it in Timmy's first interview. Biggest problem with the space shuttle is that they couldn't iterate on it. It was really hard to iterate on it because it had a human rating, right? You had to launch it with people. Starship basically alleviates that problem, and that allows for rapid testing. Like, you know, a lot of skeptics say that, you know, Starship's going to be human rated. You know, it'll take a long time for Starship's human rating. It won't take as long as we think. For real, it really won't. Looks like a stick with cotton candy on the top. It looks amazing. That's what it looks like. Yeah, Loopy, it's because the shuttle's a spaceship, man. People can point at the space shuttle and be like, that's a spaceship. It's hard to do that with a capsule. And that's why SpaceX themselves, who have arguably mastered capsules, are switching to a spaceship. I mean, that and they're, you know, the leader of that company is hell-bent on colonizing Mars, which, you know what, I'm cool with. I'm cool with that. Cool with that. Yeah, yeah, we should do that. It's a good idea. It's a real good idea. Yeah, we should do that. You think they'll still do a flip maneuver with people on board? Sure, absolutely. I don't think it'll be as bad as you might think, Sleeping. Here, I can show you. A viewer, Yum Food, please, gave me this most excellent Starship model for doing what I'm talking about, for doing what I'm talking about, for explaining what I'm talking about. That's brain. Come on. All right, cool. So check this out. Starship is falling like this, right? To do its flip, and it's gonna flip over, right? And it's gonna land. But here, think about how this thing actually does that. So when this thing initiates a flip maneuver, right? These control surfaces go down like that. They go down like this. That moves your center of lift, or center of pressure, all the way forward. If these back ones fold up and the front ones fold down like that, I mean, obviously they don't fold all the way down like this. It's just a model like that. You're shifting your center of pressure all the way forward. Your center of mass is probably somewhere here.
when you do this, right, you're not so much being going on a thrill ride, but it basically rotates like this, right? You're not rotating like this. You're rotating like that. See what I'm talking about? Because of this, you're rotating around your effective point of force application right here, right? So your center of pressure moves all the way forward. So that's your rotation. Your rotational axis winds up somewhere between your center of gravity and your center of pressure, right? So this thing, believe it or not, and I firmly believe this, I will vehemently defend this till the end. This is not going to be it's not going to be a thrill ride. It's actually going to end up being somewhat like the seat rotation. You know, like when they get into Dragon and the seats rotate upward, it's going to be like that. It's not going to be as nausea-inducing as someone might think. It really isn't. Because of that center of pressure, right? You're rotating like this, not like this. Does that make sense? Your rotation point is right here. And because of that, the motion here is more like a rotation and less like a angular acceleration. You know what I mean? I didn't use those words exactly right. I apologize, but that's the idea. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, right, these flaps are going to be all the way down. If they're all the way down like that, your center of pressure goes up here. So it's pushing it this way. I mean, and once again, you can look at the actual Starship landings and it does that exact thing. Here, let's just look at SN15. So that's the, dude. Whoa. You know what's weird? I just had a little bit of a weird realization that this actually looks bizarre now with no tiles on it. It looks naked. It looks like a naked starship. So watch when this thing comes down to land. Look, check it out. Look, watch where it rotates, dude. It comes out of the clouds, but you can still see it. See? See? You see where it's rotating? It rotates up here. It doesn't rotate on the center of the vehicle. She's rotating up here, not right here. You see, it kind of comes out of the clouds and it's kind of swinging the tail around, right? And then it comes down to land. It's not going to be as bad as people think. I really don't think so. Here, watch it one more time, just in case. The point of rotation is where is somewhere between where your center of pressure is and where your center of gravity is, right? And the thing, it swings the back out, right? It's not rotating on the center. See what I mean? See how gentle that is? If you were sitting up here, it would just be like rotating. It'd just be like taking your seat and going, eh. It wouldn't be some violent, like, oh my God, I'm spinning. Ah. You know, like, it's a nice, gentle landing. It's not as bad as you might think. I joined at the most jocular moment. And this now reeks of superosmosis and henchosity. Yes, yeah, I could smell your jocularity right when you entered the door, mate. Can we go to Disneyland and ride the Starship ride? Plums, I actually think that, you know, Mission Space probably pulls more G's than if you were sitting in the cockpit of this thing. I'm good, Rig. Everything's good, man. Bruh. Also, that's just a 15-story building coming in for a landing. And I'll be honest with you, that looks just strange. It looks really weird with no tiles on it. Confirmed it does. Starship occupants would get less than 3 Gs. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'd do it, but I wouldn't do it right now. Let me put it to you like that. And that's the beauty of Starship. It's autonomous, and then it'll be retrofitted with systems, right? Just like, think about it. It's just like Dragon. Dragon was Dragon 1. That was totally autonomous, but what SpaceX learned from that, they made arguably one of the best human-rated spacecraft of all time, right? Dragon's amazing. It is amazing for what it is, right? Starship's following right in its footsteps, following the same iteration. Fly it autonomously first. Now, Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't want to see Starship someday with like with some shuttle payload bay doors, you know? Like I personally think that SpaceX will have a variant of Starship that does look like the front of a space shuttle, only with the little flappy doos on the sides. Not like the actual shuttle. Here, let me draw it. So, right, you have right, you have Starship, right? Your aft grid fins are back here, right? And then you have your forward grid fins. You have your forward control surfaces like this, right? You know, obviously you're going to have your tankage back here, right? And then you have your thermal protection system like that. But I think we're going to see a variant that has like shuttle style windows, and then behind it a payload bay door like that. Like the front is going to look like a 9-meter shuttle. I firmly believe this. Maybe it's just me coping. Like, could be. I just want my shuttle back, guys. Like, you know I look on that thing with some huge nostalgia. I get it. I get it. I love that vehicle. It's an amazing machine for what it is. And the fact that NASA just cooked that out, they just served that up and cooked it in the 70s is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Right? You know, you're going to have your header tanks up here, and then there's going to be a crew compartment right here, right? And then a payload bay behind it. See what I'm talking about? I think we're going to get a Starship like that. That's the only one that makes the most sense. That's what I would want for testing, for instance. You know, like when you do go to certify it, I would have a pressurized tank, but think about it like a crew tank right here, right? Like your header tanks are up here, right? And then I would have a cruise section right here in the remaining conic part. And then for the straight part, you have a payload bay. I would want to do something like this, especially, you know, when Isaacman goes to fly this dang thing, right? When they go to actually do that, this would make it so you could also deploy Starlink satellites, but test human rating at the same time. And then later down the road, you can just, if you want to make like a colonial transporter, you just fill up the payload bay. Which arguably they already have some data on pressurizing the payload bay, because during Flight 4, or was it Flight 3? During Flight 3, we saw them open up the Starship door and we watched the payload bay depressurize. So arguably there's some data on that, and we know it's relatively airtight, which is bananas to me. Can you imagine if Hubble is still running and they managed to fix it with that new shuttle? Louisville, that a payload bay variant could be very, very profitable. Could be very profitable. The other thing that I thought would be cool is in your Starship payload bay. So like this is a 3/4 view, right? You know, you have your Starship nose right here, and then you have the top, right? That's not right. Right, so you have your flaps right there, right? And then you have your, you know, cockpit or whatever. Right, you have your payload bay doors, right? And then, you know, you have, I don't know, some, let's say shuttle style payload bay doors, right? I'd be genuinely curious if SpaceX would ever option for an adapter here for a 5-meter payload bay. So like build a shuttle's original payload bay inside so they could put modules in. So you have the shuttle's 5-meter payload bay on an adapter inside of Starship's 9-meter payload bay. So it's especially fitted to pick up on the longeron pins that are on the ISS modules that the shuttle used to carry up in the payload bay. Build this in KSP. I would need 5-meter payload bay doors if we were going to do that, Hokie. That's That's what I would want if we were going to make a starship. I need 5-meter payload bay doors. But I could, sure. I could adapt my longeron pin system from my shuttle. So, for the people that don't know, the shuttle held payloads in, they hung them from the side rails. So like right here, there were pins and adapters that you could reconfigure for different modules. It looked very, I mean, obviously this is a Kerbal version. Those are thermometers in an RCS ball, but they hung the payloads inside of the payload bay. And if they needed to be plugged in, they put the plugs on the bottom here. That's why on the actual shuttle, there's kind of a, I mean, it's covered up during missions, but there's a kind of catwalk here, so you can tap into shore power. You can tap into the shuttle's power supply here. You have Maya, you can make it yourself. Hey, Jacobs. Maybe we'll add in a rotating cabin like a B-Wing. I think that's too complicated, but yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I hope you had a restful weekend. I did rest up. I've been thinking about this damn wind tunnel mod the entire day. Hang on, before we actually jump into KSP, I have to get my fan. It's getting extremely hot here. And before, we're gonna get rain a little later this week, but until then, I need to get the fan circulating here. It's gonna cool off later in the week. Green screen messes up, dude. You know what's going on. Yeah, the air conditioner's getting to the point where it can't keep up with the heat from the computers and the heat from this giant heat sink of a building that I work in. Yeah, enjoy Debbie. Yeah, Rarest. I've seen some things from Florida. Fleeter's not having a good day, huh? Blow the green screen away. Gonna find a happy medium so it doesn't screw it up. Near Tea's mods definitely, yeah, definitely do it. But anyway, what we're, yeah, Near Tea has that 5-meter. That's probably what I would use. Those are the parts that wound up in KSP2 wound up in that other game. And they seem to jive with stock well enough. Would you ever do life support? No. Maybe in the future. Not right now. No. All right. You think? No, probably not, Erudite. I would imagine that Starship's flight deck is going to end up looking like Dragon, meaning you're going to have a bunch of screens. There's not going to be windows, per se, to fly the vessel. But yeah, the last re-entry test that we did with DART showed some things. It's not really doing what I want. I really need this thing to keep the nose up during, yeah. Window. Where's the dog, Ren? Dog is in the house with Bree. Guys, I love having Titan on the stream, but he's a work dog. He gets very distracting from time to time. So you're not going to be seeing Titan as much, but he'll be around. It's a lot for me to handle trying to explain rockets and stuff and also deal with barking puppy. Don't worry. He's not gone. Like, we still have him. We're not getting rid of him. I actually spent all morning taking him for a walk and playing with him and training him and stuff. So maybe he'll get to the point where he doesn't bark in my face when he wants something, but no, it's actually nice, Rares. I get outside in the morning, We run around the yard. I mean, the yard, fortunately, my yard's big enough that we just do a couple laps around the yard, and that's good enough, you know? Yeah, short line, that would be cool. That would be cool. But yeah, Titan will be around. He just won't be here all the time like he was, dude. It's very distracting, and it kills me to say that. But until he calms down and stops being a puppy, maybe then. But yeah, I play with him every day, and I take him for walks before and after the stream, and Bree takes him out during the day. Don't worry, he's very well loved in this home. The dog sleeps on me. Not next to me. That dog sleeps on me. I don't know what I did during that week where it was just me and him here, but that dog loves me now. It melts my heart, to be honest with you. I love the dog back. You know, any dog owner knows you have that moment where you bond with, you're bound together with the puppers. Yeah, I hit that point sometime last week. That dog will not leave my side when I'm around him. Seriously, like, I was leaving for work and he's like, "What? Where are you going? What? Are you gonna come back? What? Where are you going, man? No, you're gonna come back, right? Please, don't leave me, man. People have left me before." I'm like, "Oh, sorry, I gotta go work, man." He's like, "What? Why are you leaving? You're coming back, right?" I'm like, "Dude, I'll be back. Don't worry." He's like, "No, I don't believe you." Seriously, like, I get it. The dog doesn't have the capacity, doesn't have a lot of brain function. I understand, but you can definitely tell when a dog has been traumatized by people leaving. You know, like, you know, there's the, "Oh, you're leaving? Okay." Titan's like, no, please don't leave. Please don't leave me. And I'm like, "Man, why you gotta do that?" But yeah, like, dude, when I'm sleeping, this dog like climbs, like, I'll be sleeping like this, right? He'll climb up on top of me and sleep on top of me. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But yeah, no, the pupper will be around. But yeah, everything is good. Don't worry, we're not getting rid of him. He's my boy. He's a good boy. What was the KSP mod with the 5 meter payload bait? Near Taya. NERTEA. That's Chris. He was a developer on the game that will not be mentioned. But yeah, he was a modder for KSP before that. Just got to teach him. Yeah, exactly, Hokie. I'll work on it, but we'll work on it off stream. I can't really have him interrupting me all the time when he needs something. You know, the whole live broadcast and everything. But yeah, don't get me wrong. I love the dog. He will be around. Are there any mods to bring his content backwards into KSP1? Hokie, near Taya, the 5 meter payload bay mod was a mod for KSP1 before they put it in KSP2. Most of the KSP2 parts, I mean, I don't know, maybe. Anyway, let's get into some wind tunnel testing. So, per our last test with Dart that we did on Friday, it was very difficult for me to keep the nose of this thing up during re-entry. You ideally, with a re-entry vehicle like this, you ideally really want to keep the nose up and keep your heat shield obviously towards the leeward side, the hot side during re-entry. But you also, to be able to have what's called good cross-range capability, right, you need to be able to steer it like this. Dart does not have good controllability on orbit, or during re-entry. What I like to tell people is that, you know, when you re-enter a capsule, right, you really just rotate the capsule and that can modulate your angle of attack of your heat shield. So capsules have good cross-range capability, right? But they're not totally they're not totally like, oh, you know, where you come down where you come down. There's a little bit of cross-range capability, but a hypersonic glider like the shuttle, like Dream Chaser, like X-37, Those things are designed to fly in that fiery envelope. You fly them. You don't just kind of sit there and modulate your angle of attack. You can turn. You can fly these things through hypersonic. That's something I never was able to figure out with Dart. That was one of the glaring issues. If you can't fly the thing during hypersonic, because you remember, if you're landing a capsule, you're landing it out in the water. All right, you can be off by a mile. It's not a big deal, right? The boats will come and get you. But you're off by a mile with the shuttle. You're missing the runway. So you need to be accurate with this. So I think Dart needs a little bit of a redesign on its wings. For one, we have an anhedral wing right there, and I'm pretty sure Kerbal is not picking up on that correctly. That is going to create very unstable motion. Here, I'll show you. It's going to create unstable motion when you go to do something like this during re-entry. Huh. Actually doesn't look too bad. Maybe it's not anhedral. But here's what we're gonna do. Let's put it through the wind tunnel. Boom! Let's bring the wind tunnel up and let's start figuring this out. No, it actually was pretty good, Rocky guys. So I was thinking about this when I was falling asleep last night. I thought the anhedral wing might be the issue. But dude, for whatever reason, this thing does not like drifting around through the plasma envelope like the shuttle does, like my shuttle does. So what changed? What's different? Why does it do that? So if we look at my... Oh. That's not good. Mayor, wind tunnel turned a new leaf, dude. I love this thing. I can use this to teach, and this is what I needed during mission mode, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm sure somebody suggested it, but I like seeing things through. I don't like changing what I'm doing halfway through, If I had Kerbal Wind Tunnel, the Dart program would have been successful. It never would have killed Jeb. I would have been able to do the testing that I needed to quantify this. Like, unlike real life, this is going to tell you exactly what's going on because Kerbal's aerodynamic simulation is nowhere near as high fidelity as like real life or even CFD. Because of the lower fidelity aerodynamic simulation, you can basically predict exactly what a vehicle's going to do just by these lines. Hey Jaybird. So mission mode is going to make a comeback? Probably. Same with the shuttle, can't fly steady without an AOA. Does this mod work with FAR? Not 100% sure, Canadian. Restarted mission mode is on the horizon. Guys, I'm gonna start from scratch. If we're gonna do new mission mode, we're gonna start from scratch. We'll make the mission mode 4 save. We will start from scratch. But I think what would be kind of cool, and I gotta be careful about doing this. What would be kind of cool is being able to model some launchpad parts in Maya. I think that would be really neat. It wouldn't create the best day-to-day content because people don't like modeling streams, but yeah, FAR has its own analysis tool. Anyway, let's see. Good afternoon, my man. Apparently I share most of my viewers with you. I was expecting a space agency PR from the logo. What's the mod you got? That's Kerbal Wind Tunnel. It's called Kerbal Wind Tunnel, yeah. Yeah, dude, I made that logo a long time ago, Jaybird, the EJSA meatball logo. We made that a long time ago when this was just a tiny stream, and I just kind of never bothered to change it. So some people don't really look at it, and they think I'm NASA. Pretty sure NASA wouldn't have Mr. Meeseeks on the Cato flight desk in mission control, but or that guy is playing Galaga. So yeah, but yeah. Yep. Feel that I got a logo like that as my background and people are like, what the heck? Yeah, it happens all the time, dude. Close enough. I mean, I've worked with NASA. They're okay with it, Jaybird, as far as I can tell. I hosted a panel at TwitchCon with the guy that runs the NASA Twitch channel, and I asked him about it. He was like, yeah, it's fine. Kind of, whatever. You're good. You're not crazy. So I'm like, you clearly don't know me very well then. No, it's cool. So, yeah, I have their endorsement as far as I can tell. Yeah,
No, I'm the good kind of crazy, not the kind of crazy, you know? They love good PR. We've been dealing with that at your work. Yeah, there you go. But definitely crazy. Max, dude, did you see what happened to Scree? Did you see that? Rocket Guy, everything here says that it is, but it's not. That was, dude, I'm like, I texted Scary, dude, and I was like, how have you not killed this guy? And he's like, I'm not, it's not, he goes, it's not worth it fighting with a hot-headed Italian. I'm like, no lies detected, Sage. I was like, all right, okay. Yeah, dude. Also, Scary was racing at Road America in the real IMSA race, right? And there's a Lambo driver, and he's got a run on him coming out of turn 2, going down to turn 3. Turn 3 is a really tight corner at Road America, like really tight. Like you have like first gear, like maybe 50 kph around that corner. It's really, 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 really tight corner. So the guy has a run. Scary has a run on this the factory Lambo driver. Lambo driver moves left, moves right, then moves left again, steps on his brakes to brake for the corner, and Scary tries to get out of the way. He runs, they bump for a second, right? And they both go around that tight corner, and then the guy is on the outside line going to turn 4, which is an uphill left, and the guy, he's on the racing line, swerves over, hits his car, and then swerves back and goes around the corner. Factory Lambo driver. Dude, okay. I've been getting better at driving, okay? I'm getting better because I'm trying to, because one thing that I learned about driving, learned about racing, and granted, I do sim racing, right? We do sim racing on Fridays for anybody that wants to know. You cannot lose your cool. If you lose your cool, if you lose your head when you're driving, you will make a fool of yourself on the track. Speaking from experience, you will make a fool of yourself. I don't know what the heck was up this guy's butt. Apparently a Porsche. I don't know. Like, you can't lose your head. This guy clearly got pissed at Scary for some reason. I can't figure it out why. He had a run on him, right? Max, I saw the in-car footage from Scary. Holy crap, dude. That guy is awful at driving. Like, dude, maybe me circa like 2 years ago, that's how I drove. I don't drive like that no more. You can't get pissy on the track. You just got to keep your cool and keep going. That crap though. Dude, I couldn't believe it. I've never seen that somebody screw up that bad. Pretty bad. You don't? No, not anymore. I'm getting better at it, man. I made a concerted effort to not lose my cool when I drive. But yeah, no, I know you're screwing with it. No, it's not starting today. Give me some time to get back into KSP, Jacobs. Sorry, I think I freaked up your FNR. Don't worry about it, Sean. It's fine. You're not going to screw it up as much as they did. Hey, I don't care. It's not a big deal. No, I was pretty clean until the last lap, but yeah, it's okay. I got caught up in lap traffic. That lap traffic wasn't you, I don't think. Hey, Chad, I got a guy working on alternative propellers, like propellers with rotors and high torque things. Jaybird, use the... Dude, I forget if the propellers are from Making History or Breaking Ground or something. Use the props in game. I had input on designing those things with the developers. I mean, it was a little bit input. My buddy, Maximal worked on most of these with JPL Repo. That's the lead designer and the creative director for KSV 1 until they stopped working on it. I did have input with this stuff. Use these props. They're good. They're good. Props come with robotics. So Breaking Ground. Get the Breaking Ground DLC. These propellers are good. They're really good. Now, there's a huge challenge that they had to overcome with... That's the title screen. There's a huge challenge that they had to overcome with the propellers, dude. And that... The challenge is that in Unity, using PhysX,
Unity really can't support anything going past 400 and change. I think it's actually 420 RPM. Believe it or not. Now that's not an issue for helicopter blades. Most helicopter blades spin below 400 RPM. If you spun it faster than that, the blade would become blade-int because of physics. Physics doesn't like it when half of the blade is breaking the sound barrier and half of it isn't. But yeah, they figured out ways to fudge it with propellers that may spin faster. And yeah, the propellers in game, I swear by them. They're really good. Thunder Screech. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of, you might need to turn me down in Discord. Yeah, maybe. What exactly is the screen telling us? Anyway, back into this. So this is our pitching torque. Okay, so pitching torque. When you're flying a plane, right? You have let me get my plane model. I'll use my F4. We'll use the F4 today. When you have a plane, right? Pitching torque is the torque that this thing gets at certain speeds, at certain altitudes from just flying straight. So no control surface input. Does the plane naturally want to do this? Or does it want to do this? Which one? Right? So this is not look at this again here. I mean, this is 100 meters a second basically at sea level. It looks like at 0 degrees angle of attack, we have a slight positive pitching moment. So this thing, if it's like this, it'll want to do that. That's what this is saying. So there's input, and the input here is how much your control surfaces are going to, that's with the control surfaces. So this number needs to be higher in certain flight corridors than this number. This is what I'm trying to iron out with Dart. We really have to do some redesign here. It's very, yeah, this is something we gotta figure out. Pitching torque. Yeah, this is okay. It's okay. It's not the best. Basically, what this is visualizing in graph form is this, give or take. So see how when we're at 0 degrees angle of attack, right here, 0 degrees angle of attack, look at where my center of lift is. Center of lift is out in front of my center of mass. So we have positive pitching torque at 0 angle of attack. See what I'm talking about? Now, if we go up like this, see how it eventually ends up pointing through the center of mass? It comes back into alignment. That's what we're looking at right there. That's that plateau. It's naturally unstable, but the control surfaces make it stable. Yeah, see? And F-16 does something like this, believe it or not. F-16s, without its flight computer, would not fly very well, believe it or not. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. I mean, yeah, they fly like Dookie. They're very aerodynamically unstable. So without that fly-by-wire, good luck. So simultaneously, check it out. We pitch forward. See, you have it basically stop right there for a second. And then, see that? That right there is this curve. That's what that is. F-35s as well. Yeah, most of these things, most modern fighter planes are not aerodynamically stable. They're unstable for more maneuverability. That's done on purpose. And that fly-by-wire system, where did that come from? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Apollo program innovation moment. Seriously. Digital fly-by-wire. That was the first thing to have it. Yeah. Fun fact. Yeah. In the early 70s, there was an experimental program where they took the flight computer out of this and hot-wired it to an airplane. Yeah. They hotwired it to an A7. They actually strapped the Apollo flight computer in this thing and started flying it around. And when I say hot rodded it, oh, I mean they hot rodded it. I gotta find a picture of it. No, I guess that's a Qatar Airways flight. Where's that damn picture? I mean, those are nice A340s for sure. Here we go. NASA 802 is the name of that plane. Where's the picture? Where's the picture? Where's the picture? Noob. I still know it by heart. Oh, be quiet. There's a picture of this thing with the side panel open. NASA 802, right? Oh, it wasn't an A7, it was an F8. Excuse me. Yeah, there it is. So when I say they hotwired the Apollo flight computer to it, I mean they taped the MFD from Apollo onto the side of the plane and then covered it up. Note the Apollo input right there. It's taped to the side of the plane. And it worked. Yeah. Yeah. Digital fly-by-wire. Yep. Apollo innovation. Apollo moment. Yep. Fly-by-wire, man. Yeah. Most planes would not fly without that digital fly-by-wire system that they have nowadays. Yeah. Not fly. Yeah, they wouldn't work. But yeah, that was Apollo, digital flight computer, dude. Every plane has that. Every modern fighter plane, I guess, has one of those or something derived from it. It's not funny, Hellfish. I mean, savage, but it's not. I don't want to talk about that. Oofta. So, now, we have SAS. The SAS is pretty damn good. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. SAS really isn't fly-by-wire, per se, but... What is fly-by-wire in layman's terms? Sure. So, long balls, see this? This is a joystick, right? So, what is this doing when I go to control something in KSP? It's sending an electrical signal, right? This joystick is not attached to a string or a wire or anything, right? Like on old planes, your flight stick is pulling cables, and those cables pull pulleys, and those pulleys move the control surfaces, right? Straightforward stuff, right? With fly-by-wire, you have a digital joystick like this. I mean, not exactly this. This is a Logitech 3D Pro, but the technology kind of comes from it. It's kind of similar. Same idea. All this is doing is sending out electrical signals. It's sending out electrical data. That's all, right? So it's sending out the signals electronically to a flight computer. So the operator's controls are being sent through a joystick, and that information is being interpolated by a computer, and the computer is controlling your control surfaces. So there's a computer that's interpolating your control input and applying it to the flight control surfaces. Now, fly-by-wire here's the thing. Because the computer is using a table, like it to interpolate what you're doing, it's kind of going to anticipate. The reason why this is a big deal is because it's not going to anticipate your movements. For instance, like
say you're flying at like Mach 2 and you pull full back on the stick. What will happen on a plane with no fly-by-wire is your control surfaces will deflect up. If you can even overcome that torque, right? If your hydraulic systems can overcome that torque, right? Now, with a fly-by-wire system, you pull back on the joystick when you're going like past the sound barrier. What it's going to do is move your control surfaces very slightly. It's not going to move them a lot. Why? Because it knows if it goes up like this, that's not a control surface, that's an air brake, and all you're going to do is just spin the plane out of control, right? It's going to interpolate. It's going to take your input. It's going to take the pilot input and be like, okay, we're full pull back on the stick, but we're going like 1,000 miles an hour that way. You don't want full deflection. The pilot wants to go up. In order to go up, you don't need like 20 degrees deflection on your control surface. You need like 2. So you'll do a nice arc, right? You won't go and just spin out of control. It'll just pulling full back on the joystick is going to do nothing with a no fly-by-wire system when you're going that fast, and you risk destroying the plane. Fly-by-wire is going to interpolate your input, and it's going to be like, okay, we're going this fast. We want to go up. You don't need that much deflection. Just move the control surfaces a little bit, and then you go up. PID control has a lot to do with it, Wolfie. Yeah, I mean, PIDs and PID control systems kind of work hand in hand with a fly-by-wire. But yeah, that's the idea. My message got buried, but why would we want an inherently unstable re-entry vehicle? Okay, stability is something that often is misunderstood with aerodynamics somewhat. Stability is your ability to basically have the thing fly in a straight line. Technically, you're the most stable if you have a vehicle where you have no control input and it just keeps flying in the same direction. Every aircraft needs a degree of instability to turn and fly through the air. Does that make sense? Now, for us, we need a very specific type of instability to get ourselves to be able to do that cross range and roll reversal maneuvers to re-enter correctly with dart. You need every aircraft has varying degrees of instability. Yeah, so once again, an F-16. An F-16 is not very aerodynamically stable because an F-16 needs to be more maneuverable because it's designed to fly. It's designed to be a very nimble fighter. Obviously, thanks to those control inputs, right? Look at the wings. The wings are these little. The wings are like razor sharp for what it's worth. Anybody that's ever seen an F-16 up close, I've seen an F-16 up close. They're razor sharp. Like, I didn't dare walk near the damn thing because if it's heavy, it's probably expensive. Leave it alone, right? But yeah, the F-16s are very unstable, and in this particular case, that instability allows you to switch direction really, really fast. That coupled with the digital fly-by-wire makes a very, very nimble aircraft. You can maneuver like crazy, right? And F-22 is the same way. F-22s, F-16s, F-22s, they cannot fly without that fly-by-wire system. They're deliberately unstable on purpose for better maneuverability. So yeah, don't conflate stability with being able to fly good, right? Stability and maneuverability in aerodynamics are at odds with each other. The more stable you are, the less maneuverable you are, right? That makes sense? Arguably, you don't want the shuttle to be statically unstable through re-entry, but if that means unstable flight outside of re-entry as well, since in re-entry you aren't using aerodynamics but RCS, yep. Yeah, too stable means, okay, so what would be too stable? Falcon 9 is very stable. It's very aerodynamically stable with the grid fans. Falcon 9 cannot enter level flight. I mean, we almost saw it enter level flight with NG-21. It was pretty close. But it's not, right? Eventually, it's just going to come back down to the ground. Falcon 9 is super aerodynamically stable, right? Have you ever done a recap of the shuttle you're working on here recently? Could you do a recap of the objectives at hand? I'm trying to get it to fly like an actual re-entry vehicle, and I'm using Kerbal Wind Tunnel to
to do the analysis on getting this thing to fly correctly. Super Heavy is really pushing that stable, unstable flight margin. I mean, the grid fins at the back make it very stable, dude. Would you say a good analogy to cars would be the stability of a dragster versus the maneuverability of a drift car? Yeah, that's a good, yeah. Yeah. Dragsters are designed to go in a straight line. They're very stable in a straight line. You do not want them to turn. If this turns, you got big problems, right? Yeah, I mean, Squishton, that'll work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Also, top fuel dragsters. Yeah, that's what I mean. A drift car would be the opposite of stable, right? You're not very aerodynamically stable. Hey, Ish, what's going on? 4 more years, 4 more years. 48-month resub, and it looks like you can input whatever altitude and speed you want to test for. Bingo. So, yeah. Okay. Hang on, I gotta bring up the YouTuber's chat. Yeah, Ren, yeah, that's, yeah, bad PID. You understand it, but I'm still a little confused why you'd want highly maneuverable re-entry vehicle. I think we may be just talking around each other, but you'd want more stability for a re-entry vehicle, no? For a capsule, sure. Not for this. You gotta be able to destabilize the airframe so you can turn. Cross-range capability. What's your plan for increasing and decreasing the stability? I don't know. We have to look at the numbers, Bell. I really have to go looking around through a lot of numbers here to get this right. We need just enough to destabilize this to get it to. You need to go through the S turns. To be able to get the cross-range capability. Basically, I need to make it unstable enough to be able to steer going Mach 5. Hypersonic maneuverability. The shuttle can do it. The shuttle can steer going Mach 20. We need to, I mean, that's real life. In Kerbal, you don't go past Mach 5 for orbital velocity, right? We need to be able to make it steerable. But in terms of the spaceplane being able to spaceplane, why not move the wings around a tiny bit just to get the center of lift behind the center of mass? It's not a 737, dude. Center of lift behind the center of mass really only makes sense if you have engines underneath your wings. That is quite stable, right? In a conventional plane design, but you don't always want your center of lift to be directly below and behind your center of mass. It really depends on what you're making. Yeah, no, I want in a re-entry vehicle or a shuttle or any type of hypersonic glider, you need them to kind of be coplanar on the side axis. They need to be going through each other, or else it's not going to fly very well. It's basically a glider. It is a glider. It's a hypersonic re-entry vehicle, just like the shuttle. Have you made a launch vehicle for this shuttle yet? It had a launch vehicle back in the day, but no. Yeah, sorry, I see why you'd want a greater degree of instability now for this application. You gotta be able to make it turn going that fast. You need to destabilize the airframe. I don't know if that's the right word, but... Your vehicle for flight should always be statically stable. Then you use RCS and other... And you use RCS and other control inputs to make your system controllable. Yep. You just gave me a brain blast with that single point. Yesterday we were working on making a propeller craft torque over to the left instantly. Jaybird, if you have a propeller-driven airplane, let's just take a P-47, for instance. If you have a propeller-driven airplane and you have one singular propeller, you're going to get a lot of angular momentum. meaning that this thing is going to want to roll when you take off. Your propeller is either making way too much torque, so mess with the torque settings, or you're going to need to find another way to compensate for that. Now, that's part of the reason why most of these planes at the time are tail draggers. They fly around like this because the tail only really gets up in the air when you're going fast enough to take off. The reason why is because you don't want to start, like if you had a tripod with a single engine in the front, like you had tricycle landing gear. You went to start one of these big honking radials. There's a lot of moving parts in this thing. With a tricycle, you're going to rely on robbing yourself during takeoff. You don't want that. They overcame that by having the tail get dragged. That and all these fighter planes have gigantic rudders from World War II. They all have huge rudders. Like, look at a P-51. Huge tail. They carry a lot of rudder, and you use the rudder to deflect against that. So it'll want to roll. If you induce full yaw, your rudder is above your center of mass. So you can use the rudder to induce roll. So your ailerons can be used for control when you go to take off. 85 again by Robert Parker, Apollo. I mean, every plane was like this. It's not just Allied stuff. So, like, if you look at a BF-109, same thing. Look at all the rudder it's carrying. The whole back of that plane is a freaking rudder. See what I'm talking about? BF-109 is a pretty looking plane. The engine design for this was so ridiculous. It's weird, man. It's weird. How about the Zero? See? The other thing about these planes, Jaybird, if you're trying to make an airplane, like, it really depends on what you're doing. So, like, you want an all-around fighter like a P-51, your wing position relative to center of mass is really important. Look where the Zero's wings are. The wings are almost touching the engine here. The pilot's basically sitting on the wing. Now, if you look at a P-51, the wing's a little bit further back from the engine. Why? Well, it's because, that's a P-51C. That thing was a piece of junk. Or a P-51 Mark 1. Oh, jeez. Because the P-51 needs to be stable at high altitude for long distances, but it also needs to be a good fighter. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that a P-51 is as maneuverable as like a Focke-Wulf 190, because it's not, but it's good enough. It's good enough to get the job done. Look where the Focke-Wulf's wing is. It's way up front. It's almost sitting on the dang engine. Which one of these is more maneuverable? Focke-Wulfs are like mosquitoes, man. Not like the actual plane. Like, they buzz around all over the place. They're super maneuverable. See last, I can also repost. This is the bit that's kind of confusing for me. Isn't the vehicle statically unstable at the moment? That's why I made the center of lift behind the center of mass. It ensures that the front wants to stay on the front as it flies. No. Let me finish this and then we'll get into it more. See, you have your vehicle center of gravity is really right around the center of lift, and your control surfaces have way more moment over the plane because they're further away from the center of gravity here in this design. This makes this plane super maneuverable. It can outturn a lot. Focke-Wulfs are great fighters. P-51s are kind of more all around. Spitfires are kind of more of a dogfighting plane. But let's get to the good stuff. There we go. So what if you have a set of wings before and after the center of mass? Any differences or useless? Believe it or not,
Jacobs, it doesn't really matter where your wings are. It matters where your center of lift is. You can have the wings be asymmetric if you really want to, as long as your center of lift is right. If your center of lift, it's all about center of lift relative to gravity. So if you have two sets of wings right behind each other, first of all, the second set of wings, so let's say your plane's going this way, you have two wings right behind each other, this wing isn't going to do anything. The reason why is because it's picking up turbulent air. The front wing is going to block the rear wing from winging. So it's not good. It's useless. It's not going to do anything. That's why, like, control surfaces on these planes are always not lined up with your wing. See how your horizontal stabilizers here and your elevators are in clean air? That's on purpose. Yeah. Same thing with race cars. Formula One car. Anybody that knows a little bit about Formula One knows you follow another car around, you're going to have a bad day because your front wing isn't going to work as well and you're going to screw your tires because you're picking up turbulent air from the other car. Are you winging, son? Yes. Very well. All right, cool. Anyway. Let's get back over here. So someone ignore this. I need you to do me a favor and just ignore these numbers because there's been no analysis done on Dart. You're looking at this and thinking, this is what I want. It is not what I want. Cast that out of your mind completely. Okie dokie? That's what I needed to wait and say. You know, that and like handling 5 conversations at once about 6 different things with aerodynamics. This is not what we want. Ignore this. I have not done any analysis here. So if you're looking at this and going, oh, that's what he did. No, we don't want this. This is bad. Okay? Have you ever tried KSP RSSRO RP1? No, but I know the people that designed it. I just like playing this. I like playing this. Playing non-RSSRO RP1 makes it really easy to explain these designs because the delta V requirements are not nearly as high. Using the stock KSP is a great teaching tool. That's why I stick with it. But I know the people that made it. I know Nathan and Nathan, Kell, and Max. Yeah, good dudes. All right. Anyway. Sorry, I had too many questions. This is a STEM stream. You can ask as many as you want. I like Kerbal Wind Tunnel. Very useful. You're a wind tunnel. No, I'm not. You make terrible jokes. Get out of my stream. L plus 9 5 plus cope. $95W. $95.95W would be more like $95.95L. So, I gotta think about this for a second, dudes. We need this thing to be... Face the wind tunnel, please! What's up, Chief? Think 95's gonna come back? He'll be back. Halo doesn't have thrusters. This is necessary if it was launched on its own to get the Halo orbit around the moon. Is that why they can't launch the 2 modules together? What? That was your weekend? It was okay. I ended up buying workers and resources. I blame you. Yep. Separately. Sorry. I can talk. So, Ellisers, the Halo module was originally supposed to be flown on SLS. It wasn't supposed to have thrusters. Orion was supposed to grab it off of SLS and then attach it to the PPE using Orion as a space tug. Orion's thrusters are specifically built around doing stuff like this. Orion can be used as a space tug to make things. That's the whole point. It's one of the reasons why Orion carries a heavy price tag, because it can hitch a module to the front and move it around. Orion was designed to build Gateway. Do I agree with that? No, not really. I think that's an idiotic design decision, but
I've always said that, but hey, whatever. That's what we have. That's what we have. That's what we have. So, if you're not going to launch the Halo module on SLS, you need to launch it with some power and propulsion element. It needs to have thrusters, which is why they chose to buckle it up with the PPE. That's turning out to be a great decision. Not. No problem, Jaybird. PP. Turned out to be a very smart thing to do. No. Nope. So, anyway. All right. Let's think about this, dudes. How do we want to do this? Hey, Oni, what's going on? I've played Flyout, yes. Yep. Thoughts on it? It's a good game. Decide the envelope you want to be a target. I'm working on it, man. Rocket Guy, I got a question. I know this test, and this is me trying to figure this out. So I want this thing to be able to be nice and stable and have relatively no pitching torque at a 45-degree angle of attack. So that's 15, 30, 45. I need it to basically... So when we go to re-enter this thing, right, we're going to start at 0 degrees angle of attack at 70 kilometers. By the time we get to, what, 30, we're 45 degrees pitched up, right? You know, I let the spacecraft kind of rotate more and more as we orbit around the, planet. That's what the shuttle did, guys. When the shuttle hit entry interface, they were more or less parallel to the ground. And as the shuttle went around the planet, it kind of stayed fixed on a position. So by the time it got through re-entry, it was at 45 degrees. And then it kind of, you know, slowed down up there, and then it fell down to the runway, basically. I want to try to replicate that. And I want to try... I'm not really sure what that is. I'm not really sure what those numbers would look like here with this. So if we wanted to see how stable this is through different flight regimes, would I want it to be pitched up like this? Right? Expand your AOA to include 90 to 90. Okay. Oh, okay. So we can leave the craft where it is and we can adjust this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Now, Rocket Guy, do actual wind tunnels work like this? Do they direct the air at a model on the wind tunnel from different directions? Honest question. I mean, I never really thought about it. That was torque. No, it wasn't.
Discovery, go at throttle.
No, you would change your model rotation. Most of the time, the model changes rotation. That's what I thought. Oof. You usually have the model on an actuator. Yep, I got you. Now, okay, so my question is, what happens when we do this? So that's the first minimum right there to the right. That's the neutral point. Update. Apply. Let's try 25 kilometers up, going 1,000. So that's saying that at that angle of attack, you are neutral, meaning you can do what you say about holding AOA without any additional input. I mean, to be honest here, Rocket Guy, this is what we're looking for, right? We're looking for 0 to 45, right? That's what we really want. I know what negative pitching torque is, Crash. I understand that. Yeah, no, I get that part, dude. I got it. I understand that. So we'd want that number at 45 to basically be 0. Also, I haven't quite figured out the pitch input metric. To my understanding, if you're maxing out your pitch input at that reference point, it means you obviously can't get to that flight point using just control surfaces, because you see pitch input is at 1. Yeah, that's, yeah, okay. Let's try 30,000 meters. If you look at the other points on that line, see if pitch input ever... No. Yep. I mean, Rocket Guy, that's... Yeah. If we switch it to pitching input... I see it. It's basically going to max. You'd max out your control surfaces here. But it doesn't matter, because at this altitude, we're going to be using RCS anyway. But that doesn't change the fact that this number basically needs to be nothing. It needs to be 0. Or at least not 58,000 Newton meters. You have to click on the speed input next to altitude for it to apply.
No, that just changes your speed between Mach and... No. Quick Imperial system question. How many F1B tenths of torque is that? Yeah, I mean, it's low displacement, so that's a lot. That's 58,000 Newton meters, right? Or is it kilonewton meters? 58 it might be 58 kilonewton meters. It's not, well, 58,000 Newton meters would be the same. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Old metric systems and stuff. I need that to really be 0, to be 100% honest with you. I need it to be 0. Well, yeah, Lava, this is minus 58 Newton meter, or 58 kilonewton meters. So that means there's 58 kilonewton meters of force wanting to force that nose down, which is not what we want. I need that to be more stable, or not more stable. I need that number to be up. It needs to be up here somewhere. I need this line to not dip like that. It needs to be straight. Because the RCS ends up firing like crazy and you burn all your RCS through reentry. That's not what we want. Hey, S-Master, what's going on? Yeah, that is not preferable. Is this able to tell us how much RCS is required through reentry? No, but you can extrapolate it from right there. We would need... This is very telling. We need 58 kilonewtons. If I'm looking at this right, 58 kilonewtons of thrust to keep the nose up, there's no way my RCS is producing that. The poo flinging continues. What does this guy want? I'm pretty sure Jim May is not a business development guy. I'm pretty sure he's an engineer. All right, we'll save that. We'll save that for space news. Pretty damn sure that he's an engineer. Right. Just putting it out there. Like I'm just.
Listen, Tranquility Base here.
Okay.
Does TTS still work?
Oh God. Trying to get more of the synth wave going. Yep. Save this too. Oh, Wayne Hale blog. Cool. Wow. Look, Phil, all I'm gonna say is that, you know what keeps me hungry? What keeps me wanting to keep learning about this and the subtleties to it and how complicated it actually is? And this was one of the biggest things. You need to...
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Seems like it hokey.
This is one of the biggest things dude, I'm looking at aerospace engineering from the outside in, okay? I'm not an engineer. I don't know. One of the best things and one of the things that keeps me hungry to learn more about this stuff and get better at it is the sheer fact that I know dick about it. Yeah, even after all these years. No. It's very easy to get humbled with aerospace engineering. It's very easy. It is very easy to think you know a lot about it, but you don't. It's like the ending scene in Men in Black, right? Where Will Smith's like, yeah, I got a good handle on things, and then they open up the locker to the intergalactic train station, and it's like, no, let me tell you something about your skills, Slick. As of this moment, they mean precisely dick. You'd be surprised how often that happens with aerospace engineering. For people that do it, for people that commentate on it, especially us, because we're looking at it from the outside in. One thing I've always tried to do, and there was a time where I was like, oh, I'm good at Kerbal, I know everything about this. It's easy. No. Is to not think you're an expert on it, because you're not. That's one of my biggest rules. I'm not an expert on this stuff. I can explain some things here and there, but you don't see me going and building an airplane now, do you? Because at the end of the day, could I learn it? Sure. Would it take a lot of time? Yes. There's a reason why people pay 6 figures for an aerospace engineering degree. You know what I mean? Just, you get into stuff like this. You get into doing stuff like this. I mean, it shows this is not how you do this. Let me put it to you like that. This is banter. Banter has no place in aerospace engineering, especially when there's lives at stake. Not cool. Not cool. Not a good look. Not gonna lie to you. Not a good look. Really not a good look. That's not cool. Don't do that. As somebody that covers this stuff, some people on NSF hate this. I'll always look at it from an engineering point of view and just not like, should we fly Starliner, right? Should Starliner keep going? I never look at it like that, ever. Because, people take that rationale, they take that kind of point of view that Starliner shouldn't be flying because it's too expensive, etc., etc. Okay, great. Now you're putting prices on lives. That's lovely. Great look. Yeah. Even, supposedly shining a bad light, like, you want to make the argument that Boeing doesn't know what they're doing. And, I hope, once again, you've heard me say, like, no, it's inexperience, it's nothing else, right? Because they've never flown a capsule before. I think that's a fair criticism, right? But sitting here and implying that they're incompetent and they're going to get somebody killed probably isn't helping. I'm just saying that's probably not helping. Like, it's probably not what you should be doing right now, but it goes back to what I said about being humbled all the time. You should be humbled because nobody knows everything about aerospace engineering. Nobody knows everything about spacecraft design. Even Elon has said this self-admittedly many times. He goes, I surround myself with people who are better than this at me. And that's a mark of a good boss, right? Boss should be the stupidest guy in the room. Like, even a guy like him, he's pretty damn smart, right? He's still humbled by it all the time. Some of his design decisions led to some really glaring failures, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy to get humbled by this. So, speaking in absolutes like that, yeah, I know, people are going to be like, what, Star Wars? Speaking in absolutes like that is very,
like you know for sure that this is what's going on, is very interesting. That's a very interesting way of looking at things. That I find more often than not that if you speak in absolutes like that, you're more than likely going to get humbled very quickly. We'll talk more about it during Space News. Yeah, Vulcan, it's a little... It's get like, dude... What did I miss? You said the absolute. Eric Berger seems to think that he's the arbiter of truth now because Boeing's lack of information during the press conferences. Guys, they were very forthcoming with it. They're doing a fault tree analysis. That takes time. It's really hard to do fault tree analysis on a service module that's going 27,500 kilometers an hour around the Earth, and one that you can't get your hands on either. It's really hard to figure that out. To figure out what's going on. It's going to take time. That's what they said. Like, I don't understand, like, what more information do you want? They're tracing the fault tree. This is not complicated. But everybody seems to think that there's a vacuum of information. And Eric Berger seems to have taken it upon himself to report anonymous sources in lieu of this vacuum of information as what's going on. Like, he carries the burden of truth for what's going on with the Starliner mission, which is gross. That's disgusting. It's disgusting behavior. Yeah, I don't appreciate that at all. That's not cool. That's not, like I said, not helping. Not helping at all. Not helping.
Listen,
Hey, Ellisers.
The Eagle has landed.
Okay,
$10.
maybe now I'll attach a message. Double A.
It didn't pick it up. Double A dono right there. Thanks, Ellisers. And thanks, guys, for making sure the TTS works. I appreciate it. We can talk more about that during Space News. Yeah, it's, Grab Shark, like, it's okay. Like, I don't even mind if someone like is biased about something as long as they disclosed it. I'm biased about spaceflight. That's why I argue for NASA, for Boeing, for everybody. Like, I'll argue on everyone's behalf because I think we need more space, not less, right? I always disclose that to you guys. You know, it's very clear that this guy has an axe to grind. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, I'm not saying don't report it. You report whatever you want. I'm just saying it's not really a good look. I don't think this is the W he thinks it is. Okay. Anyway, with that being said, how do we get rid of this? Can we... Maybe moving the COM further back to reduce the pitching moment. Well, here's the thing. At 45 degrees, my center of lift is actually out in front. So that tells me that there's something generating body lift here that's creating negative pitch moment. And I really wish we could visualize what this looks like for you guys, but it's hard to say. This is a re-entry capsule. Yeah, Lurstev. Yep. It's a mini shuttle. This is my DART vehicle. It's a mini 5-person spacecraft. It's basically a pod-sized shuttle, like what Dream Chaser or the X-37 or the X-38 would be. It's the capsule. Yep. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'm starting to get into my analysis here. So at 30,000 going 1,500 meters a second, at 45 degrees positive angle of attack, we're creating 58,000 kilonewton meters of negative pitching moment here. Something wants to force the nose of this thing down. And obviously looking at our center of lift, center of mass, that has COL out in front of COM, right? Now, oh, hold on one second. Oh. That's what I mean, Panta. It happens on the daily. EJ just humbled himself. That's what I mean. That's what I mean, dude. You think it's that quote from Shooter, man. The moment you think you got it figured, you wrong.
Well, COL is behind COM in this regard here. Still got the shovels, boy. That's right. Press the vessel update button. Well, Metric, this isn't going to give me any useful information, particularly. I mean, it's going to tell me the same thing. At 0 degrees angle of attack, because the vessel is now registered at 45 degrees positive, so 0 it's not going to tell me anything different. That's why pitching the craft doesn't do anything. I just have the craft pitched here. All it did was shift this curve. Let's go 0 to positive 45. All it did was shift the exact same curve. Paper patching, state of the art. Unmarked graves out past Terlingua. Still got the shovels. The lift button at the bottom should highlight any lifting parts. It highlighted the steel panels on my shuttle when I did that, so that's where I came to the belief that it does take into account body lift parts. The antenna? The antenna. Bearing. It's the bearing. Well, this just got a little bit more difficult.
Robert Parker, are you there? That's affirmative.
Oh.
We're gonna give her no space try here. All right, guys, that sounds good. Well, we're gonna try, Bob.
What is that plate rooted to? It's the root part, Hellfish. I'm good right now, W. Thank you. That's cool, man. Yeah. No, I'm good with Kerbal Wind Tunnel. I'll keep that link open though. Don't ever buy it, Loken. They laid off the entire development studio for KSP2. Do not buy it. Ever. 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 And I mean ever. Don't. It's dead. Yeah. Don't buy it, dude. Play KSP1 instead. Get mods. Alright. I need to see it. Guys, I need to see this thing doing its thing. Let me, like, I need it visualized here.
Logan, actually, you know the real truth, dude? We don't know if it's dead. We have no idea. They never told us anything. They didn't even say that they were announcing layoffs. We learned about it because in Seattle, where the development studio was, they have to announce layoffs a certain time in advance. So, yeah, we actually don't know what happened. We have no idea. We know that the dev studio got laid off, and there's been no updates since, and they haven't said anything. It's, yeah, quite a disservice, if you ask me, to the developers, to us as a community, content creators. It's, yeah, messed up. Don't buy it. There is no Starliner fiasco, Balksy. Stop spreading that crap. I'm dead serious. Dude, stop. Just stop. There's no Starliner fiasco. They're tracing a fault tree. It's not rocket science. To understand that fault tree analysis takes time. This is getting ridiculous. I'm frankly getting annoyed, and I really am getting pissed off at the people that are perpetuating this nonsense like what you just did. All right. Okay. We should probably plug it in. That would probably help. Probably plug that in. Probably a good idea. Gotta give the computer a quick restart, dude. You fully explained it during Flame Trench. Yep. I did. Give me 1 second. Camera. Yeah, Hokey, it's disgusting. It's disgusting, and I will not be a part of it. No respect for the craft, dude. Really, no respect for the craft. It's really, really annoying. And I think it's borderline disrespectful. I really don't like it. Like, really don't like it. It's disgusting behavior. Alright, let's load up KSP again. "85 Again" by Robert Parker in Maine. It's a great song. I don't know, Boxy. I don't know. I wouldn't worry about a world's gonna end tomorrow. Yeah. Talk about the Axiom crew. Yeah, we talked about them on Space News on Thursday. That was DM2, Tigris. Yeah, Element X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it. I don't really care. It's a, you know, despite all the nonsense, it's actually a really good place to learn information, but you pay a price for getting the information. It's like when if you're mining steel, right, or mining iron ore. To get iron out of the ground, out of an iron ore vein, you have to boil it off. You have to melt it down in a crucible to get to the iron to make steel. Twitter's the same way. There are nuggets of great information and great insight into the aerospace industry, into news, into anything you really want. But you have to wade through and boil off a bunch of bull crap to get to it. It's always been that way, guys. It's not pre or post Elon acquisition. It's always been like that. It's just, yeah, you have to pay a pretty hefty toll to get at that information. Oh, neat, Endo. Cool. The zoo metaphor works perfectly still. I've said that, yeah. I said that well before Elon acquisition, man. Twitter's a zoo. You go there, you look at the exhibits, you be entertained by the exhibits, you don't jump into the lion's pit. That's incredibly stupid. Me, I have to. Because I'm social media. You have to. Like, I gotta keep my presence up online, which is... That's a thing. All right, so the wind tunnel testing is telling us that the fairing is what's pulling us in certain... Let's go to AOA curves, pitching torque, dry. Let's go 25 kilometers up at 1,500 meters a second. And then we need to set our gaps here. 0 degrees angle of attack to 45 degrees angle of attack. Yeah, see, this number needs to be up here. The closer I can get this line to the top of the screen, the better. And I'm not sure how we're gonna get Kerbal to do that. The thing that's irking me right now is the look how good Raptor 3 is all other companies cope. Rocket Guy, once again, it goes back to people having no respect for the craft. It pisses me off. I don't like it. Now, most of them is just kids making jokes, but no respect for the craft. It's a slap in the face to the people that actually build this stuff. It's annoying, and it's been wearing on me a lot lately. Maybe I have a little bit of cynicism because of the Viper news. I've been a lot more candid with my explanations about what's going on with NASA since then because it's annoying, but I never disrespect the people that make the stuff, the hardware itself. In fact, hardware is a good indicator of people that don't have their head up their culo in the aerospace engineering industry. You know, we have B4, oxygen-rich methane stage combustion cycle, Raptor full flow stage combustion cycle, and these are two engines that spaceflight fanatics would have dreamed about 20 years ago. Having two companies doing something like this, and somehow. We're finding a way to point flaws out with that? That's hilarious. Okay. Sure. And you know what the funniest thing about this whole thing, Rocket Guy, is? One last thing, guys, before we jump back in. You know what the funniest thing about this? All these people that are dumping on the B4, their jaws are going to drop when New Glenn lands. And they'll be the biggest fanboys around. It's hilarious. I've predicted this behavior to a T. I predicted it with the topical reporter that we're talking about, you know. He's going to be the biggest dick about Artemis 1 launching until it launches, and then he's going to turn into the biggest fanboy, and that's exactly what happened. Easy to see. And he's going to be the biggest, he's being a jerk about Starliner right now. Well, guess what? When Starliner comes back down and lands, he's going to be like, oh, I never doubted him for a second. Watch. Actually, to be 100% honest, what he's probably going to say is, the guy's probably going to write an article about how Starliner was successful, but at what cost? He's probably going to write a bullcrap article like that. it's going to be full of praise, and then it's going to bring up non sequitur points about the space program, indicating that he has no idea how any of this works. I mean, that's most likely what's going to happen. And the end result of the article is basically going to imply that Dragon is infinitely superior in every way. Yep. Watch. Mark this statement. Right now, August 5th, 2024. Mark it. When Starliner comes back down. We'll see. Flip it. I'm serious. I have very high confidence in what I'm saying. Let's hope I don't get humbled. Yeah, he always does that, dude. Anytime somebody that's not SpaceX has success, he'll say, wow, this company was super successful. Great job, guys. But, you know, I can't help but think that if it was on SpaceX, it would, you know, would have been better. Every time, like clockwork. Watch. Yeah, he's got a book to sell. Yeah, if you follow his journalism, I got a bridge to sell you. Anyway, so the fairing seems to be the source of our body lift problems here. The only thing I can think of doing here that would make the most sense is to make a fuselage double fairinged, and I'm not sure how well Kerbal's aerodynamics are going to understand that. People are making jokes about Raptor 3 versus BE4. Lava, don't give it the mental bandwidth that it doesn't deserve, frankly. And I just happen to need a bridge. How much? Okay, guys, this wind tunnel data is telling us that the fairing is causing a lot of problems. Now, why did I make this into a fairing? The original idea for DART was that it was basically a fairing from the rocket that was designed to deliver it. The fairing shape of DART was basically the fairing shape from my Freedom 7 rocket, give or take. I modified the fairing a little bit, made it a little more cylindric, and made the base plate. I made the base plate of the vehicle right here of DART able to be reattached to an upper stage. That's why we have a docking port back there instead of a decoupler. So the idea is that you could land DART, pick it up with a crane, stack it back on top of a second stage, and launch it again. It's fully reusable. That's the whole idea. So the whole idea behind putting a plate back here was to do exactly that. Now, that plate, our payload attachment fitting, so to speak, seems to be the problem here. That's what's giving us some hell here during landing, or during this part of the flight regime. Basically, what's happening is if we do this, right, and we tilt this up at 45 degrees, it would seem like our center of lift is out in front of our center of mass, and this thing is going to want to flip up. But the wind tunnel and a flight test from Friday basically says it's going to do the opposite of that. Yeah, that's bad. That architecture was peak content, by the way. Everybody seems to like it in retrospect. Nice, 95. Actually, I've gone back and looked. The articles that he wrote in the early 20-teens were about actually Dude, the first article I read from him was from 2015, and it was something about how Blue Origin has no idea what they're doing. Something like that. Yeah. It was basically, why are we giving contracts to Blue Origin? We could just give them to SpaceX. If I'm remembering right, I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, whatever. Guys, I don't want to talk about it. We'll talk more about it, and you'll hear a nice big old explanation of what's going on and a rant from me about it during Space News, okay? This is misleading, though. Keep in mind you're seeing the line relative to an already 45-degree AOA, so yeah, that's 45 to 90 because we're 45 degrees offset. So in order to see this line correctly, we'd need minus 45 to 45. Minus 45 in this particular graph would be, that's 0. That's 45 degrees, and that's 90 degrees. It's interesting in this model, Rocket Guy, now that I changed some parameters around how it's pointing at the fairing. So, once again, what I was getting at here, guys, is that this looks like we should be making positive pitch moment. It's going to want to bring the nose up because my center of lift is in front of my center of mass, right? But the fairing is generating so much lift, right? And how would it be generating lift in this regard? It would be generating lift this way. Generating lift behind the center of mass that it ends up moving my center of pressure over here somewhere. Yeah. Body lift is very prevalent in high altitudes and velocities. That is why you can't use the stock overlay. Yep. Yeah, exactly. See, look, so the wings are partially tinted. They're a little bit green, but it's not as much as the fairing. The fairing is really throwing my center of lift out of whack here. Now I'm trying to think what could we do to get around this. I don't want to include the fairing someone. The reason why I don't want to do that is because it's already including here, and what am I going to include the payload fairing with? We got to also remember that this is a vehicle attachment point. This is where it attaches to the rocket. Like, that's a critical piece here from the Freedom rockets. Now, I don't know if I necessarily want to change that. Hey, Baldman, I'm working on using a mod called Kerbal Wind Tunnel to test out to check the aerodynamics for my vehicle during re-entry, so it does what I want. Yeah, it's not doing what I want right now. And we'll figure it out here. Now, let's check something. Like, what happens if we did something like this? Just out of curiosity. So let's go 0 to 45. 5. Use panels to reduce drag somewhere else to counteract it. Yes. Panel tessellation on the front is good. This is Robert Parker, Tigris. This is the song we're listening to is called Seasons of Lust. Electron recovery, Squish, I don't think they're doing anything with it because they're focused. They're all in on neutron. Yep. Build it from scratch and remove the fairing. No. No, the fairing is, once again, it's a critical interfacing point, dude. It needs... I can't really change it. The other thing I was thinking about, so what are our options here? We can move the wings forward. Move the wings forward. Another option would be to tessellate the front. Put some panels up on the front, but that's screwing our Delta V already. The easy thing to do, this is a master design. Let's go into testing design. Thing to do here would be to hit the wings. Or ugh. Why are the wings so thick? Re-entry vehicle? More wing can flux more heat. It's not a re-entry capsule, it's a re-entry vehicle, dude. This thing is designed to come back and land on the runway. It's a mini shuttle. Way too much, way too far forward. Negative incidents or positive incidents on the wing, Rocket Guy? Because they're already tilted up a little bit. Or pitch up positive. They already have a little bit feed in. Update vessel. Fine. We can get those wings up in front like that. Hang on. But now we have another problem. The other problem is that. That. So, Jack, what this is going to do is basically it's going to want to sit at about 36 and it's just going to do this. It'll just stay like, it'll start waving because it'll be going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Back. See what I'm talking about? The SAS will try to compensate, try to get it to here. It'll overcorrect, and then it'll try to get it here, and then it'll overcorrect and go back and forth and back and forth. That's going to create a compounding loop. I'm almost positive of that. What was fixed since the orbital test last week? What do you mean what was fixed? I don't understand. I haven't done anything. I'm doing analysis right now to understand how this thing flies better. We had a serious nose down pitching moment last time we had to deal with Dart. Last time we did that test on Friday. I'm trying to figure out ways to compensate for that. It'll want to nose over past this. If we go 45 to 90, past 45, you got a bad problem. Yeah. Let's try going back a little bit. Big vessel. .36 shows the point of instability. So any pitch up will increase the pitching up moment. So SA should be stable up to 36 degrees. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Hey, Rocket Guy, I mean, I have an interesting question. Do we know if the shuttle did something like this? The shuttle is pretty neutral from what I understand. Like, God, it just makes you respect that piece of equipment even more. It's ridiculous that they were able to get that stable. Right? Because theoretically, the shuttle has you have varying angle of attack relative, right, to leeward velocity during a shuttle reentry, right? And all during that time, yes, you would create pitching moment in certain scenarios, but it can't be that high. The RCS can clearly compensate for it enough, right? Those RCS, the RCS thrusters aren't that powerful. That's the thing. Like, a lot of people don't know that the shuttle didn't even use its forward RCS during reentry. I actually learned that when I was reading the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. I didn't know that. The shuttle's back thrusters were on during reentry, and the front ones weren't, because you don't want to outgas a thruster into a plasma wake. It's pretty ridiculous, man. Like, it's... Think of how payload messes everything up. It doesn't with the shuttle's design. The shuttle didn't have as much up mass as it does down mass because it has a rearward biased center of mass. I mean, dude, it's frankly impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive that they did this with wind tunnels and slide rules. Basic computational analysis. It's ridiculous. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, I know about the body flap, but I'm not sure how we can incorporate the body flap into this design, Octolux.
Why is everything insane? Because it's an adjective I use to describe very good computational analysis because my stupid brain can't understand it, Jim. It's called hyperbole. Do you need a definition on that one too? Let me know. I got you. I know, Luiso. I'm just not sure we're going to get the deflection that we're looking for here with this. Does the smaller mass of your craft make it more aerodynamically sensitive? Depends. It depends where you know, how much deflection are you making? Where's your craft supposed to be, etc., etc. Like, where are you trying to get it? What are you trying to get it to go? Like, is it a re-entry vehicle? Is it designed to fly? Is it an airliner? If we deploy this down, bring that back up, update the vessel, apply. Yeah, Ryo, it's exclamation point KSP mods. KSP1 mods. It's in the chat over there, dude. I don't know anything about Jarvis and Bren. No clue. Balance of pitch down from center of mass, center of lift, offset, and pitch up from aero effect is core to static pitch stability and is what sets your cruise speed at specific altitudes. Okay? Let's see what happens if we try to mimic it. Update vessel. Row. 5. Fly. Close. Yeah. Significant reduction if we move a control surface similar to the body flap. Shuttle was statically stable and used the body flap to set trim condition. That's what I'm after, Rocket Guy. I don't want my control surfaces being used as a stability assist. The control surfaces shouldn't be what we need to do to adjust the torque, adjust the pitching torque, right? Control surfaces are used for control. They're used to steer. That's like saying I'm going to use the rudder on a ship to make the ship go straight. If you're using the rudder to make the ship go straight, something's wrong. Same thing with an airplane. Like, for instance, if you're driving a car down the road and the wheel is 45 degrees to the right and you're going straight, something is very broken. You know what I mean? Same thing with airplanes. It's just hard to kind of wrap your mind around that. It's easy to explain it when it's a car. I need this pitching torque to be pretty static. And it's interesting because with our upward deflection right here on the control surface, if we taking that into account, it does pretty much what I want. That should be enough right there to set this, right? To that 43, we almost half the amount of negative pitch moment during re-entry that's happening here.
but I don't want control surfaces being the one that makes the thing that makes this fly correctly. It should just fly correctly, and the control surface should be used to steer. You know what I mean? Or trim out payloads. There's a bunch of different ways to solve this problem. Just thinking about what path do we want to go down. Yeah, see? Oof. Yeah, there you go, Hatchet Man, right? You don't get, if your steering wheel's to the right, at worst, your toe is all screwed up, or your tie rods are shot, right? Like, believe me, I'm dealing with figuring that all out right here with this thing. I put coilovers in this car, aftermarket control arm, fully adjustable. Everything's fully adjustable. The spring is the only thing that isn't. So yeah, Hatchet Man, I'm learning all about that fun. And then this has a inner and outer tie rods with a jam nut and a joint in the center. So, you know, it's fun. Yeah, that's learning all about that. That's a good time. Real good time. So yeah, I'm with you. That's what popped into my head, you know, like if the steering wheel's to the right, something's probably wrong. Can we look at your shuttle's pitching torque versus AOA curve to establish a baseline because it's interesting? Yeah, sure. Make the whole wing a flap? It's not really what I'm after either, guys. Is doing the space equivalent of understeer. Yeah, if you want to call it that, sure. That's really bad, guys. We're making 1.5 meganewtons of positive pitching moment. But then again, the shuttle did do that. Turns out when you have a big flat belly blended wing lifting body surface, you're going to create an insanely high positive AOA, which is probably why the shuttle has its body flap to compensate. And it's not anything we didn't know. No payload in there, right? Yep. Let's see what happens when we deploy this. Down 10 degrees, right? Update. And then set this 0 to 45. Tap doesn't work. Yeah, look at how much it minimized it. It halved it by just a 10 degrees downward pitch. Yeah, the flap's there for payload trimming. See, that's a glaring thing with the shuttle. Yeah. The flight envelope is similar, but that's not like the real one. Took me a long time, Steph. Don't worry. Yeah, it took me a week to get those panels right. A week streaming like 10 hours straight. But look at it, man. This shuttle flies pretty damn good. But clearly our aero model is not exact. It's not exactly the same to the real one. This was about a year and a half ago. This was about as close as I could get to the shuttle, to the real one. But the thing is that per the Kerbal Wind Tunnel, we could get it flying even better. There's so much to improve here. Yeah, it's got a robotic arm. It can deploy payloads just like the real one. All the antennas are in the fuel cells, and the life support systems are in the same spots. They're in the spots as the real, same spots as the real one. Kerbal Wind Tunnel, Jesse. Yeah, it's a great mod. How are we gonna get after that fairing, dude? Yo, Crane, what's good? I switched back, Aqualex. I don't know. I'd have to go look. That wasn't that good for the shuttle, to be honest with you. The shuttle doesn't do that. So the shuttle, okay, and this is what I mean about that vehicle being a masterpiece. So the shuttle can sit there and it'll have a similar control system. Like you'll have the same effective control, 20 degrees going Mach 25, 30 degrees going Mach 20, 45 degrees going Mach 15, right? 45, you get all the way up, it'll handle exactly the same, which is, that's wild. We're about to see how difficult that is to actually do. It's very, it's crazy. That's some really good engineering. You can ride the shuttle by feel. It's been done, Steb. It's actually really easy to control. They manually flew it down on STS-2. Joe Engel and Richard Trulli on STS-2 flew the only fully manual descent of the space shuttle ever attempted. It was to test to make sure that they could. Yeah, flew it all the way down by feel. Well, you can't really fly it by feel because it's fly-by-wire, but nice 95. It's great. It's wild. It's a wild shape, dude. It's like Jimmy Hunter flying the space shuttle, flying it down by hand, actually flying something with a flight stick going Mach 25. It's pretty impressive, dude. Pretty impressive. You feel it in the butt dyno. It felt something on STS-2, dude. It's falling with style. That's right. Now, it's flying when you're going Mach 20 at 300,000 feet. It's falling with style when you're at 10,000 feet. Going like, I don't know, 300 miles an hour. That's when it falls in style. The shuttle flies great during re-entry. Flies great. It's that whole after re-entry part where it flies like poo-poo. It basically falls down to the runway. And at the last second pulls up and lands. That's the falling with style part. That's something that's important to understand. Shuttle was never, it's only designed to fly down here good enough to land once. That's it. That's all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be doing maneuvers down here. It's designed to fly up there and be very controllable at Mach 20. That's where it flies extraordinarily well.
Puma man flies like a moron. Can flags do arrow? If you set the flag to a panel shape, sure. Yes, they can. They're physics-less if they're set like that, but if you set them to white panel like that, then yeah, sure, of course they can. Chariot of Fire. Stev, the way I describe it is that the shuttle surfs a wave of plasma coming down from the surface, to the surface. It surfs a freaking wave of fire. That's the right way to say it. Use flags as test pieces. No, I'm debating redesigning Dart completely. That's actually what I'm thinking. Not the fuselage. Not anything else. I'm thinking the fuselage could do with a good redesign here. I'll tell you what I mean by that in a moment. So, okay, a moment's up. Rocket Guy, are you here, buddy? And everybody else for that matter? Anybody that's gonna help me with feedback for this? You guys here? I just listen up for a second. This is the important thing. Okay. All right. So, what if we took, obviously the fairing end plate is creating a lot of motion. It's a motion we don't want. Right? It's not a lot of motion. It's creating a lot of moment. And that's the big thing. We could sit here trying to redesign, try to balance the wing, etc., etc. We could do that till we're blue in the face. There's a better way to do this. So what if we took a fairing like this, right? Right, just took a fairing like that. Then we took another fairing. Like that. And we combine them together. If we have the intersection point of our two fairing plates on the center of mass, that will really fix a lot of problems. How much mass does this method add? I don't know. We'd have to do some analysis on it for sure. A double fairing would adjust this point here. It would basically, doing this over what we have here, with this design, this thing basically works like, it wants to fly like a bullet. Because it thinks that, Kerbal thinks that that's the front and that's the back, and it sees the wings there, but it doesn't really treat this like a fuselage. If we did double fairings like that, it would treat it more like a fuselage. Hey, Gibbons, thanks for the raid, man. What's up, Gibbons Raiders? How you doing? Gibbo, what were you up today? What were you up to today, dude? I have to dash to a huge plate of pasta. Good enough for me, man. Thank you very much for the raid. You have a good night, okay? I mean, I don't know what range you want changed here. I did that for my DCX vehicle, if I recall correctly, to help it flip and land easier. Just be careful of placement, since you don't want to cause this to be unstable, or at least too unstable. Shuttle was a little unstable at high Mach above 40,000 feet and had to continually push the nose down with RCS. Yeah, Rocket Guy, there's always going to be a trade-off, obviously. Always going to be a trade-off. You're going to trade stability up there for instability down, well, you're going to trade instability up there, so being able to fly well up here for not. Like the shuttle flew great up there, it flew crappy down here, and there's always going to be an intersection point between where it's good and then it's not good and it's good again, right? Like, Anyway, guys, give Mr. Gibbons a follow. He's a good streamer. Streams a lot of the same style of games that we do. Yeah, give him a shout out, mods. Thank you. Yeah, give him a follow. He's a good dude. Won't steer you wrong. Say hello to your mother for me, okay? What we're working on in here is I have a new mod for Kerbal called Kerbal Wind Tunnel. It's new to me. It's not a new mod in general. And I'm using it to do analysis on this vehicle that I could never really get working right. And I'm basically doing a lot of math, and there's a lot of weird numbers, etc., etc., to try to see if we could get it to fly right. That's what I'm really trying to figure out here. So we do that double fairing. What does that look like? What does this design look like? So right now, how does the shuttle fly in critical flight condition during subsonic runway approach? My shuttle or the one in real life? This shuttle, okay. Give me 1 second. Cygnus did its burns. Good. Explain the benefit of 2 fairings. The short answer, Chief, is the game will... Oh, I lost all my damn Space News links because I restarted the computer. Crap. Probably Control-Shift-T action. Oh, nice. I got him back. Yeah, that worked. Control-Shift-T saves the day. Mr. Dick. Yeah, so unstable. It doesn't feel like it is, though, Rocket Guy. Like... Boy, we have a lot to learn, don't we? I mean, you dialed in 250 at 100. I don't think it's going to be much different. Yeah, nose really wants to go up, huh? Thinking, dudes, I'm thinking. How the heck are we gonna fix this? We're looking at graphs! That's right. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Alright. How much fuel would you need added as a header tank? I do not want header tanks. We're not doing a propulsive landing, so landing with fuel and using it as ballast homing is really not what I'm trying to accomplish here. That's... I was really kind of hoping we wouldn't have to do this, but yeah, let's start messing with this. Hold on, let me think.
Do I want to? Do I want to make it a two-seater? I don't know. Guys, the more and more I think about this, the more and more I think we should build a new fuselage. Depends on your payload orbit and range constraints. What is the mass limit? You telling me my stakeholder expectations for my craft is kind of funny. Also, no, it doesn't. This is just a passenger vehicle, so the payload isn't going to get. It's going to be a couple of Kerbals maximum. This is a pod. It's a crew-rated. Think of it as a pod with wings, basically. It's a little tiny shuttle. Range constraints, I need to have pretty damn good cross-range capability because if we're going to put Dart into some type of mission mode save, I need to get this back to the runway. In fact, being okay with the fact that it might not get back to the runway is not cool. Yeah, we all saw how Dart recovery has gone for me in the past. That, yeah, that, Alright, let's get a jig set up here. Yeah, but it was such good entertainment. All right. I hate this. I hate doing this. This is always such a pain in the butt, but I always find a good reason to do it, and then we end up doing it anyway. It's just the fact that it's going to take a second to figure out how to get the right shape and stuff. Suck. Let me think. How are we going to do this? I'm trying to think about how. I know what I want to do. We're gonna do the cross fairing, and I'm gonna put the two fairing design instead of a single fairing design. I'm gonna put that into. We're gonna make a shape, and then we'll wind tunnel test it, and then we'll add wings slowly. We'll use analysis in the wind tunnel every time when we add a component, just to make sure it's working how we think. I actually fixed a good deal of things with it, homing. The pitching moment during re-entry is the last thing, but unfortunately the last thing, everything else to get it to work right has basically been a band-aid fix. I'm not sure what total mass limit is, Ren. That would probably be a good idea to get some good stakeholder expectations, but, you know, we might... I mean... I don't know. I don't know what would be... I don't know what my mass constraint would be because I don't know what rocket this is going to launch on. I would say as long as it doesn't go over 18 tons, I should have multiple launch vehicles that can launch it. MLV, Jebstone 4 could definitely do it. What's Dart's original mass? Hold on. Let's take the thing we were just messing with. What is the mass of this? 6.2 tons. this thing looks so freaking cool. It's just the arrow coming off the back of this is no good. And if we're gonna go redesigning the root part of this entire thing, we might as well start over. I would like to shoot for around the same, Hellfish, believe it or not. Condor could do it. Yeah, I mean, they all could. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Give me this. And we'll use this to set up some constraints here. We'll get the rulers out and stuff and make this work right. Alright, I like using these trusses as jigs to make certain pieces on. Alright, let's go down here like this. And now we'll get my ruler transform here. For my ruler piece. I'm thinking. How did I do this before? How did I do this with Star? Reset. I'm basically making a template to get some of the original dimensions for a dart, so we have some good expectations. Now, this one is not really exactly what we want. I'm just trying to get, more or less, get our profile here, and I'll tell you why in a second. So, give me this piece right here. Get a cube octag, and we'll make a couple of rulers here. I'm going to use my letter flags pack here. R for ruler. Now, save. I'm good, Forge. How are you? I'm using these struts to basically calipers to get dimensions. I'm trying to find the end of the flange plate right here. So my payload attachment.
because I would like this redesigned shape to be a similar size. This is a nice, easy size, easy shape to move around. All right, so that's one. Now we take the same dang thing. Take that. Rotate it upright. Put this down in a position like this. Basically line that up to the nose cone. Now, why did I put it on all this, and why do I have a component named R here? What the heck's that about? In case you were wondering, this makes it so if I select that fuel tank and rotate it out of the way, we rotate the rulers out of the way, similar to toggling a visibility layer in Maya, Blender, or Photoshop. Yeah, it's just a trick way of doing it in KSP. Now, in terms of the rulers, those are just cubic octag struts with like just struts connecting them. You can use them to make different things. This is just a playlist that I put on YouTube. It's not the regular playlist that I've heard that I usually have. Now, on top of dimensions, these are not the exact wings from Dart. Just keep that in mind. They're not the exact ones. So, I am going to change them. I don't really need necessarily a wingspan here. I know it's really not going to be too incredibly much. What I'm really after here is the profile line. So I'm going to move that. I'm going to get it aligned here to... I'm going to move this down here like that. And I'm going to get it aligned to where a 1.8 meter fairing would be built from, right there. So that's what we want. Now, move that all the way over here, just so it's out of the way. Now, take the second one. Might need to move this up here like this. We're going to need probably more profile lines, so let's just add more rulers and struts. You know, regular Kerbal players add more boosters. I add more rulers. What I'm going to do now, you know how much delta V you need? Yes. For low Earth orbit operations, you should need a good amount. Now take that. Move it over there. Those two are actually super close. It's a very slight profile curve there, so we'll just leave that like that. And then rotate this down in a position like that. Put that through there. And now adjust this. Breeze on the phone. What's up? You're on stream. Check the mudroom. Check the bedroom. Also check under the couch. I found a harness under there the other day. Found it? Okay. You got the doggy harness. Bye-bye. Love you. Nosegate is eliminating her sound. I understand. That's why I'm repeating what she's saying. She was looking for the doggy harness. Get rid of that. Take my ruler lines. Make them go up a little bit higher. Now what I'm going to do is set this as the root part. And bye. Now we have more or less the profile of the old vehicle. The profile line is there. Easy. Titans mythologically don't stay harnessed for very long. That's a good point. All right. Check out your Ike lander. Nice. Looks good, dude. All right, so we have the back end. We have pretty much the exact distances for where we need to set these fairings up. So let's go in here like this. And we need two 175 fairings, or 125 fairings. One of them needs to be backwards. The other one needs to be forwards. Now, we're trying to get... Oh, I should have marked the center line. That's alright. It'll be okay. Now, I want to take this fairing, and I'll tell you why in a second. And I want to... that. How do I do this? Now what we gotta do is set what the front of this vehicle looks like. Now before I used this. Now what I'm gonna do, again, is get another ruler. We're gonna attach this to our ruler layer, so to speak, like that. And what I need to do is mark the point where the fairing, this fairing shape stops. See that? No, that's not exact. That's pretty close. That's close enough. Cool. And then we'll mark absolute 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we move this. All right, now take the pod, attach the pod to it. Tessa, one of my moderators, figured out using the rulers. Are you talking about the fairing trick? In this particular case, I have two fairings clipped inside each other in the very center of the vehicle, Wally. That's going to move the lift, the center of lift of my fairing fuselage shape to the center of the vehicle where it should rightly be. Hey, Urban, thanks for the raid. We're basically gonna fool Kerbал's aerodynamics here into making this fuselage fly correctly, like how it would in real life. Hey buddy, how's it going? It's going, man. Just doing some dart redesign. Oh. Hey.
I'm not leaving him here. Jack got all excited when I said I was putting this on.
Titan, come here, buddy. Come on up here. Hi. How you doing? Hi. This is my blood. Mwah. Good boy.
We're gonna try to go get his nails trimmed, but
All right.
I don't know how well it's gonna go. Come on, buddy. Let's see. He is a good boy. Did he go number 2 this morning?
Yep. With how much spaghetti I gave him, I would hope so. All right. Cool.
Alright.
All right. See you guys. Have fun.
Help you.
Love you too.
Ha.
Impact. See you later, baby. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Contact light. Contact confirmed. This is cool. So is what I'm doing on the screen, dude. Did I see the Urban Venture raid? Yeah, I did. You're cool too. Oh, thanks. Alright, so now, shut that fairing out. Now here's what we do. Take this. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, baby. Take the whole thing. And just line it up with the profile line. How's that, huh? Pretty cool, right? Yeah, radio, that's right. I'm using cubic octags with a strut connecting them as a ruler. I'm using them as a template. This is picking up on the dimensions of my old vehicle, the vehicle that I'm trying to redesign. I called it the HL30 as a kind of a homage to NASA's lifting body program. This is the HL40. I'm trying to fix the problems that we encountered with it. So now let's start playing. Ready? Let's see what happens when we bend that down 5 degrees. What is this? Let's see if we can just play and put that thing in position. Worst comes to worst, take the command pod and replace it. Oh, hey. Well, that wasn't very nice. You used me for land development. That wasn't nice.
Robert Parker, are you there?
That's affirmative.
Well, we're going to give her the old space try here.
All right, guys, that sounds good.
Reload should bring it back, but yeah, I wasn't too happy with it in general, Rocket. And then if we, just for now, if we put that nose cone on there, yeah, pretty much where we needed to be. It's not exact. I actually have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I gotta re-sculpt that front fairing a little bit. Now, why am I breaking it down into 2 fairings? Just in case anybody was wondering. The reason why I'm doing this is so we can get it. We can get the aerodynamics to work better. Before, I had 1 fairing at the back, and it was just connected to the front. What that does is that tells Kerbal that that fairing is the back of the vehicle and kind of makes it aerodynamically fly like a, well, like a payload fairing. It makes it fly like a bullet. So if you want to attach stuff to the sides, it's not really going to understand that it's one like shape. It's going to be like it's going to act like a bullet with like maybe some wings attached to the side. Doesn't pick up that it's a fuselage, right? Doing the double fairing is going to basically fool KSP into understanding that this is not just a payload fairing with a cockpit attached to the front, and it'll have all the lift and drag generated at the very back of the vehicle. This makes it so the fairing generates body lift in the same way a biconic reentry vehicle would. How far did you get with the X30? No further than what you saw the other day. So you decided on the single-seater capsule. Well, that's what we had before. I mean, we could... Chief, I kind of want this. A 2-seater would be cool, but incorporating this shape in might be a little bit troublesome. Namely, in getting our shape right. It would be hard to get that shape correct. Hey, Baron, what's going on? How are you? So can I ask you something about KSP if possible? I've been rewatching some of your VODs over the past week, and it got me back into KSP 1. I have a small problem I could share a link. Yeah, mods, get permission. Give Baron permission. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. You know what this ended up looking like? It ended up looking like a Gemini capsule. Yeah, Baron, go ahead and post it. Rocket Guy gave you permission. You got 60 seconds, dude, so post it quick. Just got back to the game and I think it updated itself in the background and it shows this problem at startup. I've never seen this before. I don't know. I can help you troubleshoot vehicles and stuff in KSP. I'm not sure how good at KSP tech support I am. Mods. This is a mod problem. Yeah, you have conflicting mods somewhere. Yeah, you're gonna have to go sifting through your mods and figure out what's causing that. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's KSP recall because it says it.
You got me thinking, should we do a two-seater or not? I don't know. The two-seater basically makes it a little bit harder to make a biconic re-entry vehicle in this design. I mean, but now would be the time to experiment with it if we were going to. These things home need to be. Fuck, yeah, this edge down here is going to be hard to blend. That's going to make it... It's going to complicate our wing design. That's what I'm worried about, guys. Like, if I could just cut this piece off right here, then we'd be okay, but... You know what? We have our profile lines, and this didn't take too long to make, so... That's why I like doing that. Just in case anybody was wondering. Watching back some of the road trip, we really are idiots, but man, was it fun. Okay, so now we got to adjust our profile curves around doing this, so... No good. Screwed up my rulers and the struts. class. Mirrored symmetry. Mirror symmetry, the Mark 1 capsule, and make it wider. We're already going to have enough problems trying to get this thing aerodynamic. Getting Kerbal to understand this aerodynamically. I really don't want to do that. No, King, that's cool though. No, not necessarily, Ren. We could use panel tessellation here. It's just we have to verify that it works in the wind tunnel. I mean, panel tessellation definitely does something. It made the shuttle fly okay. Just yeah, something to take into account. Posted something under aviation in the Discord if you'd like to check it out. It's called Hail Damage. I'm not showing gore on the stream like that.
This shape, we just get a cylinder. It's just a cylinder. We just have a cone and cylinder behind it. That's no good. That's not really what I want. That's... Cygnus will arrive on time according to a new update. Cool. The only... Let me see something. Let's try that, see how that works. So what I'm doing here is I'm scaling up our design. The thing with doing something like this is just because it's twice the volume doesn't necessarily mean it's going to fly the exact same way. That's the tricky thing about aerodynamics. Is that not on an absolute? Nope, it wasn't. All right, hang on. Let me rebuild it. Remove the mods and did them again. The game works now. Great. Tried to fire up Condor 9 and I triggered a Kraken drive. Yeah, right, Duckers? You ain't kidding.
I'm using fairings to sculpt out the fuselage of the shuttle that I want to mess with. The idea here is that I need to do 2 fairings inside out to get Kerbal to understand that I'm trying to make a shuttle fuselage out of this. This is going to be for a re-entry vehicle that I'm working on, something that comes back down from space. That was my original design. This would basically be the one that we started with the double fairing hull, but I'm experimenting here with a 2-seater, using the 2-seater cockpit from Making History, which is supposed to be a Gemini capsule, right? It's funny because it ended up looking like Big Gemini. Yeah, combine those 2 together. Take this and move it back into. Yeah, move it back into position. On Kerbal X, maybe, Baron, yeah. Well, Pepines, with this and Wind Tunnel, you're in for a pretty good treat here. My only big gripe with this is that I can't change the color on that pod. You can set the color on the smaller ones. You can change their design so it fits the fairing better, but make the fairing darker. Now, what I'm doing here in my head, guys, is I'm kind of weighing where we should go with this. And what I mean by that is, excuse me. Give me 1 second. What I mean by that is I'm trying to figure out a way to say this, what's in my head. This takes a second always. I think the Gemini thing would be a good clean space target, not a space plane. Nope. Nope. Out of my scope. Nope. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm gonna keep the nose cone pointy like that. No, but with this, we are afforded other options here. Like, I'm not sure how well Kerbal's gonna play with this, but... Bear with me. It looks so sad. It looks so sad. Look at how sad it looks. The vibe. Yeah. No. I know. That's just not the blunt nose that I'm looking for. But there's no 675 blunt nose here. There's only that pointy one. That's no good. There is another thing that we could do. It's awful. Use a heat shield. I don't really want a heat shield to be at the front of the plane like that. Yeah, I heard about this already today or night. You could get tweak scale. No. No, I'm not doing that.
You got a chance to see the M2F3 lifting body at Uvar Hazy's restoration hangar recently. Super alien looking craft. Yeah, the lifting body. Yeah. Those really early lifting bodies, like the X-24. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it looked like first, and then they were like, no, make it more pointy. Now, that's not the M2F3. The X-24 was part of a program with program that NASA was looking at to make lifting bodies. Basically doing the exact same thing we're doing right now. Figuring out different shapes that are stable at different speeds that have no wings. And they did that by making these vehicles. Okay. Want to hear something crazy? They did that by making these vehicles. And no, they didn't do drop tests necessarily with these. They towed this one with a Pontiac Tempest. Actually, it's a GTO, but... Well, it's not a GTO. It would be a Tempest if it's a 62. But, yep. Yep, there was the solution. The solution was to drive in the Tempest because it was the fastest car. Tow this thing out back. And that's exactly what they did. And then they towed it from planes later. Yeah. Cool stuff, man. Yeah, that right there, dudes, is the precursor to the space shuttle, believe it or not. Yep, precursor to the shuttle.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Can we bring back this program? I'd love to cancel it.
What? So messed up. Thank you for the $3, I guess. HL10. Rude, but funny. I mean, I got a snicker out of it. Man, frick you. Now I can't decide which one I want. I like the two-seater, but I like the shape of this one better. This is a little stubby for what it is. But then again, you know, we're looking at all these vehicles here. They're all stubby. Except for that one. I don't know what the heck they were thinking with that one. I'll tell you what, looking at this thing, I'll bet you this thing flies very well upside down. Yeah. You want to do a lifting body, you want the top flat, not the bottom. Making the bottom flat is going to make that very susceptible to side slip. Update to Cygnus. It looks like it was software more than hardware. Yeah, we have the update, T-Man. Thank you. Already posted. Oof. Yeah, they went from this, which is pretty good design, to what? What? Look at the bottom of the pointy one. Also got a chance to stand under the shuttle. It's so much larger than I thought. Shuttles are big. Very big. Yeah. Newsletter, you kind of have an idea for how big it is in your head, and then you go and see it, and it's always bigger than you think. Not much bigger, but you're like, all right, that's bigger than what I thought. Like, it's about 20% bigger than what people think I've found, dude. I've shown a lot of shuttle footage here. I'd say, yeah, 20% bigger. You think you got a good idea of the size, and you go and look at it, and you're like, that's not. Yep, nope, I was wrong. It just felt like we needed a lab. Nice. Yeah. You looked at the top, not the bottom. Dude, just say what you want me to see, man. I'm having trouble keeping my head here because everybody's saying a bunch of different things. What? I don't know what you want me to see. I can't really see the bottom. You can only see the top in this picture. Unless you want this picture up here. What are we looking at? Bring back the yellow NASA stripe. Upward curve of the back side. Okay. Yeah, so? I understand this, Aqualux. I know. Yeah. Okay. It's a nice picture of Edwards back there, though. Sorry, being scatterbrained. I know what you're talking about. You were telling me this about the shuttle, and I acknowledged it. Yeah, I get it. I know. Dude, what the frick? Dude, I hate this thing. It looks like a shoe. More than what a re-entry vehicle should look like, a shoe. Like, that. You know what I'm trying to say. Alright. Here's what we'll do. Set that as root part. Get rid of the jigs. Then we'll bring this into the tunnel. Make sure we have no wheel authority. I don't want any of that. And this thing does not carry monopropellant. Good. Alright, let's see what this thing does. Update your vessel. Pitching torque. Let's go. 25,000 at 1,500. Interesting. Now I want to check something. What I want to check is setting this as the root part. Does that change anything? Ooh. Ah, yeah, the lesser known orbiter, the Space Shuttle Converse.
All right. I want to see. Update the vessel. 0, 45. Apply. Okay. Now reroute that to the cockpit. Update. Twenty kilonewton meters, and we're approaching instability at 45 degrees like this. Really, ideally, it's looking for 35 here. That's with the fairing as the root part. Now, go over here like this, close. Set the capsule as our root part. Open this up. Let's just take a point right here. 36. What are we talking about here? Minus 20 at 36 is basically what we're looking at. Update the vessel. Apply that. It's about the same. Okay, cool. It is the same. It's just the different line because of our different parameters. Cool. That's actually going to fly the same no matter what. Good. Good. That's exactly what we want. That is exactly what we want. That's perfect. Can you explain what you're looking at? What this basically is how the vehicle's going to fly when it's taking a belly flop. This is what it's going to look like at 25,000 meters up, going 1,500 meters a second. Kind of garden variety, how fast you'd be going at this altitude with a 36 degree up pitch. So we're up like this. Our angle of attack is up here. That makes 20,000 Newton meters. 20,000 kilonewton meters of downward force. Basically, when you have it like this and you're re-entering, what it wants to nose down. Not a lot. That's not a lot. Dart, what we were just messing with a second ago, was minus 78. So already here, we're seeing dividends with the double fairing shell. See what I'm talking about? Already, this is actually really nice. Isn't setting the fairing basis route one of the ways to do the dragless fairing glitch? I don't think so. I don't think that's going to affect us because I mean, maybe? I don't know. I don't remember how to do those, to be honest with you. Okay, so what I want to do here, just for the heck of it, is take this. Just bear with me here. too. Just say our fuel tanks, thrusters, and everything are back here. I'm just seeing how this is going to change. Update the vessel, 0 to 45. See, balancing out our center of mass eliminated 6. It was at 20, now it's at 14. See what I'm talking about? I think Dart's fairing was the source of all of our the source of the instability there. But now we have to really kind of think about this, because that's also how it attached to the rocket correctly and how it was reusable. So we gotta think about this for a second. Non-offensive bits. Thanks, Ren. I also gotta figure out a way to button up that nose. The lower I can get this number, the better this thing will fly during re-entry. Hey, Noobly. All right, so shut that out for a second. Now let's check something. Just gonna take a set of wings. What I want to do with this set of wings is line them up exactly with our center of mass. There. Actually, we're going too far. Let's just put these out here and get them to align. Just like that. So theoretically, you go to turn this, and it won't. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Got that one figured out. Cool beans. Take the fairings also. We want to disable staging. I don't need those. I don't need my fuselage delaminating during re-entry. Really? What's up, Bree? Oh, the dog didn't mind having his nails clipped, guys. That's good. You got him a Game Boy. That's a Game Boy Chewy toy plushie. Okay. Nice. All right. Bye. Love you too. Hey, there was a Game Boy plushie, Chewy, and we bought that because our dog's a gamer. So that really made this bad, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's not good. Everything you're doing is bad. I want you to know this. Yeah, it is Aqualux. That's exactly what we want, actually. I'm just seeing, does that change anything?
Well, it depends on balancing your requirements. Having this with no wings, which gives little to no pitch torque, means it's very maneuverable, but also your lift to drag should be close to zero, so this won't fly. All a balance, certain difficulty. For sure, man. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm gaining a lot of respect for this, dude. Very quickly. We're getting humbled again, guys. This is not easy. It's not easy to do. But the mid fairing definitely fixes things. I was just testing with the thicker variant Semcar. I made both designs. I'm curious to see. This is just a wind tunnel testing craft file because the actual file that I have is I made both of them. Yeah, I made both of them. Reminds you of Clipper. It kind of does, yeah, if we gave it those Delta wings, right? And then the, like the HL20 style wings, huh? Here's the actual Dart fuselage. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna go in here. No. Are you gonna add a service module like Shooting Star? I'll get back to you on that one. I brought the original design in here, so yeah, we didn't follow the slope of this at all. Huh. Why didn't I do that? All right, hold on. Oh, we were off by 1 tick. Whoop. Probably should have made sure that we lined it up on the jig correctly. Okay, that's why that didn't look right. Okay, delete, rebuild. Just like that. There we go. Now, let's move this 15 spots back. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And that gets us right lined up. Okay, cool. Perfect. Now take this, build the fairing. Nope. We're lined up on the back piece, right? What I'm trying to do is replicate the exact dart fuselage. I just want to see if this makes that big of a difference comparatively to this. I'm basically going to pluck all the pieces off after we make this fuselage and just put them in their exact spots. And I just want to see what it does. Cool. There we go. This one, we can just move our rulers out of the way. Now we know that that's all in the exact same spots. Nice, scaling it up. That was just a test. It was a test, just to see. I just needed to see how this all applies. Guys, I'm learning. I'm learning about... This is really putting a lot of context into Kerbал's aerodynamics, and I'm kind of testing my ability to know the aero, you know? I'm just curious to see. So now what we really got to do is we got to take all these pieces and make sure they're in the same spot. That might be a little bit on the difficult side, especially with the engine cluster, but I'm gonna need a bulkhead back here to... Actually, you know what? Well... Need something to kind of mimic this. Worried putting an engine plate on it is going to screw with the arrow again. Okay, I have another idea. Get rid of this. Cool. Been screwing a little bit with the window shapes. I wanted to make it so you know, like if you're an IBA, you could actually look out the window. There we go. Like I said, I'm just trying to find homes for all these places, all the things here that are here in this design. He said, are we doing proper space stuff? Sorry, I don't know the correct words. You're the goodest. Thanks, man. All right, Ren, I'll see you at home. Sorry for my bad English. I'm not looking for an apology, man. We're good.
Not bad. All right. Well, that's a good start. Let's just, let's go over here. Tunnel testing. Go here. Overwrite. We're gonna set that fairing is root. Get rid of all this other stuff. Save. That's basically the shape for Dart. It's pretty close. With a double fairing though. Looks better without the stripes. Alright, so now let's go in here like this. Let's go 0 to 45. Actually, this thing is great till about 30 degrees, and then it falls off pretty bad. See how much engines accounted for? No, not really. I just wanted to see real quick. Let me place them in their approximates. And then I had a couple of monoprop tanks down here. All right. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Yeah, double fairing fuselage halved our the negative pitching moment that happens at. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. It's pretty good, dude. Is our center of lift lined up? At lower altitudes and speeds? I don't know. Yeah, I have to. I'm gonna have to check. Actually, something I really wanted to check is this. Yep, just like before. Yeah, setting root part to that doesn't change anything. What would we want to see? We'd want this line to be shallow-ish and always going down. You don't want it going up. See, this is telling me at 10 degrees angle of attack, it wants to nose up even more. And then when you get past 22, it's gonna want to start nosing itself down. The sweet spot is basically 30. That's the sweet spot. It's pretty good. All right, now let's, like a guy you wanted to check down here. So let's check 250 meters. This has horrible nose up. Oh. So technically we would want a straight line at 0 torque. Yeah, that would be technically what we wanted to me. The problem is that's nigh impossible. Yeah, that's not. Right now, this thing re-enters great, but it flies like poop down low. The double fairing trick was not the worst idea. I mean, Rocket Guy, I'm actually kind of curious what that's going to do. Like, you said a slight pushback. I mean, what happens if we put the dart wings back to where they were originally, like back in the day? Just actually genuinely curious.
Robert Parker, are you there?
Now let's go back to 25,000
Now, we're going to give her
at 1,500.
space try here. All right, guys, that sounds good. Well, we're going to try, Bob.
Same, yeah. What do you think about the RP1 mod in KSP? I think it's great. And this is our, and Rocket Guy, there's our trade-off. Yeah, we're pretty damn, oh, no. Interesting. At what torque will the plane lose control? No idea. Untested. I'm not sure. I'm sure we can figure it out from the wind tunnel here, but I'm not sure exactly. So no space news. Yeah, sure. Here. All right. Yeah. Give me a second. I'll be back in a little bit. While we start up space news.
Discovery, go at throttle up. do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. And listen to this incredible view that Windows.
Makes me happy.
Watch as Windows integrates reversing. Can you believe it?
Well, technically,
No! Don't answer. Now we can paste this Ferrari into Windows Light.
I'm not really sure what that is.
Listen to what else you get. No extra charge. A card file, a notepad, a clock, a control panel, a terminal, that's right. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today. It's an incredible value, but it's true.
Cool.
It's
Free screensavers.
and reversing. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today.
not really.
It's just $99.
wow.
That's right.
What?
It's just $9.
I just can't afford it.
Wait just 1 minute. I love Windows from Microsoft.
Hello. Is it time for a space news? A time for the space? Is it time for the space news? All right. Let's see. Where should we start? Is it Windows time? It is Windows time.
How much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. And listen to this incredible news. Windows, 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 Windows.
Makes me happy.
Makes me happy. You guys don't like that song, huh? Shame. Buenos dias. What's up, man? How's everybody doing? With some good news? Okay, so yeah, we could start off with some good news. I paid money to not play that ever again. Well, so? So, we'll start with over the weekend. So, over the weekend, Falcon 9 was supposed to launch Cygnus NG-21 on Saturday. That scrubbed. Something about rain. I don't know. What could possibly be happening in Florida right now? There's lots of rain, right? Anyway, and so they ended up launching it yesterday, and it was actually, yeah, magical. This part. This is the part I want to show you. This part is not bad. Watch this. Because there was let's just say there was precipitation in the area. The only bad part about it was stubby nozzle. Let's just say because there was precipitation in the area and a little bit of humidity, we had some really awesome flow phenomenon here happening on the first stage. Ignore the stubby part. Watch this. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. So that's pretty neat. Oh. It's up there, T-Man. Yeah. That's pretty good. Yeah, yeah, the atmosphere there was a lot of precipitation in the atmosphere. I could watch this 1,000 times, it'd still be cool. Insane view. Yeah, there's some insane engineering going on here. That's flying. That's amazing. What a great picture, dude. Oh man. I don't hate that. That was booster 1080.10. That was its 10th flight. Oh boy. SpaceX just released footage from that tracking camera on the Twitterers. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, let's look at this goat man. Whee! That's pretty cool. So what you're seeing is because it's so humid, right? The pressure change that happens from this thing flying through the air creates a lot of vapor cones. It's the pressure because the air gets compressed and then decompressed like immediately. So you see some really, because there's a lot of precipitation in the atmosphere, you see a lot of puffiness. You don't always see this every time because, you know, airspeed, Mach number, precipitation, humidity, altitude, etc., etc. Basically, you need the right atmospheric conditions to see something like that. Dude, it is wild. Damp rockets. 67 month resub
Discovery, go
from
and throttle up.
Graham Weld Grampton. I mean, I could watch this a lot. Also, an interesting thing to note is the angle of attack of this booster. It seems like, you know, it seems like it's like this, but, you know, we know Falcon 9s don't really come down like this, but I'm guarantee you that thing's, it's not flying, but it's almost flying. And then, as a lot of you pointed out, you could see the pyrophoric ignition right there. See the green? Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Well, that's pretty neat. That's awesome. Dude, I'm sorry. I mean, look at the angle of attack change from here to there. It's 20 degrees at least. I mean, keep in mind that could just be the camera. They fire the RCS at the last second. The RCS is the only thing that you can use to keep yourself on an even keel right here. Grid fins aren't doing anything, man. That's why the RCS is firing. Because right here, like basically right when you get to landing leg deploy, you're going so slow that the air moving through the grid fins is not substantial to create effective moment on the vehicle. So you have a little bit of a loss of control here. And that's where the RCS makes up for it. Or their ACS, SpaceX calls it an attitude control system. It's firing to make sure that that thing stays on an even keel so it can do a nice, soft landing. Just like that. It is using a little bit of body lift, Debs, but you generally don't get a ton from a cylindric shape like this. I mean, the air basically just slips right around it. You get a little bit. Yeah, that's right. Well, that's why this footage is fantastic. Oh. They made a little bit of correction right there, kept it nice, right on an even keel. Oh, damn, that's cool. Yep, right there, you can see it just tilted just a little bit. It's just correcting, keep the thing nice on an even keel. That's working with the thrust vector control. But you got to remember, a lot of this is being used to stop the vehicle, not necessarily steer it. You're getting into trigonometry there with thrust vector control and cosine losses and stuff. But long story short, the thrust vector control down here is working with the attitude control system to keep that thing nice and straight when it comes down. You don't want to tap one landing leg before the other. That can break things. Now keep in mind, it's never going to tap all four down at the same time. If you notice, it kind of settles, it bounces around a little bit, but that's okay. That's all right. It's still wild to see it though. Because yeah, this with this part, you're going so slow that your aerodynamic control surfaces, the grid fins, are not doing anything. They're not doing anything. This is a very unstable flight regime for rockets when they're coming into land. Mostly for rockets that do land, Falcon 9. This is, yeah, very aerodynamically unstable. The thing can just fall over, right? Simultaneously, rockets, when they take off, when they do that, when they're taking off, that's also very, very aerodynamically unstable. Yeah, for liftoff and landing. Yeah. That period of aerodynamic instability is, yeah, that's what makes me wonder about Super Heavy, because there's a point where the aero control surfaces, the grid fins on Super Heavy, like Falcon 9, are not going to be doing anything. It's just going to weeble wobble around. I also have to sneeze. Look at a light. Look at a light. Look at a light. Look at a light. Look, okay. It went away. Is that residual propellant during ignition on the left of the center engine? Residual? No, it's firing one engine and it's firing the E1, the E5, and the E9 motor. So, yeah. 1, 5, and 9. I think 1 is over here, 5 is over here, 9 is right there. Super Heavy doesn't have an attitude control system exactly like Falcon 9 Sasquatch, but it has an ACS, but it doesn't work exactly like Falcon 9's. Yeah. I think the E9 is the motor that's in the center, Darth Thalo. I'm pretty sure that E1 is over here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But yeah, this stuff right here, you could see the other two engines getting ready to fire. It fires one engine first and then 3, and then goes back to 1 during the final part of landing to not shock load the booster. That also actually is more efficient doing it that way. Landing with 3 engines. It's a shorter landing burn. Yeah, believe it or not. Actually more efficient. Higher TWR on first stages for going up and turns out coming back down gives them more delta V. In this particular case for landing, Falcon 9 uses the absolute, from a shorter landing burn, it uses the absolute maximum amount of time to try and get to terminal velocity, basically using as much of the atmosphere to slow down as possible. Shorter landing burn, yeah, means you're using more time, you have more time to aerobrake. Now on the way up, it's the opposite of that. You want high TWR on your first stage to get out of the atmosphere as quick as possible. It's wild. Very, very cool stuff. Just, I could watch this over and over again. It's so rad. They make it look so easy. If you and I were standing in this picture, we'd be about as tall as the mouse cursor, guys. That is your size for Falcon 9. You and I would be about as big as as tall as the mouse cursor right here. A person in this particular scenario is about that big. You believe that? Yeah, you and I are about that big. That's your scale for Falcon 9. It's hard to discern scale because you really never see people walking next to these things a lot, but yeah, Wally, these Falcon 9 first stage is what, like, I think it's like 47 meters or something, which is 150 feet. This is a 15-story building, dude. Building with 15 floors. That's how tall that is. I'm telling you, we take it for granted, but that's not a small piece of equipment. You don't realize how big it is until you go and see one. Just like, I mean, that's the case with most spaceflight hardware. Yeah, we did see a Cygnus launch. Pretty awesome. And they did deploy Cygnus on time. Now, there was some awesome footage from Ben Cooper, who is the Cape Canaveral KSC official photographer. He took some pictures of that first stage coming back through, and once again, because there's so much precipitation in the atmosphere, there's a lot of humidity, right? The shocks that this thing made actually combined with the atmospheric effect. I'm not 100% sure what causes this, but it basically turned the shocks into a prism. You can see it's refracting all different spectrum of visible light, which is super cool. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know shockwave rainbows were a thing. I guess in
in high humidity conditions, sure. I guess so. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't do that, right? Like, it's throwing around air with water vapor in it, you know. In higher concentrations, sure, yeah, it makes a prism. It does make sense. Yeah, right, Dime? It makes perfect sense. I'm just like, damn, those are shockwave rainbows. That... What does it mean? That's really freaking cool. It's pretty awesome. So there was that, and that's pretty awesome. SpaceX also had some footage of Cygnus being deployed. Yeah, here we go.
Should be hearing that call out any moment for payload deployment of the Cygnus spacecraft.
This is the special payload attachment fitting right here.
Cygnus deploy confirmed.
Bingo.
And there you have it, a successful
Bon
spacecraft
voyage,
separation.
Cygnus.
The Cygnus spacecraft is now on its way
Nice.
to the
It's
International
a beautiful
Space
Mormon
Station,
right here.
and as mentioned, is expected to arrive about
That's the
30
grapple
hours from
fixture
now.
for the ISS for
And with
berthing.
successful separation, that's going to do it for me here in Hawthorne. Be sure to check spacex.com/launches for a schedule of our...
That's fantastic. That's spaceship, man. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now Cygnus is on track to get up to the ISS on Tuesday. Tuesday. It's going to be Tuesday, isn't it? Right. So the interesting thing is that there were some controls issues with Cygnus. Cygnus was supposed to do a burn yesterday at basically around noontime called the TB1 burn. And that was basically put it into the right phasing with the ISS. It did not do it, interestingly enough. When Northrop Grumman engineers commanded the thruster to try and do it again, it also said no. It said no. It was like, nah, why don't you ask me later, Crabsy? So something went weird with Cygnus's control mechanism, but it actually has since been rectified. So that prompted a NASA press release here. The Cygnus spacecraft completed deployment of its 2 solar arrays at 2:21 p.m. after launching at 11:02 a.m. Shortly after launch, the spacecraft missed its burn slated for 11:44 a.m. due to a late entry burn sequencing. Known as the Target Altitude Burn, or TB1, it was rescheduled for 12:34, but aborted the maneuver shortly after the engine ignited due to a slightly low initial pressure state. There is no indication the engine itself has any problems at this time. Cygnus is at a safe altitude. And then, just when we started the stream, they posted this today. Northrop Grumman's Cygnus spacecraft continues on its way to the International Space Station following launch at 11:02 a.m. on August 4th on a Falcon 9 from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The Cygnus spacecraft completed deployment of its 2 solar panels the same day. It has since completed 2 delta velocity burns. Oh, wow. 2 delta velocity burns. I'll take 2 delta velocities, please. And it remains on track for capture by the station's robotic arm, slated for 3:10 a.m. on Tuesday, August 6th. The spacecraft is in a safe trajectory and all other systems are operating normally. Shortly after launch, the spacecraft performed as designed by canceling a scheduled engine burn due to a slightly low initial pressure reading flagged by the Cygnus onboard detection system. Engineers at Northrop Grumman's Mission Control Center in Dulles evaluated the pressure reading, confirmed it was acceptable, and reworked the burn plan to arrive at the space station on the original planned schedule. There you go. This is the second time Cygnus has launched on Falcon. It launched on the NG-20 mission back in January. Cygnus was originally supposed to launch on Antares, and it did for about 19 missions. And up until very recently, it decided that it's been launching on Falcon to make up for the fact that there's no Antares left. Why is there no Antares left? Antares uses it had Russian engines and a Ukrainian core stage. So that's not a thing anymore. Northrop Grumman is since redesigning Antares with other forms of propulsion. Why the stubby nozzle? The short engine nozzle? You take an efficiency hit with that engine nozzle, Sea Kraken, not necessarily a thrust hit. The efficiency is not needed. Cygnus is absurdly light for Falcon 9. So SpaceX chooses to do that because I'm not going to sit here and say they have exhausted the niobium supply, but they've done that. Yep. They are looking to not use up all the metal in the world that they use to make second stages. 2 Delta Vs and a large T-tab with no ice. Yep. I'll take 1 GM63XL. I'll take 2 Delta Vs, 1 Max Q. I'll take 2 T-tabs with no ice. Are we starting a space food themed restaurant? And if you want more SRBs attached to your launch vehicle, does that mean it's spicier? This could work. This is a good idea. Super heavy me. Add more boosters. If you add more boosters, you get more French fries. You add more SRBs, right? It's spicier. SRB hot dog. Yeah, we'll serve hot dogs with attachable. You get a foot-long dog and you have the little cocktail wieners around the edge so it looks like an attachable rocket. It can work, man. It can work. It can work, bro. I swear. To get a shot of UDMH, yeah, it'll really mess you up real quick. I'm in, dude. We gotta start a food truck, and the food truck needs to look like the Astro van. Oh. Oh, man. We need to start a food truck, and the food truck needs to be an Airstream 310. The food truck needs to be this. It needs to be that. Yes. Oh, it's such a good idea, man. Damn. Crap. If I wasn't a streamer, I'd do that right now. Balls. That's a good idea. Ordering Delta Heavy style when you want a little extra char. It's such a good idea, Kralati. I love it. I love it so much. Oh, man. Like, you have cheese fries, and if you want full flow stage combustion cheese fries, it's cheese fries with bacon and like bacon bits and hot sauce and like poutine on it. Oh, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. It'd absolutely work. Oh, I'd be so fat. What does return to launch site mean? Don't know. I don't. Yes, that's what it means. Starliner burgers served late all the time. Return to launch site is a refill. Yeah. Buy the RTLS mug, and you get free refills because you have a reusable cup. American broomstick, plain fries. Oh, it's so good. Dude, this is too good of an idea. Crap. Might not be suitable to show on stream, but you might like this. Blue Origin is where you never get your order. Oh, no. That's a great picture.
Hank, nice. That's a nice retired aircraft. Oh, that's awesome. What's Rocket Lab then? I don't know, man. We're gonna have to figure it out. You know, you want densified propellants, you get a Frosty. You get a milkshake. I'll take a Rocket Burger, extra four extra boosters, all right, with a side of T-tab and densified propellants, chocolate densified propellants. It's awesome. Kids menu, sounding rockets, Aqualux, easy. Sounding rockets. Suborbital rockets. I'll take a new Shepherd for my boy here. Yep. Oh. And the cookie's fortune. And then the wonton soup. And then. Okay, speaking of SpaceX, take a look at this. They actually posted this over the weekend, too. SpaceX has new pictures of Raptor 3. We got some specs to go with it, dudes. 280 tons force, 350 second specific impulse, 1525 kilogram engine mass. Engine plus vehicle side commodities and hardware is 1,700 kilos. Apparently this is a thing. Space food truck. Okay. Yeah. So there's Raptor 1 and Raptor 2. And then Raptor. Casual 160 thrust to weight here. Rocket Guy, I was actually saying that... oh, there it is on the test stand. I was actually saying that... You know... The TWR is absurd. But for the size, that's actually a really heavy engine. Most engines that are this size don't weigh that. But, you know, like, this engine is not much bigger than a Merlin. You know what I mean? It's not really that big, right? But it's as heavy as that over there, interestingly enough. Nice, Jared. Yeah, that means, I mean, there's a lot of components packed in this. I mean, 1,500 kilos, that's a lot. That's a lot of dip. That's an extremely dense engine for the size, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you make an 160 thrust to weight. Yep. Yep. She's a thick boy. Yep. What's over here? Milan, what you're asking over in the YouTube chat. Do you think they will skip to Raptor 3 before using all the Raptor 2s just like they did with boosters and ships? I would use... Raptor 1s, no. And it's funny because, Milan, this thing has been sitting outside for a little bit because it looks like a copper roof that's on somebody's house. Because it's green. That's copper oxide, if I'm understanding that right. So that thing just got left outside, the Raptor 1. I think they'll use up the Raptor 2s for test flights, and then they'll switch to Raptor 3s. I think they will use them. That's actually a good question. But yeah, they got rid of Raptor 1 because that's very much a developmental piece of equipment. I think we'll see the remaining Raptor 2s that are there. We'll see those fly. Might even get some of those back. Yeah, also they've made 569 Raptors. I guess, you know, remember a little while back, about a year ago, when Elon's like, we have to scale Raptor production, the fate of the company depends on it. We might go bankrupt if you don't make 60 Raptors a day. It's not 60 Raptors a day, but... Okay, message received. Yeah. 569 Raptor 2s have been made. Thanksgiving 2 years ago, he said that. Well, let's just say it was a year ago, okay? They scaled back from one Raptor a day because not enough flights. Capybara, what's up? Hope you're doing good nowadays. I decided to go into engineering and maybe you had some influence in that. Thanks. You're welcome, I think. I'm glad. Glad I could help you find something that's awesome. What is the nozzle made out of? Metal. Can't you see? It's made out of metal. If I remember right, 33 engines plus Raptor 3 is over 10,000 kilonewtons. No, it's way more than that. We're talking like 70,000 kilonewtons here. 15 million pounds of thrust, give or take. That's not bad. How do they even reach 350-second specific impulse on sea level Raptors? Didn't think that was possible with methane engines. Chamber pressure, Lazarus. It's the chamber pressure. Yeah, chamber pressure. Cybertrucks make it 50 feet and die. I've never heard of a Cybertruck doing that, Jared. Raptor V3 has better ISP than the Merlin vacuum. I would hope so, Forge. It's methane. I would hope it does. Yeah, they said this was sea level. Yep. What's specific impulse? Specific impulse is measured in seconds burn time. The really plain English way of saying it is, well, how much energy can you get out of a certain amount of propellant? And that ties into like exhaust velocity and total impulse of propellants, etc., etc. It's the efficiency of the motor. Plain English way of saying it would be like the miles per gallon. 350 seconds specific impulse is pretty damn good. Now, keep in mind you're using methane, right, with Raptor, so you're gonna get with methane. So what's methane? Methane is CH4. You have a big carbon atom and you have 4 hydrogen kind of around it. With methane, you're going to get a pretty damn efficient burn. That carbon kind of makes it a little bit inefficient, but that carbon makes it more energetic. When that carbon thing pops, it makes a lot of heat. Let me put it to you like that. So the crazy thing is that 350 second specific impulses, that's ridiculously good for a methane engine. You're going to get more efficient methane engines. The most inefficient out of like bipropellant liquid propellants is hypergalls. Hypergalls are at the bottom. Now, and then if you move into semi-cryogenics like kerosene and liquid oxygen, RP1 and liquid oxygen, you get a lot of energy, but it's not very efficient because you're shooting out unburnt hydrocarbons. That's really good for keeping an engine design simple, but for other reasons. With methane, you're a little bit more efficient, but you're still not totally efficient because you still do get some unburnt hydrogen and carbon coming out of it. Now, with Raptor, you don't really get that because there's basically a freaking blast furnace inside of this thing. But, you know, more about that later. And then, like, the most efficient would be hydrogen. Hydrolox. Hydrolox is very efficient, but it's also a pain in the butt. And hydrogen does not give you a lot of boom, to be honest with you. It's like think of it like slow burning. It's a nice, slow, efficient burn. So you don't get the best explosion from hydrogen. I mean, you could make it explode better. That's what they did with the shuttle engine, the fuel-rich stage combustion. That's how they got those shuttle engine to you know what I mean? But yeah, with hydrogen, generally, you're not. It's efficient. You get a higher specific impulse. So yeah. So like, what's the most efficient stuff we have right now?
RL-10s and space shuttle main engines make about 450 seconds specific impulse. That's about as efficient as you're going to get for any rocket engine currently flying. In the future, are there other ways to do this? Yes, sure. Oh yeah, there are better ways. A Hydrolox is like 490 in a perfect world. Yeah. Tori's comments about Raptor 3. Yep. Yeah, we can hit theoretical. We could get theoretically higher with not a Hydrolox engine, but nuclear thermal. Nuclear thermal could get us 900 seconds specific impulse, which is that's if you had a nuclear thermal rocket that made 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust at 900 seconds specific impulse, and you'd say put that on a Saturn V third stage instead of a J2, yeah, that nuclear engine could probably just straight up get to the moon and circularize there, provided propellant boil off wasn't a thing, and then it probably would have enough to come back to after it deployed the LEM and the CSM. We're looking at a almost twofold efficiency here. Increase with nuclear. That's like the next logical step. That or RDEs, rotating detonators, which, remember, like I said, Raptor is like a blast. It's like a blast furnace in there. SpaceX has figured out a way to make this extremely hot and at extremely high pressure, and that's where they get these crazy numbers from. The full flow stage combustion. Yeah, it's pretty insane. That is a pretty crazy piece of equipment. Nuclear RDE. Something about nuclear detonations doesn't sit right with me too much, but anyway. Hey, King Kitten, what's up? An RDE would be way more efficient. Guys, okay, you got to remember. Okay, a little bit on rocket science here. Specific impulse. Let me explain this. It's measured in seconds burn time. Basically, it's how much burn time can you get out of a certain amount of propellant? Okay, so say you had like 1 liter of propellant. How much burn time can you get out of that, right? So the more burn time you can get out of that, the more efficient it is, right? But that's not the only thing that's figured into specific impulse. It's not just how much, it's not how much you can get out of that. It's how fast you can shoot it out the back. How fast does this thing shoot the gas out the back? So what rocket engines generally do is they make a fire. They make a fire in the combustion chamber, okay? And there's a deflagration in there, and basically it heats up gas and shoots it out the bottom at very high speed. That is what a rocket engine does. You can measure the efficiency by the exhaust velocity. Part of it. It's part of the equation, right? So how much of an explosion can you get with this amount of propellant, and how fast can you shoot it out the back? That's what specific impulse basically means. If you could shoot the gas out the back faster, you're more efficient. Most of the time. There are some things here and there. Hey FaZe, what's going on? So like with a detonation wave, and that's what makes it a detonation, the pressure wave that results from the explosion is going way faster than a deflagration wave. So with a detonation, that pressure wave that shoots out is going faster than the speed of sound. Deflagration, or just combustion, is not. It's subsonic. It's a subsonic pressure wave from your explosion. That's what most rocket engines use now. Problem is, it's with, like, okay, so why doesn't every engine use a detonation engine? Well, you got to keep the detonation wave going to shoot this velocity out faster. Believe it or not, guys, at the nozzle exit with a rocket, even now, you're still going subsonic. Yep. Yeah, the only time the propellants in a convergent-divergent rocket engine design go faster than the speed of sound is when they're in the throat, and that's the whole reason why this thing works. See the throat right there? The explosion is made up here. The explosion gets forced through this gap right here. It gets choked off, and it accelerates, right? And then it shoots out the back at high speed. A detonation engine could theoretically make that better, but you wouldn't have a convergent divergent design with detonation. It doesn't work that way. But for the most part, yeah, it's all about how fast you can, how much energy can you make from a certain amount of propellant, and how fast can you shoot that thing out the back. Faster velocity out the back, or exit. Well, it's called exit velocity in rocket science. The faster the exit velocity, you can get, the more efficient you are. Now, you know, I said that that Raptor is like a blast furnace. So what does Raptor do? It's a full flow stage combustion cycle. So you have two inlets here, one for oxygen. That's what that hole is for. And then this one right here, that's one for methane. The best way I can describe this, and this is in my own words, I'm not really parroting anybody. And keep in mind, if you're a big nerd about this, you know, not exactly what's going on, but it's kind of what's going on. Okay, so this is a plain English way of saying it. I understand what a full flow stage combustion cycle does. Just bear with me here. See this thing right here? So you got like kind of one cylinder here, and then you got another one right here. That's your methane turbine, and this is your oxidizer turbine. And then, like I said, you have your combustion chamber, you have your throat, and you have your nozzle, right? What SpaceX is essentially doing here is this is a jet engine right there. Think like a jet engine like on an airplane, except there's no compressor because you're not sucking in air, you're sucking in liquid. So there's an impeller where your compressor would be. Over here, same thing with methane. What this thing does, this jet engine makes an extremely oxygen-rich exhaust. So it runs very lean. If you notice, this is made out of different metals. You know why? Because when you run lean, you get really hot. Oxygen is not the best at absorbing heat. So this jet engine's exhaust is, they spray a little bit of fuel in there and blow it up a little bit. They get that to spread the oxidizer out. So the exhaust is basically a lot of oxygen going out the back. Okay. This thing over here, that's your methane. That's the methane. This is a methane jet engine. So they spray a little bit of liquid oxygen in here, just a little bit. And this thing runs extremely fuel rich. And it's spraying out a very high volume methane gaseous mixture. So like the exhaust from this jet engine is very high methane content, very low oxidizer. The jet engine right here is producing very high oxygen content, very low methane. But you still need to get an explosion. The idea is that you're spreading out and atomizing your propellants. Okay, so this is gaseous methane coming out of here, and that's gaseous oxidizer coming out of here. If you take those two things and you put them inside of the combustion chamber with a source of ignition, you have what's called an air-to-air engine cycle, right? That's what full flow stage combustion is. You have your gaseous methane meet your gaseous oxygen, and just like gasoline, right? Gasoline is not actually flammable. It's the vapors from gasoline that's very flammable. Don't do this, but you can watch a YouTube video of somebody flicking a match into a puddle of gasoline. Nothing happens. But if you hold the match over the gasoline, it lights the vapors on fire. Why? Because the gasoline's giving off vapors, and that vapor is combining with the oxygen. You're getting great atomization there. That is what a rocket engine does. Rocket engine just takes liquid fuel and oxidizer, tries to find a way to atomize these things, and then blow them up. It's not that far off from what a car engine does, or a jet engine for that matter. So a rocket engine is a methane jet engine and an oxidizer jet engine. The exhaust from this, right? The exhaust from this, from the oxidizer rich engine and the methane rich engine, find their way into the combustion chamber. Because they're both gases, the vapors really lock together really, really well. You introduce a little bit of explosion, you get 300 bar chamber pressure. So inside of here, this is capable of holding 300 bar. That's like 10,000 PSI. Yeah, for everybody else. Yeah, 300 times 15. Yeah. Yeah. It's a lot. Maybe not 10,000. You do the math. That is why so if you're thinking like, if you know a little bit about jet engines, you're thinking, well, the rocket engine is like your afterburner here. It's working, the rocket engine works like an afterburner. And that's correct. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a reheat. That's what your rocket engine is, a reheat. But because your rocket engine is your main method of propulsion here, these are called
pre-burners. They're not afterburners, they're pre-burners. Yep. Does that kind of put it in a perspective of why Raptor is ridiculous? It's two jet engines shooting their exhaust into a rocket engine and then lighting that on fire and shooting that out the back. That's why Raptor is nuts. It's truly ridiculous. That's just, okay. Yep. All right. It's 4351 PSI. There you go. 4300 PSI. It's not 10,000. That was a little bit of hyperbole on my part. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. Yeah, they're called pre-burners. You have your oxidizer pre-burner and your methane pre-burner. Yep. These are two jet engines shooting into a rocket engine. One is oxidizer rich to get the oxidizer to spread out, and the other one is methane rich to get the methane to spread out. And then those gaseous, the vapors combine in the combustion chamber, and that's it. You get a very, very, let's say pissed off explosion. Let's say pissed off. We'll call it pissed off and call it a day. Because remember, the liquid, let's be real, it's hard to light liquids on fire. Think about it. Hard to light liquids on fire. Gasoline is inflammable. The vapors are after they've combined with oxidizer. So with rocket engine, with a lot of early rocket engines, you saw a lot of weird ways for them to try and solve this problem. A better injector plate. Get atomization at the injector plate, right? And then go from there. That works really well, but the key with Raptor is you get your atomization before the injector plate. So, long story short, way more efficient, way higher explosion, more exhaust velocity, more gooder. In terms of, in the words of Jack, 350-second specific impulse, which is bananas. That's pretty damn good. More angrier, gooder explosions. It's probably be a good time to mention that the Soviets figured out full flow stage combustion back in the 60s. No, they did not. They figured out oxidizer-rich stage combustion cycle on the NK-15 and the NK-33. Raptor and the BE-4 are the first full flow stage. Or no, well, even BE-4. BE-4 is oxygen-rich methane. Raptor is the first full flow stage combustion cycle engine ever devised. Yeah, ever. No one's ever done this before. The RD-270. What is this piece of crap? Okay, let me explain. So yeah, okay, yeah. If you want to count that, I wouldn't count that. But you know, stop whining. I wouldn't count that because N2O4 UDMH full flow stage combustion cycle is, you know, I'm not gonna say that that's not impressive, right? But the reason why I said it the way I said it is because we're talking about fully cryogenic engines here. We're talking about fully cryogenic liquid fuel. I had the whole thing about methane, hydrolox, carolox, including hypergols. Did you guys miss that part? The whole context of this conversation is full flow stage combustion cycle with fully cryogenic liquid propellants. No? So yeah, I guess if you want to be technical, but I would say that Raptor is on a whole nother skill level than this because we're using different propellants here. I mean, if you want to count this, I suppose. Hypergol versus cryo. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you wanted to count that, I suppose, yeah, I suppose you could, but I'm not just, see, like, you said this would probably be a good time to mention that the Soviets figured out full flow stage combustion cycle back in the 60s. I'm not sure what that adds to the conversation, Nova. I mean, I guess a note here. I guess if you want to count it, but I mean, not really. It's very easy to. I'm not gonna say it's very easy. This is pretty damn impressive, but it's not. That's not full cryos. That's hard to do with full cryos. This is a lot easier because when you're in your pre-burners, you can get these to blow up very, very easily from having them touch each other. Now, once again, it's not to undermine the effort here, but to even insinuate for a second that an RD270 is somewhere on the same level of technical expertise as a Raptor is kind of absurd. Why use stage combustion for hypergalls? Better atomization. It's called it's better atomization. It's called an air-to-air, or not air-to-air, gas-to-gas combustion cycle. It's the same reason. You're going to get better atomization that way. You got to get, if you can get your propellants to spread out, they can combine better. They have more room to spread out and find. So your N2O4 in this particular capacity, right? It'll find UDMH and it'll hug it. And if they're spread out, it's much easier for them to find each other and atomize. And when you get atomized, when they atomize, it blows up a lot better. In this particular case, they just find each other and explode because you're using N2O4 and unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine, right? Why is it so hard to light an SRB in flight? It's not. Who told you that? I'm curious how an explosion of super heavy would, how large of an explosion of super heavy would cause at liftoff. Mike, anybody within a 10-mile radius would be deaf. Let me put it to you like that, and there wouldn't be much pad left. If you like. Characteristic energy, maybe a low yield nuclear blast, something like the Lebanon explosion. Mike, if you remember that one, dude. Yeah, the Lebanon explosion. Because if you're going to get it to all go up in one shot like that, Mike, it's probably going to end up being a detonation. And I don't show the Lebanon explosion because I don't show death on stream. I have a rule about that. The Lebanon explosion, dude, it would be very bad. It would be very bad. Let's just say, during the Apollo program, there's a reason why they put 39A and 39B 2 and 3 miles respectively away from anyone. The pads are way separated from the Launch Control Center, the press site, and the VAB for very good reason. The pads, believe it or not, dude, think about this for a second here. Noodle on this one. Let's go into Google Earth. Can it even explode in that way? Yeah. Sure. Why wouldn't it? So see these pads? They're a little ways away from where all the people would be, right? The pads have this cordoned off area around them. This is called the inner pad site, or it's called the BDA for short. The blast detonation area. I don't think I need to say why it's called that. Yeah. Because anything inside of here, if the thing pops, you're losing. Let me put it to you like that. All that would be left is the concrete from the pad. If a Saturn V popped. So yeah, they have blast detonation areas for a very good reason, man. That's called the BDA for short. And you need very high security clearance to be inside of a BDA. Not security clearance, but yeah, I mean, yes, yeah, basically it is. Yes. You need clearance to get inside of one of these things. Or the proper credentials under the right supervision, Yeah. There's a reason why they're 2.5 miles away and 3 miles away, respectively, because there would be a nice big crater right here. If Super Heavy did that, it'd be double that. There's a reason why nothing is near the pads when they go off. Maybe not double that. It would still be bad, though. But anyway. You need to watch footage of this disaster. Nah, I'm all right. Keep going with the space news. So, Cygnus did have some problems, but they fixed it, and Raptor 3 is looking to be a absolute unit. Absolute unit of a vehicle. Let's see, what else do we got? People want me to... Oh, even Tori Bruno commented on Raptor. Yeah, that's right. He left a pretty damn good compliment. What did he say? Like the red team on Artemis. There's a reason why they're called the red team. So what did Tori Bruno say regarding Raptor? They've done an excellent job making the assembly simpler and more producible. So there's no need to exaggerate this by showing a partially assembled engine without controllers, fluid management, or thrust vector control systems, then comparing it to a fully assembled engines that do. Why is Electron so fast? Power to weight, man. Very high thrust to weight with an Electron rocket when you're using a carbon composite core. Yeah, I kind of agree with him, dudes. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend. So they posted that, and if we go back over here and we go to SpaceX, let me just see something. Where's SpaceX talking about the Raptors? So SpaceX posted this at 12:30 on August 3rd. That was on Saturday, okay? Yeah, see? Interesting. Tori Bruno, he must not have seen it because they definitely posted engine mass and then accoutrement. Accoutrement. They posted this before he said that, which is interesting. I thought they would post it after, which, I mean, guys, it probably means that Tori Bruno hasn't seen this. He didn't see the specs, because they definitely did include that. But I think there's something to say here. He's right. I mean, he's right. The engine is insane. It's already insane. You don't need to hype it up anymore. But then again, it's very clear that people are excited about Raptor. It's awesome. It really is. It's a really, I mean, I just told you why it's insane. It's two jet engines firing their exhaust into a rocket engine. That's not easy to do. It's really not easy to do. I think he's more talking visually. Yeah, I suppose. There's also this. Yeah, their test stand picture that they posted. It's pretty good. Dude, I cannot believe that. Even then, not everything is hooked up, though. See that countersunk thing, that countersunk boss right there? Not everything is hooked up. It's absurd. It still is ridiculous, guys. I mean, look, all your commodities, everything is on, well, not commodities, everything that's not liquid fuel and oxidizer is on here, which is just, guys, the more bolts that a flange is carrying, the more boom goes through that flange. Let me put it to you like that. Look at how many bolts are on the main combustion chamber. And those are not small bolts either. It's, dude, I could stare at this all day. This is straight mechanical engineering pornography. Like, it's pretty bad. Like, is that a grounding wire right there? Like, where's the wire harness? That's what I'm really wondering. Like, I mean, Tori Bruno says there's no wire. Is the wiring tucked away back? Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. How many bolts do you want? Yes. I'm wondering what these flangers are for right there. I'm wondering what those do. They're definitely caps, but I'm not sure what they're capped for. It looks like this. No, the bolt pattern is different. I'm wondering what those are. I've seen those, but I don't know. Maybe they're access points. Who knows? Maintenance, yeah. It doesn't look like this is just a cap that you wouldn't see. That looks like flight hardware. Like, if there was a cap, it would just be a piece of plastic over this or something, right? Those look like those down there. Whatever's housing that. I don't know. I mean, Raptor's truly insane. Like, it's amazing. It's an amazing piece of equipment. It's super clean, dude. Very sleek. Anyway, I mean, Tori Bruno, they've done an excellent job making the assembly simpler and more producible, so there's no need to exaggerate this by showing a partially assembled engine without controllers, fluid management, or thrust vector control systems. I mean, that's in response to this. Interesting. I think Tori Bruno wrote that, guys. I think the context for that is that people keep comparing Raptor 3 to B4, and it's not the same. It's really not. It really isn't. The reason why is the BE4 is taking a completely different development path, dude. It's a completely different development path. It's not. They're not mass produced. I mean, they are, but they're. Even if you could argue that Blue Origin is trying to mass produce BE4s at this point, which I mean, I think that it'd be fair to make that argument. I really think that they're not nearly as far along as SpaceX is. And now that's the point that should be made, right? Right. I think that's an interesting point. But you're comparing different stages of development to each other, for real. Like, if you look at the early shuttle engines versus the Block 2 SSME, that's even the same family of engines. You can't compare those. The original DFI and OFI, or the original DFI, like RS-25 engines, are heavily instrumented. They look like a freaking rat's nest. I mean, to be fair, the RS-25 is very complicated. It still looks like a rat's nest, but it's not as bad of a rat's nest. Any news on what happened on Cygnus with the systems glitch? Whatever it is, Borg, they fixed it, and it's scheduled to dock on time. It seems like it was a control systems issue. I mean, B4 and Raptor are brothers from another mother. They were born from the integrated powerhead demo. I know, so? So what? And a Camaro and a Mustang both have V8s. Does that mean, like, they both have, well, they both had pushrod V8s at some point? Does that mean they're similar? They're the same design? Like, I mean, even pushrod V8s, a pushrod V8 design comes from the early 50s, right? I don't think it's right to compare B4 to Raptor, and anybody that does not understand what either one of those engines do and the context for which they were made. It's really important to understand this. Yeah, they're the same thing, bro. Kappa. Yeah, Forge. Exactly what you're doing is what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's... The Mustang will break first, though. Nice. You've succeeded in making yourself look stupid. In the chat, I'm proud of it.
Go and throttle up.
Good job. Here, take the L for effort. We could do some comparing, like saying Raptor is further in development. I know, because that's what I did, Jack, like less than 5 minutes ago. Are there plans to do more KSP today? Nope. Jim Boy, I'll probably pick it up same time tomorrow. Okay. There's a sweet shot that Peter Beck posted from the Owl for One for Owl mission. You guys will appreciate that, I think. $3:30 a.m. on tomorrow morning, drunk morning. Is the throw diameter in Raptor 3 smaller, or is it just an illusion? I mean, maybe they made some tweaks here and there, dude. Yeah, it's possible. I'm sure there was some iteration there between the different versions. But it just looks like it's just cleaned up a lot, that's all. What is your schedule for the rest of tonight, tomorrow? Regular schedule, 12 to 10. Kerbal, Space News, and then something else. Is the designer not the same one as the Merlin? No, Tom Mueller had some input on Raptor LSRs, but he didn't design it. Tom Mueller was the guy that designed the Draco engine, Merlin engine, the Merlin vacuum engine, and the Kestrel engine. And then, once again, he had a lot of input on Raptor. But yeah, he's off doing his own thing with Impulse. But he did have some say in it. Maybe, Bill. Maybe. I mean, let's get the caliper out and measure it. They will not let us do that. But you know, are they able to reuse initial components from the initial Raptors on the new ones? Nope. Maybe some parts? Maybe some things or something? I would say we got a lot of part incompatibility from here to here. The bolts, maybe, yeah. And maybe the combustion chamber assembly? Maybe? Did they use T-Tab to reignite for boost back re-entry and landing? On Falcon 9 LSRs? Sure, yeah. With Raptor and Starship, no. They have a way of igniting it that's not that. Complimenting that Tory comment, most engines on Starship don't have thrust vector control, so I think he got a bit ahead of himself. Hells, I can't speak for Tory Bruno. I think he's just sick of people bad-mouthing ULA for no reason, and I kind of am with him. He's been getting a lot of crap because ULA changed its photography policy to only let editorial and educational content take pictures inside of the pad or do remote setup. They want it for they don't want they really don't want people selling the photos that they take. They don't want like private photography. They want educational and editorial people, just because there's the way ULA does things, they really only have a certain amount of people that they can bring into the pad. They'd let me in. I don't know. The reason why is my guess is that the reason why is because ULA has probably had a couple of incidents. Not incidents. They've probably had a couple of. There's a fucking ant on my light. Go away. They've probably had a couple of incidents where, like, schools and magazines and editorials were trying to get pictures and they couldn't because, you know, Joe Schmo with 500 followers on Instagram, you know,
got in to the last detonation area, you know? EJ hasn't been to a pad since 2018. Sure. They don't want to police who can and can't make a living selling photos since so many people want to be launch photographers. Yep, exactly. So they basically saved it for just editorial purposes only. Editorial and educational, which is cool. I mean, I personally don't have a problem with that. Sorry, there's this bug that's just crawling around in my peripheral on my light. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna crush him with the sun. Petting food for him. There we go. Dead. What do you mean? That was Parker Solar Probe. You haven't been up close to a rocket since then, have you? Why is that even relevant? I don't understand. And they spend quite a lot of time putting cameras down as well, he said. Hazigan, do you think that I was going to say, do you think that somebody abused the privilege? Bug. Think someone abused the privilege? You think someone abused the privilege and got sick of it and said, get the frick out of here? Because ULA is very much in the past traditionally been very open about this stuff, except when it comes to national security missions. Fact is, there's some strict photography rules on how and what to film and not film. I know. Very familiar with those. ULA chose to enforce them. SpaceX doesn't. It's a mix between photographer being kind of entitled and ULA being weird for enforcing photography rules. Kind of due to the limited resources to make and process the accreditation papers and verify the remote cam setup before every launch. It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like they're just getting sick of it because of the high cadence of launch. They just don't want to do it every time, which, let's be real, you're not going to get remote camera setups for every damn Starlink launch. Just saying. One guy did something bad, I don't think it's a reason to punish everybody. Exactly, Thor, and I'm pretty sure ULA operates under the same modus operandi there. I'm pretty sure it started to become a real big pain in the butt. But who knows? I think people just got very upset about not getting on the list. Yeah. I mean, if you want popcorn, we can go into that thread. It really doesn't have much to do with space. Like, any workers today? I might play a little bit later. Yeah. Been asked about our photo policy. This applies to the media that we allow inside the fence and onto our pad. We prefer to reserve this very limited and privileged access for educational and editorial purposes rather than for personal business use. I mean, dude, my hat's off to this guy being so damn transparent about this. It doesn't make sense. Literally, that's the most efficient way to sell your rocket, and it's free. Pad cannot hold everyone who wants access. It is both inconvenient and expensive for us to accommodate remote camera setup during a launch campaign. Choosing the educational and editorial users, far easier for us not to allow anyone inside of the fence. But you can choose your invites? Why this strange contract? You can cherry pick any content maker you like. We can. Others do. But rather than pick a select set of favorites, we try to apply broad criteria. Okay, fair enough. It's good to see that ULA tries to have a level playing field. Maybe leniency for small content makers is possible. It would help them grow a little bit and share in the starting years, not for resale, obviously. We continue to allow new media, many of whom are small content makers, onto the pad. There you go. There you go. I mean, that's pretty straightforward to me, guys. That doesn't seem... Everybody seems to be really pissed off about this. Am I missing something? So Max says, respectfully, I don't think you have an appreciation of the cost that many of these photographers are incurring to be able to do this. Traveling, staying, sometimes weeks, using thousands of dollars of equipment in conditions that will likely destroy them. It's not financially viable. Nor do you appreciate how much we spend to accommodate this on every launch, nor how restrictive our other providers are. Damn. Dude, that's what I mean. Tori Bruno ain't dude, he don't play it. He's pissed. Well, I'm not pissed. He's just like, all right, I'm so
Discovery,
sick
go at throttle.
you know, you say whatever you want. I like that guy. Snarkle 2, 3-month resub, and then Viper Gay TV had a 4-monther before that. Dude, I kind of appreciate it. He's very straightforward. The art of being blunt. It has been long. Pretty straightforward stuff.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why are you here? Holy crap. Holy crap. Bro, why are you here? I want to have beers with Tori Bruno. That would be awesome. Oh, time. Like, how is that relevant? It's the CEO. He's fighting on the Twitter front lines. I love it. It's pretty funny, man. Correct me if I'm wrong, but SpaceX does not accommodate this except for on high-profile launches. Yeah, exactly, Wisp. Once again, I don't really... Okay, unless somebody... Please, someone educate me with this. I know what to take pictures of and what not to take pictures of. But if people are pissed off about this, I genuinely don't understand. It seems like ULA is just limiting the amount of people onto the pad. Like, they're just limiting the amount of people onto the pad for educational editorial purposes. And they're trying to keep it random. So they'll still allow people onto the pad, but just not as much. And they don't want you to make money off of it because that's their way of leveling the playing field. Am I missing this? Am I missing something here? Who's Tony? Owned. Owned. Guys, please, if I'm missing something here, let me know. I'm curious. Like, I know that people freaked out about this. I mean, I'm not missing anything. I understand your point, but in this way, you're making the job of many talented photographers unsustainable. This is only going to backfire in photography in the space community. Nobody else does this. It's completely uncalled for. You might want to check what others do. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, am I missing something? You missed something. It directly impacts some content creators' bottom line. So some people will get loud over that. Being loud about something doesn't automatically make you right, and that's on full display here. I don't see any launch photographers in this thread, though, Hank. But yeah, I get it. That makes sense. Yeah, I can see how, if
Yeah, I could see how if you miss, like... Okay, so, like, simultaneously, like, let me put it to you this way. Say ABC News wants to take a picture of a high-profile launch, right? For editorial purposes. And the list of pad remotes gets taken out by launch photographers, and not to downplay the launch photographers, right? No, you know, say that, you know, somebody with, I don't know, let's say like 10,000 followers on Instagram, right? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm kind of still in favor of the launch photographers, but you're obviously going to want ABC News to show your rocket launch, right? Like, kind of makes sense. You say whatever you want about the news. The news have pretty far-reaching stuff here. Like, once again, I'm not trying to be a jerk to the launch photographers, dude, because I show a lot of launch photographers pictures, and I want you guys to see them too. I do believe in what they do very much. I'm just trying to think about why you would do something like this. It very much seems like they don't want to show preference for. They don't want to show preference, and they're trying to equalize the playing field by making none of this for profit, so people who don't make money off of this can go in there. But simultaneously, you're screwing the people that do. Not to be insensitive, but photographers claiming that they don't make profit after all the expenses, why are you calling it a job in the first place? I don't know. It's notable, though, that major news agencies would prefer to buy photos from freelance photographers. Good point. From a purely business standpoint, I'd understand why private photographers feel they need ULA to spend money and resources to enable their photography business. Interesting. Just get a bigger lens. Yeah, I love our launch photographers and I love what they do. I don't like. I mean, I could see how that might mess up your bottom line, but I guess my question comes down to it. It's on a case-to-case basis. Do you actually make money off of this? Like, fellas, I decided to not go to launches, not try to fly down to every single rocket launch years ago and just cover it on the internet. You know why? Because you don't make money off that. I'm serious. You do not make money off of that. Even if we went down there and live streamed it. I mean, even Das, he did the same thing. Remember when he used to go down there and stream these launches? It doesn't make, unless you're a news organization like NSF, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Seriously, I ended up losing money. A lot, actually. I got to see a rocket launch, which is great. And that's my plight, dude. I want to see every single rocket launch, but going down there, it's just, you're not going to take a rocket launch when you're there and turn it into a 10-hour long format content, which is what this channel is known for. You know what I mean? So unless I could find a way to switch right back to playing Kerbal or keep the commentary going or do long format, it's really difficult to do it. Now, with that being said, I wouldn't be against going down and covering some launches down there for NSF because, you know, that's the way to do it, right? But heck, a lot of the photos aren't even from the pad, like Ben's today. Yep. Live there, problem solved. That's out of my control at this moment in time, Spaceman. Streamer van. You know how much gas it costs to get the streamer van down there? I mean, road tripping to the launch. I thought about that. It would have to be a really high-profile launch, though. Like Starship or something. Prepare the Ernok! I just really want to see Tori hand out all these L's. Do you pay photographers for educational and editorial work? No, they are media. Then the effect of the policy is to get less of what you claim to want. It's your choice to enforce whatever restrictions y'all want, guys. Guys, it's not like getting onto a pad's blast detonation area is some like it's not like there's some bouncer waiting at the gate that goes, You're allowed. Open up the gate. You're allowed in. You're allowed in. And the counter, like, I'd like to remind everybody that inside of these pads, you need top secret. Well, not top secret. You need a security clearance to get inside of these. So letting just 20 randoms just go snoop around the pad. I've been part of photography, the pad remote setup. I've done that before. You just go snoop around the pad. I mean, there are certain places you can't go, and that's what I'm wondering. If somebody tried to get a camera shot that they didn't like too many times and they said, screw this, we're doing this now. I'm wondering if that happened, right? But in general, like, you really don't want anyone screwing around inside of the BDA. Like, I understand that. Not to say that that happened. I mean, I'm saying that as a plausible scenario. But everybody here talks about, like, you know, why don't you just let everybody into the BDA? Are you freaking nuts? Like, I'm super pro launch photographer in this regard, but no. If it was me, I would know. You could take photos outside of the fence. No. I could see why they would be like, no, 20 people, we choose. Or 20 people chose at random, right? Like, educational editorial only. You know what I mean? Yeah, I empathize with the photographers, but I very much understand not wanting people inside of the BDA at all. That shouldn't be there. You're just you're asking for trouble, and I don't think it's that big of a problem. I mean, clearly it costs ULA some cash to do, right? But also at the same time, ULA is going to be ramping up their launch cadence, big time. They're going to be ramping up their launch cadence. SpaceX ramped up their launch cadence. They don't let people set up remotes for Starlink. They don't let people set up remotes for most of their launches, just some high profile ones here and there. I'm failing to understand the difference here. I mean, SpaceX do let people set up remotes inside of the BDA, and they really don't care. So I guess that's the part where people are making a big deal out of it. But SpaceX only lets a certain amount of people inside of the BDA too, from what I understand. It's not private property, Finn. It's government property. ULA doesn't own the pad. They lease it. It's Uncle Sam's. What is a high-profile launch? So like a launch with crew, with people on board brand, as opposed to just launching a small satellite or something like Starlink. Starlinks are very low profile because they happen all the time. SpaceX ain't gonna have 20 launch photographers out there every like 4 or 5 times a week because of their launch cadence to go set up remotes and come back. Dude, that's a big pain in the butt. It's gonna hamper your operations. And it sounds like ULA is kind of doing the same thing, and it seems like ULA is doing it to try and level the playing field. So ULA said, you know, you guys can come here for most of our launches, but we want it for educational and editorial work only, but doesn't mean you can't take pictures of it. You know, it's just pictures inside of the BDA. I think they did that to try and level the playing field. So people could still get B-roll footage, but you can't profit off of it. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds a little weird, but I do understand why they did it. I mean, guys, if it was honestly, if it was up to me, I'd be like, here, I'd put like a grandstand outside of the BDA, like a photography stand, and you guys can put your remotes there. You know, putting them inside of the BDA is pretty crazy. Imagine a day that crew launch isn't considered high profile. We are rapidly approaching that point. Interesting. I mean, but, you know, yeah. What is the downside of the previous policy? That's actually a good question. There's a limited number of people we can allow into the pad itself. Why not run it like a lottery system? He didn't reply. Appreciate the explanation, but it shouldn't have taken this long, and ultimately it's a swing and a miss. I hope eventually you'll change your mind. Perhaps when few to anyone are covering your launches, you have enough competition without doing silly things like this. Believe it or not, while I try very hard to make time to interact with people here as often as possible, sometimes I get busy for a few days at a time. Oh, I'm here for this. This is pretty funny. Oh, man. Imagine getting slam dunked by the CEO of the second biggest rocket company in the freaking United States. Oh, shoot. That's awesome. Blink twice if you're being held hostage by Blue Origin. Very funny. I'm not sizing up to be a good partnership. Heck yeah. I guess your photo policy is worse than your rockets then. Why are you in my thread? Oh. Why are you in my thread? Get out. Oh, I'm using that. Can I use that, guys? When someone comes in here and is a jerk, why are you in my stream? Get out of here. It's my stream. I'm sorry. I kind of, I'm kind of like, okay, I guess if you want to do that, it's your company, right? It sucks. Some photographers get totally wrecked from this, but seeing Tori Bruno hand out L's left and right is pretty awesome. That makes me pretty happy. Why are you in my chat? Go away. Oh, the next guy. Eat Poop Tony. Who's Tony? His name's Tori. He's probably gonna... What? What? Fluffy boy. Why are you on my monitor? Get the frick, quit. Get the frick off my obstacle course. Get the frick off my obstacle. I will motivate you, Private Pile, whatever the cost. The fluffy boy reaction. Oh my God. That's so good, dude. This thread is awesome. It makes me so happy. I don't know why. I don't know why. I kind of agree. It'd be cool, to have everybody in there, but I understand why they don't. But also, you kind of screwing some people that take a lot of time and effort to take these pictures, but also it's your pad. You can do whatever the heck you want. But also, this thread is amazing, dude. Oh, this is excellent. I could watch this all day. Fluffy boy has me in tears. That was Jim. Jim weighed in down here. Yeah, good buddy of mine. Yeah, actually, you probably... The reaction. Oh my God. That's so good. Yeah, here. Jim's good people. He is the director of public affairs for the Space Force, for the 45th Space Wing. He's Jim's good people. He's helped me out a lot in the past with access to things. Right. Resharing this long thread, I'm a former Cape Canaveral chief of media relations, and there is and always has been a strict guidance with restriction who can go. Traditional media was allowed. Then several years back, web and electronic media were added, followed more recently by the addition of individuals who always sell or provide their work to various media educational outlets. Individuals with media education ties had to provide who it was going to and the size of their audience. This is not to say that they couldn't sell their picks ever. But their main reason for being out there was primarily just to take photos and provide it to the media and educational outlets. And often ones picked were because they had the largest audience reach, whether traditional or electronic, which is why they are allowed out there. This is not a new thing or a ULA thing. Most launch companies do the same thing. And at the end of the day, between safety restrictions and security, both ULA and either the Space Force or NASA safety teams, only a small number are allowed on the actual pad at a time. And this is the important part. This policy is just for setting the actual remotes on the launch pad. So more other photographers will still be able to shoot the launch at the Cape media viewing areas. This is also something our launch companies, the Space Force, and NASA media relations teams have been discussing for the past few years. There have also been some launch companies hinting at just totally banning all pad remotes. See what I mean? I think you all know me as one of the launch media's biggest advocates and supporters. And I personally know Tori and his ULA Communications Media Relations team, and I can honestly say that they are one of the companies who care more about the media than anyone. They are not trying to intentionally hurt or break smaller photographers or media groups who should still be allowed to shoot at the Cape Media site. Sorry to go on so long, but I just wanted to defend ULA. And Tori says, accurate. Thanks, Jim. I wanted to defend ULA and reiterate that at this point, this is not just a ULA thing and actually not a new thing out of the blue. Hopefully this helps answers your questions and situations. Yep. There you go. Yeah, and Matt, actually, Jim and Matt are talking here. I don't know Matt Haskell personally, but he was a launch photographer that actually got a job working for NASA, which is actually pretty cool. What would be done logistically and administratively to increase pad access? Earlier set times, transportation upgrades. It is in everyone's interest to showcase space launch positively and often. Like many things, if positive stories aren't told, negative disinformation dominates. That's a good point. None of the above. Launch pads are small operational areas, as you know. Disrupting these operations, which are often the day of or 24 hours prior to launch with multiple busloads of people for publicity purposes, is not something that's conducive to launch timelines. Bingo. Bingo. Hey, Matt. True again. Matt. Again, this is not the media launch viewing area, which is not affected, just the actual launch pad. We're very few photographers. It has always been a small amount of launch companies that are allowed to set up remotes. Yep, the biggest thing I learned when I left space media and went onto the space career field. I used to complain all the time about the lack of access to certain things, but once I was on the other side, it completely made sense. We would have just been in the way 90% of the time. I'm kind of with him on that one. But also, Matt, if you don't mind, I have some questions about this. Like, when they say inside the pad, they mean inside of the BDA, right? That's what's going on here? The detonation area fence. I wonder if it'd be more cost-effective for launch companies to do their own pad remote shots for release. They do. What do you think Ben Cooper's for? Inside the pad is inside the gates of 41. Anything on the other side, if permitted, is fair game. Yeah, I got you. Okay, so it's inside of the detonation or the BDA. Got it. So interesting. I don't know. But he's the Cape. He works in the media relations for the Cape and Kennedy Space Center, dude. So I guess, Matt, I'm really failing to understand. It was a small collection of people. Like, how many people were going to set up for remotes as of late? Like, how many people were at CFT1 remote setup? They've always said it was always a limited amount of people. So the only difference between then and now is that you can't sell the photos. Is that it? I'm just trying to hone in because I mean it kind of sucks, but also like I kind of get it, but also trade-offs. I'm trying to understand the pros and cons here. Green screen moved. It's the fan blowing on it, dude. Maybe 20 to 30 at the most, depending on the mission. Bigger scale things like Vulcan had multiple bus loads. But the usual mission is only a single bus worth, if that. Okay, so Matt, I'm gonna ask the stinger question, dude. You gotta give me the benefit of the doubt that I am coming from a place of complete unbiased here. I'm not a launch photographer, but I know a lot of you guys, so just bear with me here. You think ULA got sick of bus loading like that? You think they got sick of all the people that show up for all the big stuff, for all the high profile launches? You know, I can understand not wanting multiple busloads of people inside an area where you need a security clearance. It's a little crazy. Do you think someone was disruptive or anything like that? Not to say that you guys are. I know the vast majority of you guys. Like I'm very familiar with a lot of launch photographers. They're a lot of good buddies of mine. I'm just trying to ask questions to gain and understand, like, why would you do this? The only thing I can really think of is that ULA is going to up their launch cadence. They're looking to up their launch cadence, and they're setting expectations for the elevated launch cadence. Right? Doesn't seem like that much. Yeah, but you got to be very careful, Dime. One person setting up a camera in a wrong spot could mess something up. Like, I can very much understand that. No, from our understanding, it's that they are tired of the folks who only go out and don't shoot for an outlet in only their own personal usage, which is all well and fair and totally understandable. From our understanding, it's that they are tired of the folks who only go out and don't shoot for an outlet and only for their own personal usage, which is all well and fair. Interesting. So Matt, like, that's what I'm saying. It must have been something. There must have been a point where somebody was just like, "Frick this," you know what I mean? Like, there must have been something. Either that, or once again, they're setting expectations for their higher launch cadence. That's the only two things that I can kind of think of. But the problem is they want to limit our personal work usage after the fact. I don't agree with that. Oh. Sure, they grant us the access, but at the same time, we invest all this time and energy and setup on a rushed timeline. We're getting screwed on our time spent because of a lot of us don't get paid to do this. Yeah, okay, I got you. When you say limit your personal work usage after the fact, does that mean like any remotes that you've taken in the past? Like if you took a picture of WGS9, which was a ULA launch from a long time ago, like you're not allowed to sell that? It's the clause is in retrospect too? Anything prior to this agreement is fair game as far as we've been told. Okay, all right, cool. Interesting. Matt, somebody must have said something. And it only pertains to any imagery captured inside of the gates. Yeah, we've been able to surmise that. Yeah, interesting. I'm just trying to figure out why. Why would you do this? Why would you do this way? The way I read that is that if they want to say, if you take a shot for an outlet, yeah, you have to be affiliated with news, with some type of news outlet. Yeah, that's basically it. They don't want personal photography. The only things that I can think of in my mind is that somebody from a big media organization tried to get in on a remote event and couldn't because there were too many personal photographers. That's the only thing. Either that or somebody did something dumb. You can't further sell it freelance. You didn't read the whole message. I did. I did read it, but I can't. Mouth don't work fast. Interesting, Matt. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to, I don't, they're saying not all PR is positive. It's just, I'm genuinely trying to wonder why. Like, Matt, I'll be honest with you. I don't have a horse in this race. Like, I'm not a launch photographer. I don't know. And I understand that lenses are expensive and it takes a lot to get down to the Cape all the freaking time. I understand that. Like, I'm trying to understand why. Like, the only thing I can think of, dude, the only thing I can think of is that somebody from the mainstream media got denied a position and they complained about it enough that ULA implemented this policy. Either that or, once again, somebody did something dumb on the pad and took a picture where they shouldn't have. But if that's the case, they're not going to say which picture it is because that's ITAR in a nutshell. You don't know what ITAR is until you've broken it. You know what I mean? They don't say, you know, like, because they don't want you knowing exactly what it is, right? Like, so those are the only two things that I can really kind of think of. Like, they wouldn't do this willy-nilly. Like, Tori Bruno doesn't seem like that kind of guy. Letting in any rando with a GoPro seems like a bad idea. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I don't do this for profit, but having an avenue to try and recoup some cost is welcome. A lot of us lost a ton of gear at Vulcan as an example. Yeah. This policy is kneecapping a lot of folks who do this from being able to make it sustainable. Yeah, EVX, exactly. I'm very, very careful with this kind of stuff. Very careful. This is not something to screw around with. Oh, nice, girl. Neat. No, Forge. ITAR sucks. No, it doesn't. I understand why it exists. It's a pretty damn good reason why it exists. I don't think it sucks at all. I understand that. But I've been running this line for years, guys. You can explain the concepts of rocket science without getting into any technical details or pictures. I've been doing it for a decade. Never had a problem. There's a really good reason for this, because I'm very careful about this. If this seems like something that you really don't see or hear about too much, then you probably shouldn't be talking about it. It's pretty much, I exercise extreme judgment in this case because, yeah, they will get mad. They will get mad. Believe me. You know, they showed up at a YouTuber's house for building a rocket engine once. You guys remember that? They failed to acknowledge the big outlets that paywall have subscribers like Florida Today. Interesting. Yeah, interesting look. Interesting, Matt. Interesting. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, Matt, my thing is, and this is just another question, I'm just probing for information here. How many times do you do remote setup for SpaceX missions? Like, it's only the high profile stuff, like the SpaceX NASA stuff, like crew flights or Falcon Heavy or something, right? Time for a Discord call. No, I'm good. I'm good, man. Could very well be a deeper security issue. For example, and I stress this as an example, a random remote that could be set up by, yeah, somebody that shouldn't be there. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. Crew, Falcon Heavy, commercial missions occasionally, not often. That's because they're so saturated with Starlink. Matt, do you think, I'm trying to be unbiased here, trying just to figure out what's going on. Do you think because they're going to ramp up in launch cadence that they want to be very, they don't want any surprises from something like this? I mean, don't get me wrong. I still think it's kind of messed up, but at the end of the day, it's their pad. They can do whatever they want. Kind of sucks, for sure. Once again, I'm just probing. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. Because I understand what you should and shouldn't take pictures of, but I don't understand the intricacies to setting up remotes. I mean, I've done it before, but only once. No, I don't think that's the reason. If anything, it sounds like they want more coverage, which is in direct opposition to what this agreement is imposing. Welcome to the twilight zone of confusion you've all been in. Fair. Yeah. I will admit, though, Matt, watching Tori Bruno hand out L's in that thread about the photos is pretty awesome. People are like telling him to eat crap, and he's like, "Why are you in my thread? Get out of my thread." It's some real pretty Chad tier stuff. I'm not gonna lie to you. Shaw, do a lot of photographers set up inside of the gates? Yes. The thing is that, dude, you can set up outside the gates if you really want to. And you can tape it or take pictures from the media sites, but the pad is really what gets you the money shot. That's what gets you the shot that if you're going to make profit off of, that's the one that you'll make profit off. Yeah. Like, if you're going to make money off anything, it's going to be a pad shot. Shout out to Fluffy Boy. That was pretty funny. Yeah, Matt, for sure. Yep. Interesting. Yeah, man. I don't know, because, like, you know, once again, this doesn't seem right. ULA has been super cool about this. They always have been super cool about this. I'm wondering what triggered this. Like, that's kind of what I'm trying to think. Like, there's no doubt that you guys are getting left in the dark, and that kind of sucks. You know, I can empathize very much. You know, I was in contact with a spaceflight entity, and we lost all contact from them and still haven't figured out what happened. I can empathize. That's not fun being left in the dark. It's really uncool, actually. I can tell you what the impetus most likely was. Please. Time to park an unmanned barge off the coast to get pictures. Yep. Gee, EJ, whatever do you mean? I don't know.
Conan, how long do you think it will take for private missions to the lunar surface to take place? We've already got Polaris Dawn and low Earth orbit coming soon. How long do we get billionaires on the moon? 10 years? At this rate? We keep going at this rate? 10 years. Left in the dark, and it was high noon. That's right. Ridiculous. At Starliner's second remote pickup, we lost one of our own to a heart attack. I won't say much more to that because it's not my place, but that is very likely what got the lawyers looking at everything. Oh. Did he while he was setting up John, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, rest in peace, man. That sucks. No, it was after everyone got back on the buses. We had just finished. Oh. Yeah. We were going to leave, and then the crap hit the... That's... Yep, there you go. There you go. That's... Yeah, that's absolutely what did it, dude. That is absolutely what happened. And that sucks. That sucks that it ended up like that. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, that would definitely do it. If you were a lawyer, right? You were a lawyer and you were looking at this, you'd be like, hell no. Why are we letting people inside of the security clearance? Frick that. Liability. It's always liability. But yeah, I mean, getting emergency medical personnel to the pad and stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that could, yep. Yep. There you go. There you go. That sucks. That sucks. For the photographer, for the guy. I know who you're talking about. I don't. Oh, here's something coming from Talk of Titusville here. Whoa. Oh. Guys, there's not a lot of EMS out on the Cape. It's very remote. If you've ever been out there, if you haven't, those pads, it doesn't look like they're far away from Google Earth, like from anything. They're very far away from everything. There's not much out there. There's just electrical lines for the pads, and that's it. They're out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, there's not a fire station out there, for instance. There's not a paramedic out there. Why would there be? You're not supposed to have people there. Oh. Not only getting fire and medical to the pad, but many operations require fire and medical on standby. And when something like this happens, it messes with pad operations. Yep. Okay. There's your answer. That's pretty conclusive as to why they're doing this. But they can't say that. They can't say that. They can't just say that. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. See, that was the piece of information that I was missing. They can't say, like, yeah, our EMS sucks. Like that. Yeah. They can't say that. They're not going to say that publicly, nor should they be like, yeah, we had, medical complications, right? Inside of a pad perimeter from some of the press. That's, ULA, they took the high road there. They very clearly took the high road, which they normally do. That's what I mean.
That's what I mean. They're very classy. They could have been like, well, this happened and this happened. It's so stupid, right? Like, no, they took the high road. I get needing a written agreement after all that, but changing how things fundamentally have always worked completely unrelated to that event is what's thrown us all off. Perhaps editorial and educational. It's easier to contact the entity that the photographer is associated with. You know what I'm saying? If you're media, right? And you have, other people working in the area, it might be easier to figure stuff out. And then claiming this language has always been conveyed verbally before. Yeah. Yeah, what a mess, dude. What a freaking mess. That sucks. Never thought of it that way. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, I'm putting out ideas. Like, I'm trying to think about it. Like, dude, the way I think about this is like, and this is very much spacecraft, like, a lot. This is why there's like, I'm sure you guys have seen that famous picture of a politician putting his hand on a thing that says, don't touch it, don't screw with it. Because a lot of this is maintaining the continuity of like a spacecraft. Like, you have to log every single thing that you do with a spacecraft. And pads, facilities, horizontal integration facilities, launchers, they're all the same. You do not touch anything. Don't touch anything unless you really should. Like that, like, obviously, I don't need to say this. Like, what I'm getting at is that once you have a disruption of this, yeah, it gets a lot harder to launch things. Like, I can very much understand that, especially making those freaking pads in Kerbal all that time. Like, all it takes is 1 second of me blinking and looking at chat and missing a step, and the whole thing blows up in my face. Now, it's not like Kerbal, everything's going to blow up in your face randomly, but it's almost like Kerbal where things are going to blow up in your face randomly if you don't know what you're doing. I get it. And everyone's condolences. Thank you, John. Well respected. The guy, we miss him a ton. Whenever there's a scrub, he'd say, I hate rockets. If it flew, I love rockets. Yeah. Well, I think we got some pretty damn good context here. Matt, thank you very much for helping us out. I was very confused. And Tory Bruno going out and saying what he said and handing out L's left and right makes a lot more sense now. But, see, that's the thing. He ain't going to say the reason why. He knows, but I'm pretty damn sure from what I've seen from that guy's character, he wouldn't do that. So, it kind of made this whole thing kind of made me respect him a lot more for sticking his neck out like that. The guy believes in accountability, and guys, I very, 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 very much gravitate to stuff like that. Space puns. Yeah, Hellfish, for sure. For sure. I mean, I'll be 100% real, like, and this is just my personal opinion. The fact that they're still letting people in after this is kind of insane. Because a lawyer was like, no more. And they're like, no, we can't do that. Legal has him and ULA's PR team in a chokehold, which I get. Yeah, it sucks, dude. They can't, they wouldn't, I don't even think you're very much not wrong, but I don't even think if they could say what's going on, they would. It's very disrespectful. Tory Bruno doesn't strike me as that kind of dude. He's a very classy individual. I really respect that guy a lot. That's why I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? What's this about? Photography access for ULA launches, say. They can't say because of the possible legal issues over why. Yeah, Hellfish, I understand that. That's what Matt just said. I still think that even if they could, they still wouldn't. That's just not classy. They don't do that. And Tory Bruno don't work like that, dude. I've been basically listening and reading every editorial he's ever done since 2014, since he became the CEO of ULA. I didn't know anything about him before that. He just doesn't seem like that type of dude. He's not petty like other people in the space flight industry.
Oh, sorry. Jeez, I don't know why that came up. That was weird. Yeah, Matt, for sure. For sure. Hey, Scott, 45-month resub. What's good, man? Everything's A-okay, dude. Just doing some space news, doing my thing. This way because his predecessor got absolutely roasted. Helfus, I genuinely think Tori's a good dude. And I really don't have a problem with how, dude, that guy's, dude, because of that, right? He inherited a flaming dumpster fire, and he's turned ULA around into a pretty damn exceptional rocket company, if I do say so myself. That he's a Lockheed engineer. He's an engineer through and through. That guy is the nerdiest of the nerds, for sure. He's up there. Dude, he worked at Skunkworks, all right? He's not an idiot, right? Like, come on. he worked at Skunkworks, man. It's pretty. They don't just let anybody in there. You know what I mean? Skunkworks, like the entity, Lockheed's entity that made the SR-71 and the U-2 and the F-117, like that Skunkworks. Like, yeah, he worked there. He's pretty good. He's a pretty good dude. He said it from the projects that he's worked on in the past, Grab, when he talks about it on Twitter. Yeah. Dude, he's worked on everything. He worked on THAAD. You know how ridiculous THAAD is? THAAD is an ABM technology, kind of like Iron Dome, but better. It's like a more crazy Patriot missile. He was like I don't know what he did on that program, but THAAD is nuts. THAAD. It's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. I went to high school 5 minutes away from the Skunkworks. Bombdale. One of my favorite parts of the country, Scott. Yeah, he worked on Venture Star, guys. Yeah, he worked on Venture Star. Ellen Farmer worked on Venture Star. Guy has my utmost respect. Bombdale High Class of 95. My guy, dude. My guy. Seriously, the high desert around Edwards and Palmdale's one of my favorite parts of the country. It's beautiful. I love the high desert. I love it. Love it. Speaking of, did you catch the link someone posted above? The fastest hospital route? Or, I'm confused. I was going to mention this earlier. Another reason many of us are passionately against the no monetization in this case is this is because 41 is an unfriendly pad. When Vulcan literally tossed an entire line of cameras 50 to 60 feet across the pavement and they were anchored in a spot that is safe for even a 551. Yeah. Yep. I don't remember who. Oh, yeah. The Titusville link. Yeah, Forge linked that. One of the two places in the world a Joshua tree grows. That's right. That's right, man. That's right. Lots of gear lost that night. Can I say Vulcan is a monster. Saw the ULA rocket ship on the Ohio River. That's cool, Highlander. Yeah, it was actually carrying this. Actually, Tori Bruno retweeted Vulcan, which is pretty rad. That's a good buddy of mine. Derek's a good friend of mine. Hello. It was kind of funny as much as it was painful. The thing packs a punch, bro. New Vulcan core. Actually, we will include that as well. Yeah, Highlander, it was carrying this little cigar. You know what I'm saying? Hello. So yeah, rocket ship dropped off another Vulcan core. ULA is cooking. Yeah, guy ain't wrong. That's really an awesome piece of equipment. I'm not gonna lie to you. Vulcan is amazing. We need smart reuse and we need it to launch more. But I think we're gonna get both of those sooner rather than later. Like I said, guys, ask Elon. It takes a while to scale up production of rocket parts. It takes a while. It took SpaceX 500 plus Raptors to scale up to Raptor
Raptor 3 and go from there. Like, that didn't come out right. You understand what I'm trying to say. It took SpaceX some time to get those Raptors scalable, and that's after Elon cracked the whip. It's hard to do. It's a very difficult production line. Very difficult. But, yeah, still cool. And once again, can you imagine? Like, almost weekly Vulcan launches and then bi-weekly Falcon 9 launches? See, this is what I mean, man. Some people are going to be like, well, I love ULA, I hate SpaceX. Or I love SpaceX, I hate ULA. Dude, bro, why the frick do you choose? This is great. We have a scenario where we have both of these things. It's fantastic. How can you hate this? This is great. Imagine a tri-core version of Vulcan. I'm here for it, man. Let's go. Falcon heavy, Vulcan super heavy ridiculousness, Starship, SLS. I'm here for this. This is fantastic. You know, please, more rockets. Please, please make more. That's all I can ask. You know what I mean? I'm tired of pretending it's not right, Grab. I'm freaking sick of it, dude. Anyway, on to the next news here. Tricore Vulcan, what did I come into? Dude, ULA is offering a Tricore Vulcan as a launch option. They absolutely are. We've seen it on Tory Bruno's desk. He has a Tricore Vulcan because bigger rocket better. No, not again. In this thread, Eric Berger's wrong about something. Guy from Boeing corrects him. An engineer at Boeing corrects him, and he has the gall to call him a business development guy. Okay, cool. Do you guys remember during, I don't know if it was oh no, it was at the beginning of the stream. If you didn't watch the beginning of the stream, I have decided that stoking division here and this us versus them mentality that people do to kind of, you know, pit spaceflight companies against each other is not a good look and is the cringiest behavior around. Yeah, I've decided that just now. Yeah. Then I'm all in for Tricore Vulcan. Dude, I'm with you, program. Hell yeah. Bandit, this guy has the gall to... I don't... He has the gall to say in... Dude. Just... NASA's not held a media briefing on Starliner's crew flight test in 11 days. This is unreal given that it's a test flight and
Do you
there are huge
remember
questions
when
about
Eric
how this
Berger
mission
had
will end.
integrity?
In the
I
absence
don't
of
either.
official information, I will continue to provide updates on what I'm hearing from people involved in the program. Read the article first? Don't make me do that. Please don't make me do. So, as a response to this, Jim May, he's an engineer, rocket scientist that works on the Starliner program. Maybe if the same question didn't get asked 9 times straight at every press conference, they would be more useful than the updates being put out in text. Also, it avoids the blatant mischaracterizations of everything the project managers say. I want to be very clear here. Eric is right, I suppose, for wanting more information. However, Boeing is conducting a fault tree analysis. Fault tree analysis take time. It takes time. What do you want? An update every time they run another test? I can understand how it seems like a it seems like they're taking their time, but that's fault tree analysis. It's really hard to figure out what's wrong, potentially, on a service module that's going 17,500 miles an hour around the Earth, and you can't put your hands on it. It's really difficult to figure stuff out. You've got to be very careful. It does take time. Some people have construed that as a information vacuum, which is hilarious to me. You know, once again, you're not wrong for wanting more information, but the reality of the situation is I don't think even they can tell you anything right now. And that's right off of information that we got from the press conferences. I mean, you got to listen. You got to listen to what the press conferences, you got to listen to what they say. So in this regard, I kind of agree with Jim. Like, I kind of do. I don't think Eric's wrong for wanting more information, but also at the same time, if you listened, you would know what's going on. I don't mean to be a jerk, but also, yep, if you bothered to listen to Mark Nappy and Steve Stitch talk about fault tree analysis, you'd know that that's exactly what they're working on, and you'd know that it takes time. We listen to every single one of these press conferences, and even a moron like me could extrapolate that information. Yeah, I get the silence between updates. I mean, they're just, if they're doing fault tree analysis, Matt, this is a hard problem to solve. The thruster degradation, they had deviance in their thermal modeling, which is, it's not a bad thing, right? But that's really, really something you should absolutely, that's like, don't even, like, you gotta solve this problem now. You have to understand that it's a big problem. You don't want surprises during a test flight. That's a pretty big surprise, that thruster blowout, the seal degradation that's happening because of overheating thrusters because they didn't get the thermal model right. That's a big problem. If we want more information about that, sure. That's what I mean. You're not wrong for wanting more information about that. But once again, this is where I'm at. That dude, figuring out the deviation on your thermal model while the mission's already going that's going to take time. But then again, you're right. That's all they need to say. Can't give an update if you don't know anything new. Aqualex, I firmly believe that that's what's going on. All we need is transparency. This has been opaque as the river brand. I mean, Matt, I don't mean to play whataboutism again. I'm sorry. I'm just, this is how I work. It's not contrarian. I'm just turning gears, dude. So don't get pissy with me. Just give me a second, right? Like, I'm trying to think, has there been any other scenarios like this where we just never heard anything about what was going on with the mission? Has there ever been anything like that from other companies? I mean, Firefly on Flight 2 said they made it into orbit, and their telemetry on their webcast said they didn't, and I was like, they didn't, and then they didn't. Were they transparent about that? I don't know. I mean, they acknowledged it later, but that was after the fact. Can we think of other times where stuff like this has happened with ULA or other flights? I'm just trying to get a bearing here, right? I mean, the other flip side of that is that if they're giving us daily updates, people are just going to say you're just, what do you mean? You're still, the thing's still conducting? I mean, I'm pretty sure they only hold press conferences when they learn new information. Like, that based off of what I've been seeing, and heck, even the last press conference, they really didn't have anything new. They were just updating us with what was going on. You know, like, Demo 1's explosion took a little while to get clarity if memory serves. I don't remember SpaceX ever acknowledging that, Matt, aside from, like, saying, oh, a Dragon capsule had a problem on the pad. You know, like, I'm just trying to think of what. Okay, this is a logic check for me and for everybody in chat. The logic check that I'm getting at, let's get down to brass tacks here. The logic check that I'm getting at is that everybody, I'm just trying to make sure we're not barking up Boeing's tail just because they're Boeing. Does Boeing Commercial Airlines have some very serious problems that very much need to be addressed? Oh yeah, absolutely. The Spaceflight Company is a different company. Boeing Commercial Spaceships is a different company. I don't give a frick what anybody says. Now, is it possible that both those companies kind of have a similar management structure? Yes, absolutely. Right? I'm just trying to make sure people aren't conflating those two things because those are not the same thing. That's like saying because Cybertruck's bumper falls off that Falcon 9 is a bad design. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And frankly, if you watch that whistling video, he bashed the bumper into the pipe. A tow hitch is not designed for shearing forces. It's designed for tension. It's designed for tensile forces. For the love of God. Just on a quick side note. You know? SpaceX wasn't transparent about Starship's test flight to the final reports. Yeah, there you go. That's what a whole lot of people are doing, and it's insufferable. This hate on Starliner is not entirely undue, but a majority of it is coming from the Boeing name. That's what I'm trying to make sure. I'm trying to make sure that we're not barking up Boeing streets because we don't like Boeing. If you have a problem with Boeing commercial airplanes, I really don't blame anyone here for being annoyed with that. They screwed up, and they screwed up bad. You know, with the MCA, that was a nightmare. Like, what the actual frick are you thinking? Right? Like, I think we can all agree on that one, right? There. Now that the people on X hating the Cybertruck even more because of that whistling. Dude, he slammed the bumper into a concrete pipe. Like, and the person in the Ford stepped on the brakes. Dude, do you know how much tensile force they put through that stupid bumper after it had been hit and it only partially fractured off? Anybody that knows anything about material science knows that, dude, that thing is insanely strong. Like, guys, I don't give a frick what anybody says. You can harp on Cybertruck all you want. It looks ridiculous. The thing is a freaking tank. It's a tank. It's like, dude, do you know how much force you need to crack a casting, an aluminum casting like that? Like, come on. Once again, I'm also just gonna reiterate the point. Bumpers are not designed for shearing. They're not designed with shearing in mind. Those guys knew exactly what they were doing. Adding to Hell Hydra's point, SpaceX is very tight-lipped about what they did to the pad and area after IFT-1. That's what I'm trying to say, man. People are very selective about shit, Matt. About stuff, Matt, and it's really annoying. It's really annoying. That's gross. That's gross behavior. Hey, Chris, thanks for the 7 months. And Twitch Plus Me had a 3-monther before that. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I'm just trying to be impartial here. That's all. Am I a SpaceX fanboy? Yeah, just as much as the next guy. Probably more. I love Falcon 9. It's amazing. But because people listen to me here, I have to be impartial about this stuff. I'm not going to be biased, consciously biased about engineering. That's stupid. The Boston slipped out. Sorry, I got to time myself out for a second. I swore. I apologize. Okay, what did you miss about Starliner? Nothing, FX. That's the actual thing. People are... certain journalists are trying to write an article because we've had no news about Starliner. So what have you missed? Nothing. Hey, stuff happens. That's right. I know, but people will hate the truck regardless of common sense. You know what, program? You know what, dude? This might be a little bit contrarian on my part. I love Cybertruck. You know why I love Cybertruck? I love it because people hate it. I love it. It's good. It's good. It's good, man. It's good. I love it. It's kind of cool. People hate that thing. And I'm like, all right. It's kind of sweet. Cybertruck's like a rolling, why are you booing me? I'm right. You know? I think it's cool. Personally, I think it's cool because of the 48-volt architecture. And I'm not just being contrarian. I think 48-volt architecture should be a industry standard in the automotive industry. And what knowledge do I have to back that up? Well, I take apart cars for fun. Yeah, that's what I do. I take apart cars for fun. Yeah, the headlight bezel on this thing, boys, was not... it was pretty crap. Yeah, I'll show you more about that later when I get the new clips in. You're fortunate. Shut up! Never been on that site ever. I really like the 48-volt architecture. Every car, gasoline or electric, should have 48-volt architecture nowadays. Yeah, I don't think people realize how complicated the harness on a modern car has gotten because we have a 12-volt battery in every single system, like the infotainment and all this other stuff. Digital gauges require more than that, so there needs to be DC to DC inverters everywhere on a modern car's wire harness. It's awful. It's awful. Yeah, it's awful. Let's just say that. It's awful. Yeah, it's fashionable to hate Boeing, and a lot of people are running with that to the ends of the earth. Yeah, I can't think of who off the top of my head, though. Why stop at 48? Just make it 120 volt AC. Keep up. The funny thing is that it's power over Ethernet over a custom cable. Yeah, I think it's super cool, Aqualux. I don't know why nobody has come up with the idea of making power and data cables on on a CAT connection. That's really smart. Why wouldn't someone do that? That seems like low-hanging fruit for your wire harnesses. That's a way to like extremely simplify the wire harnesses. And you know what the crazy thing is? Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford, when Elon said he sent out that how to make a 48-volt car to Ford, he's like, oh, hell yeah, you bet your butt I'm reading that. This is great. I've been wanting to do this for years. I'm like, well, why? Why haven't you? Damn it. I will not stop until every car has an option for a factory SRB. That guy spaces. That guy's the guy in here doing all the spacing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Lev, 59-month resub. Thank you. I'm brave enough to say it. Starliner is a cool name for such a far disappointing capsule. Bro, it's still testing. Bray White, she's still testing. Give it some time, man. Yeah, Sawyer, I got you. I think what bugs me the most about Starliner is this. Capsule itself is perfectly fine. It's just the service module that's the problem. Everyone treating the capsule like a death trap, you have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, they've said multiple times, Matt, like, they've said multiple times that they could bring him home at any time. But they are taking their time to do the fault tree analysis to make sure they understand exactly what's going on. I can tend to say that that is the safest way to do this. You know, people are worried about safety. Everybody knows this, wants the Starliner story under the guise of safety. Like, it would be safer to bring them back. Oh, they're stranded on it. No, the safest thing to do, empirically, is to figure out what the heck's going on. Understand your spacecraft. That's like engineering 101. Now, once again, if people wanted to make a big deal about Boeing's deviance in their thermal model towards what was actually encountered, then yeah, that's probably the glaring issue here. And it's something that was it was glossed over by everybody. Mark Nappy said it in plain English. He's the guy that runs the Starliner program. He said in plain English, our thermal model was a little bit off. That's why we're getting the thruster overheating. And now, even though we don't really want thruster overheating, we need to figure out how those thrusters are going to perform in the heat because they get too hot. We didn't think they were going to get this hot, and they got too hot. That's why we're testing. This is not, I mean, it is rocket science, but you see what I mean? Like, I don't get how you can, people could say you're in an information vacuum and get any more straightforward than that. That's pretty straightforward stuff. I mean, yeah, exactly, Conan. Yeah, Conan, that's a good point. Over in YouTube chat, if people are reacting like this to some thruster issues on Starliner, I'd hate to see what they were like during during Apollo 13. Yeah, can you believe that? Can you believe that? Like, anyway, all right, let's keep going. Let's see. Okay, I'm just going through my links here. Oh, so on what was it, on Friday? Rocket Lab launched the Owl for One for Owl mission, their 51st launch. Peter Beck posted this. Sir Peter Beck posted this. Oh. Headphone users. Headphone users. Sorry, it's going to get a little loud. Headphone users, you got 15 seconds. Peter Beck said that, yeah, he did comment on it, actually, Mutter. Let's see. Man, that thing gets going good. Yeah, baby. Drops a handful of random coins in the one loud, please. I can make this louder if you want. Yeah, that's pretty good. Man, that thing gets out of the hole quick. It's pretty cool, man. That's pretty good. Now, they did have a little bit of some weird phenomenon happen during staging the other day. Peter Beck did comment on it. Let me see. They had a little bit of a tip-off during separation. They said they'll take a look at it. We have very wide bounds on this, but we like them cleaner than that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Here, if you're wondering what this is in regards to, watch this. That's, yeah. If you just changed your pants, well, I'm sorry, because this is a pucker and maybe even brown pants moment. Watch this. Watch this. Oh! Now watch. First stage. That was almost bad. That almost hit. That was almost bad. Yup. Yep. You know, I've played Kerbal enough to know that when your first stage is flying by with the business end facing towards space, staging was probably a little uncool. Also, look at how much gimbal that second stage initiates. Oh, man. Dude, look at this. Kerbal moment. Whoa. Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these. That was a little close. But, yeah. The mission did go off without a hitch, so that's actually super cool. The next thing that I want to get into is a blog post by a former shuttle flight controller named Wayne Hale. I've covered his blogs here a couple of times, dude, but you definitely want to listen to what this dude has to say. He gives awesome insight into what's going on in the industry. And I'm pretty sure he has a new post. This one is about flight rationale, and it was posted today. Here, check this out. So like I said, Wayne Hale's a flight director for NASA. He worked on the shuttle program. His colleagues, a colleague of his, Steve Stitch, runs the commercial crew program. Still works at NASA. Wayne doesn't though anymore. But listen to what he has to say. This is some really excellent insight from a 30-year shuttle veteran. Flight rationale. Absolute certainty can never be attained for many reasons. One of them being that even without limits on time and other resources, engineers can never be sure they have foreseen all possible contingencies, asked and answered every question, and played out every scenario. Dr. Diane Bond from the Challenger launch decision. The term flight rationale is not familiar to most people. Inside NASA, it means a description of the reasons why a particular space mission is considered acceptably safe to carry out. Flight rationale is generally associated with some particular part or subsystem of a vehicle, or it can be a particular operation that is being considered. Good flight rationale describes the set of information that manifestly shows the part, subsystem, or operation will perform as required within the requisite safety margins intact. Alternatively,
Poor flight rationale includes unproven assumptions Oh, not the right account, but you get the idea. Unproven assumptions, incomplete testing, or analysis that contains flaws. Unfortunately, in the real world of spaceflight, there is seldom perfect flight rationale. Sometimes there is good flight rationale. More often, the rationale proposed for a flight contains ambiguities. Raptor 3 test soon, and Howie. Hey, James, what's going on? Someone must exercise judgment to determine whether the flight rationale is adequate or not. Here, I'm just going to zoom out just a... Before getting too far, remember this constant in spaceflight. It is not safe by any ordinary consideration of safety. The energies involved are orders of magnitude above those encountered in almost any other endeavor. The requirement to make flying vehicles as light as possible leads to factors of safety that are minimal. The environments encountered in spaceflight are extremely hostile to human life. Even the best designed flight-proven vehicles, under the best considerations, have analytical probability of failure that is eye-watering in comparison to everyday life. For example, airliners are supposed to be built to a fatality rate of less than 1 in 10 million. Automobiles, less their fallible drivers, even safer. The NASA acceptable failure rate for commercial cruise spacecraft is about 1 in 500. No sane person would put their child on a school bus where the probability of a fatal crash is 1 in 500. So be advised, going into space is a risky business and is not safe under any normal understanding of that word. I'd like to quote Dr. A.R. Dykes of the British Institute of Structural Engineers. Engineering is the art of modeling materials we do not wholly understand into shapes we cannot precisely analyze, so as to withstand the forces we cannot properly assess, in such a way that the public has no reason to suspect the extent of our ignorance. Which perfectly sums up ordinary engineering projects like highways and dams, but is wildly optimistic for any product in aerospace engineering. Facts. Oh God, the voice, Codsworth! Engineering is the art of modeling materials we do not wholly understand. Mr. Dick. Nick, anything good? Engineers almost always start with an analysis, an attempt to mathematically demonstrate using the laws of physics that a part will do its job. But there are always assumptions in any analysis. Yeah, program for real. Some assumptions are better than others, but there are always assumptions in any analysis. Yeah, it goes back to what I was saying, guys. You're never going to be able to predict to a T precisely what the aerodynamic simulation of something flying through the air is going to do. You can get close, but it's never going to be bang on. It's always going to be enough to warrant a flight test to corroborate your analytical model. Important. Like, oh, I don't know, if you don't get your thermals right on your thrusters, for instance. And then at some point, you got to go and fly it to see how good your thermal model was. Just saying. Test is considered better than pure analysis. However, as my old mentor, the manager of the mission evaluation room, Joe Micheley, used to tell us, it is better to be ignorant than run a stupid test. Of course, Joe used more colorful language. Over and over again, I've seen some hardware test that was done which did not match the situation really being studied. It is almost impossible to test on the ground all of the combined effects of spaceflight. High vacuum is hard to replicate in the lab. The thermal environments are extreme. Gee, I wonder why he's writing this. There is no known way to induce microgravity. Radiation may play a role, etc. But even then, there is always an argument over whether the principal parts of the test are correct. For example, a metal part tested with a heavy load to see if it bends or breaks. Did we really understand what that load would be? Are we sure we got the right values? Sometimes engineering is all about the argument. Yep. If failure occurred, it is always the goal to discover the root cause and correct it. Fault tree analysis. Following a long investigation with much hardware testing and even more analysis, the team will declare that it has found the root cause, most likely, maybe, never 100% sure. Again and again, I've been party to failure investigations that concluded the root cause had been found and thus corrective actions could be made. Except sometimes the corrective actions didn't work because the root cause wasn't accurate. Always take the determination of root cause with a grain of salt. More salt if the investigation was rushed. Gee, I'm wondering the context of what of him wanting to write about flight rationale. Interesting. And in the end, some one person, designated to be the decision maker, that person has to come to a conclusion. A good decision maker listens to arguments from all sides of an investigation. The debate needs to reach a certain status before making a decision. A good decision maker can ask penetrating questions. A good decision maker will know when to ask for more information before deciding. The engineers will always ask for more tests, more analysis, more time to get more information to be certain of their conclusions. The decider has to decide when enough has been done. The rub in all of this, having been designated decider in too many situations, is that it always involves the risk to human life. These decisions that do not affect some faceless, nameless, random human. Rather, these decisions will affect the safety of the people that you know. At the very least, these are people we have worked together with, trained together, and spent hours in difficult meetings together. Astronauts have lives just like most of us. We send our children to school with their children. Those children participate in the same after-school programs, sports, music, scouts. Your spouse and their spouse work, partied, socialize together. I've had to make decisions about safety of astronauts who were literally my neighbors, some of whom attended the same church my family does. Knowing that you will have to look at the spouses and the children in the eye after what happens, well, that does not make deciding any easier. As a flight director, I had to make calls every single day that affected the safety of astronaut crews. Most of the time, I found out how good a decision I had made in a short time, a few hours at most. As a program manager, I had to make decisions every day that would have consequences but not realized for months, perhaps years. That does not ease the burden. I do not envy today's decision makers, the ones weighing flight rationale. My only advice is to listen thoroughly, question effectively, ask for more data when necessary. But when it is time, a decision must be made. A work of fiction which I like has summed it up perfectly. Life was not safe, and nothing could make it so. Neither fashionable dresses nor bank accounts. The baseline of human life was courage. News of the World by Texas author Paulette Giles. Gee, I wonder why he's writing about flight rationale. Maybe, perhaps it would be better to take your time in this analysis, because you don't have to make a decision yet until Crew 9 launches. You know good and well what he's writing that in response to. You know good and well. I won't say any more. He wouldn't go out and say something like that just out of the blue. It's very much pertaining to Starliner. What he's saying is get as much data as you can before you're forced to make a decision. Why do you think NASA and Boeing are not preoccupied with a fucking press conference right now? Because that's what they're doing. You know, some people say the silence is deafening. I disagree very much. I think that silence is good. That means, because if they were like, yeah, it's fine, whatever. Yeah, no, we'll bring him back tomorrow. It's fine. That's when I'd get worried. I'm dead serious about this. They have till Crew 9, Matt. That's their flight rationale. You know how I know? They said it in the press conference. Weird, huh? Just saying, dude. Stop looking at me like that. I'm just saying. They said it in the freaking press conference. Hello? I'm not just shouting into the void here, I swear. I mean, I kind of am, because you all aren't here right now. I'm kind of screaming at a wall. But also, I'm not crazy. I'm telling you. When does 9 go up? September?
The problem I have about that third model is they did 2 uncrewed flights, had thruster problems on the newer one, and still decided it was fine. Now, yeah, Aqualex, if you want a legit criticism, I 150% agree with you, but you don't see them saying that. They're just, oh, the silence is deafening. Oh, frick you. Like, you got to be in the loop? Piss off. They're trying to make sure these guys come back home okay. It's almost like people are being deliberately obtuse because they want to dump on Boeing. It's obvious. It's so ridiculously obvious if you pay attention. That's what's pissing me off. You know, and you're going to get caught. It caught up. All the actual substance gets caught up. It's ridiculous. You 150%. You disappoint me. I expect 154. Right? It's ridiculous. And you know what, guys? The truth of the matter is that it's not anything new. You needn't look no further than the press conference, the post-launch flight review from SDS-1. Look at the press conference. Somebody from the press got wind that some of the tiles came off because the booster overpressure event on SDS-1, and they sat there and belittled Gene Kranz and Neil Hutchison for like 3 hours. It was disgusting behavior. Gene frickin' Kranz. Go watch the press conference. Dude, you could see them getting annoyed. This is a hard job. You don't need people asking dumb questions like that all the time to make it even harder. And then if the public turns on you, you're screwed. So, gotta just chill. Trust me on this one. All the information is there. They're doing fault tree analysis on Starliner. They'll get it done. They want to be absolutely sure because they want to have good flight rationale. Weird, huh? It's so low effort, too. All I have to do is pay attention. That's what I'm saying. Oh, my. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Dude, there are legit things that you could bring. You could have beef with here. They don't even do that. It's just now my sources say that they're going to bring it down with no people on it. Like, Space News grumpiness level today? No, actually not bad. I'm actually kind of having fun. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of having fun. Okay, cool. I do want to read that. Woosa! Woosa! Source, trust me, bro. Like, you don't even need to do that. You don't even need to do that. It's... Oh, God. People listen to that moron, too. Okay, anyway. All right, next thing. Here we go. Check this out. Teslarati took some pictures of SpaceX's 737. And it's got tiles on it. Not really, but also, that's pretty cool. It's got tiles on it, but it doesn't. But it does. But it does. It do be having tiles on it, though. So, this 737, and I think that's it's an older 737. It's an older code, sir, but it checks out. I think that's a 600 or a dash 700 or something like that. There's no winglets on it, so it's an older model. It's a 700. There you go. 737-800 BBJ. Ooh, it's a business jet. Hello. Hello. It's a dash 800. There you go. Yeah, it's definitely an older one. This is not like a Max or a 800 dash 900. The 900s have winglets. The Max has a winglet up and a winglet down. Two overwing exits indicate a dash 800. Hey, there you go. Cool. This is what, yeah, the Scimitar, exactly. This is what SpaceX used. This is what SpaceX uses to shuttle employees between Hawthorne and Starbase in Brownsville. Yeah, direct flight from Hawthorne to Brownsville. So engineers and personnel can go back and forth. Company has their own private jet, which is super cool. What? What? No. 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 No, there's no way. There's no way.
There's no freaking way. There's no way. Ah! Oh no. Bro, he's doing that on purpose, I swear. You can't make that up, dude. That freaking number is everywhere. It's everywhere, I swear. You went so high there, the mic trip. That's pretty funny, man. You can't make that up. All right. Okay. I've been saving good news for last. But anyway, Alex was tweeting this. What did Alex say? For some reason, SpaceX is scheduled a Starlink launch this Saturday from 39A, about 8 days before the latest target launch date for Crew 9. This is strange, as the usual time to get this pad ready for a crew launch is about 3 weeks. Okay. Yeah, interesting. What was this other article here that you linked, Forge? This is an opinion article. An opinion article from the Seattle Times. And now graded out because let's honor the past but bid farewell to Blue Angels, an op-ed piece from the Seattle Times. Nope. This is somebody just whining that they're too loud and probably whining about carbon emissions or some nonsense. Yep, I already know what that article is. I'm not giving that one the time of day. They can piss off. Yeah, I mean, guys, look, you can forgive me for assuming, but you know exactly what that article is going to say. Well, the data suggests that the Blue Angels add too much carbon emissions. It's probably just somebody using that as a guise because they were too loud for one day out of the year and people want to be upset about something. I'm not even kidding. You can go read that article if you want. I didn't even read it. I already know what it says. It's so predictable. No, that's not the good news. That's the good news. This is the good news. This is coming from the talk of Titusville here. Yeah, Bill, we know exactly. Over in the YouTube chat, we know exactly what that is. I don't need to read it. It's hilarious. And yeah. We could read the whole thing. We could waste our breath just to sit there and disagree and call that person an idiot. But, you know, I'm not going to do that. Let's see. Titusville Company receives SBIR to grant to continue developing multi-role space. Okay. Blackstar Orbital Technologies, a Titusville-based company, has received a federal grant to study the tactical applications and economic impacts of its proprietary high-performance small-sat class spaceplane platform. This grant comes from a Small Business Innovation Research Award from SpaceWorks, the innovation arm of the U.S. Space Force. As a unique division within AFWorks, SpaceWorks inspires and empowers collaboration with innovators to accelerate capabilities to shape our future in space. Vicky for mayor, hell yeah! I don't know who that is. Headquarters in Los Angeles, SpaceWorks employs 40 military, civilian, and contractor personnel, executing an annual $457 million budget. Additionally, SpaceWorks partners with Space Systems Command, Commercial Space Office, Cosmo, you guys did that on purpose, as a collaborative program. SBIR is essentially a seed fund designed to help small companies develop technologies. This funding will allow us to explore the dual-use applications of space drone technology, enhancing national security and defense capabilities. Our team is dedicated to pushing the boundaries of what is possible in space technology, and this award is a significant step towards realizing our vision, Chris Jeanette, CEO of Blackstar Orbital, said in a press release. Black Star is a planned modular reusable space. Me too. The Black Star is a planned modular reusable spaceplane platform designed for multiple roles in the space-based defense environment. It can be configured as a communications platform, cargo hauler, or to fly customers' specified platforms in a very low Earth orbit, or other orbital regime. It weighs roughly 300 kilograms and sits on a 41 by 56 by 15 footprint, making it ideal for many launch platforms. 154 is a meme number in the aerospace industry, Grimlock. That thing's little. It's about this big. Interesting. What was the X-33 footprint again? Did I see that right? 41 inches by 56 inches by 15 inches? That's this big. It's the size of a model plane. Yeah. Now it's not as cool. Still cool, but it's just a little guy. It's basically a CubeSat-sized space plane. I want a fleet of them. I mean, me too, but I also want one big one. Would you rather fight 100 CubeSat X-33s or one X-33 sized CubeSat? What is this, a space plane for ants? How can people get into the space shuttle if they can't even fit inside? It's got to be at least 3 times as big. Isn't that just a giant geosatellite? Yeah. It's a big Twinkie. I'll split it with you. How about one X-33 sized X-33? No, that right there is what I really want. I'll take one goes, thank you. Yeah. Reminds me of the scam skyscraper where they put the blueprints in inches rather than feet to trick investors. Did we talk about how Starship is apparently too big for Gateway? Yeah. Yeah, Mutter, I talked all about that on Flame Trash. Oh boy. Yep. That was the Friday special. Power and propulsion element, which was only really designed to receive a spacecraft or a spacecraft as big as Orion or just slightly bigger, is now maybe a 30 to 40 ton lander, is now receiving a 150 ton lander. That proposes some problems. Yep. Not as bad as the Halo module engineers forgetting to incorporate the mass of their wire harness into their mass calculations for the module for Gateway. This is scalable and will eventually be available in several larger variants, which will scale up from there from larger small sat and medium sat class vehicles. Oh, that's cool, Aqueduct. It's not an X-33, but it's pretty cool. Next gen Starship was stacked over the weekend, and it has this dinghy. That's still cool, man. I mean, they're little mini space planes, but still cool. Did you read that the Viper rover might get rescued? It's past August 1st, Make. I'd be very skeptical at this point if that thing flies, and it's just, yeah, idiotic. There's no reason why they have to stop scaling there. Let's hope. What is this, Forge? Next gen Starship was stacked over the weekend, and it has this dinghy.
Tank baffle, maybe. All right, I'm ducking out for a bit. All right, Matt. Thanks for your insight, buddy. I appreciate it. I mean, it's just, it looks to be some type of swirl baffling or something. Speaking of gateway, here's a render. Okay. Yeah, see, all the gateway's plans for the power and propulsion element, this piece right here, was to have a lander that's not very big. But yet, here we are. It's just part of the methane downcomer forge. It's just a redesign. Slap some Methalox RDEs on a 56-foot rather than a 56-inch version, and we'll see where it'll take you. I was just thinking a Methalox linear aerospike should do the trick. That should do you right. Payload capacity isn't going to be too much, but you get the whole thing back every time. Just saying. Think those rings will hold on to the fuel in zero gravity? Maybe. A Methalox. I mean, Oglex, we could. Let me think about this. Now you got the stupid gears turning because you're a jerk. I want to think about this. See, the problem with Methalox is you have that damn carbon atom. It's such a big pain in the butt to deal with that thing. But it's what keeps kind of the hydrogen copacetic there on a flight like this. You've got to deal with the mass constraints here. I'm not saying it couldn't be done. You could probably get it done. That'd be a big SSTO. It would be big. Bigger than Venture Star. In terms of an aerospike engine, I'm trying to think like a stage combustion cycle aerospike would be. You'd need to like make a Raptor aerospike to do something like that. Raptor aerospike, that would be pretty cool. Not gonna lie. How fast did China go from blueprint phase to a finished, assembled and fully functioning space station? It seemingly wasn't very long, but then you realize they just stole the Russians' playbook. Still, it was accomplished pretty fast for aerospace, pretty quickly. Huzzah, look at Mir 2 and then look at the Mir 2 space station and then look at the Chinese space station. Seriously. Still wondering how they're going to do fuel transfer in space. That seems really complicated. A rocket engine can fire in space. I don't see why you couldn't. I mean, that's fluid moving around. I don't see why you couldn't do that when the rocket engine isn't firing. Just putting it out there. If you look at the Lockheed video about the lunar base concept, yeah, I had it teed up, dude. I watched it off stream. The Russian segment of the ISS is what became, yeah, that's what became of the Mir 2 modules. And the U.S. operational side of the space station is all the parts of Space Station Freedom that were manufactured when they said stop making the rest of it and put Russian stuff on the back of your space station because international cooperation. But yeah, they just wanted an excuse to gut NASA, as per usual. I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, Cleater put out a video. Yeah. This is a really awesome dragster, but I don't think that's the same video. Guys, yeah, I mean, you can just warm up the propellant if you want to get it to go anywhere. How do you think they move the propellant around on the pads? Kerbal or workers? I want to play workers. See Kraken. But yeah, that's gonna do it for space news. I think we got through everything, dudes. Yeah, so that was really good. Yeah, we all do, W. Not gonna lie. That would probably be about enough too. Anyway, guys, I saw Sips playing workers today, and it made me want to play workers. There's the IFT5 patch. I've seen it. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, dude. As always, thank you. Always learn a lot. My pleasure, dude. My pleasure. Let's name this. We have oil, and we're cooking in the desert. Hashtag pound sign, hashtag pound sign. There we go. I did say something about oil, and I am cooking. Who said anything about oil, chat? You cooking? Oil. So that's going to do it for Space News. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll be back same time tomorrow for all your space questions and more space news. And yeah, obviously Kerbal to start. We're going to do Kerbal Space News and then After Hours. Back to the regular schedule. Sorry it took so long. Modder, 107-month resub. Thank you. You're quite welcome. I would implore you to sit back, relax, and if you could, if you're going to watch Replace Some Workers, that'd be pretty dope. You got something to do, I get it. If you hate workers, also get it. I can see how somebody wouldn't like that game, but that somebody is not me. So let's bring up the title card here for a second. And I will be back for workers momentarily. Did you, yeah? Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? It's time for workers. Did you get it? We're sorry. The people responsible for bringing up the title card and not doing it right have been sacked. Alright, cool. For some reason, this music reminds you of the music that you'd hear backing a slaughter montage in a horror film. Oh, I very much disagree. I think that's this music.
You want to play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend. You want to play rough? Okay. Do you like that, huh?
makes sense. Gav, I'd like to remind everybody and you that that is from the Hearts of Iron soundtrack. Hearts of Iron. That did... What? Okay. Yeah. What's that machine gun sound? I don't know. The automatic, the fully semi-automatic one? I mean, it could do daka-dakas. Wait, I mean, which one do you want? Sound like a sheep. Oh, I'm sorry, because you can make a better noise like that, Rem? No, a Tommy gun would be... Can confirm. Shot one. Alright, fine. Here, you tell me which one this is. You tell me which one. Which one? I don't know. Pick one. Yeah, okay, you guys got it. Excellent. Riding a Harley. Who rides a Harley with vertical handlebars? Harley with... MG42. MG42 had a pistol grip. Or has a pistol grip, so that would be... Definitely the Nerf Hailfire. Yes! Ever shoot an M1? I've never shot an M1, no. Yeah, M1 would be... The microphone compressor didn't pick it up. You gotta have the tingy noise. Rambo would be proud. Okay. Why did the cooling tower have some black smoke? It's a power plant. And I don't know. So, we got the refinery up and running, and we have extra refinery here. And we are producing fuel, which is pretty poggies. We got good operating numbers. We are expanding Al Galin here. We have a bunch of refineries. We have a bunch of flats up here to, bolster the city out. This actually turned it into a pretty little profitable city. So I did a compression test on your brother's XJ, 150 PSI, except for cylinder 5, which was 90. I'm convinced it's the valves. Valve seats. Valve seats. Valve seats. Put mystery oil in, see if it fixes it. That's a mighty fine refinery you have, mighty fine there. Okay. So, the idea is that we're starting to stockpile fuel and starting to stockpile bitumen. We are exporting it as well, which is good. But over here we're gonna have to make some type of terminal area. But we do have the pipes set up to, expand this way. We figured out from a Babaljo video that you can have the tanks connected directly to the refinery. The refinery does act like a local pump. But if the second you put another tank after this, you're going to need a pump. So I'd need a pump after these tanks to pump into more tanks if I want to pump okay, you understand what I'm trying to say. You need a pump after one set of tanks. So we have 2 tanks for bitumen there, and then we have 2 tanks for fuel there. I am collecting fuel from the refinery. I'm using that to fuel up all the gas stations between Garawi and here. Garawi or Harley and Al Galin. We're basically supplying our own fuel. And I'm exporting bitumen right now. These here are the surplus bitumen. And we do have we're bolstering out the city pretty hard here to, we're bolstering the city out pretty hard here to get the personnel that I need to keep that refinery cranking out money. We're actually super profitable now because I'm exporting bitumen. I don't know, Aqualex. That's
How goes the ruble profit plan? No. That's how that goes. Yeah, no. The rubles, we got big trouble. We're in big trouble with that. We need to address that quick. What I wanted to do was set up a refinery and a power plant over here as well, and I'll finance it on the dollar because the dollar's profitable. So I started building out the accoutrement. What the heck is that stuff? For another settlement, another city out here. We have construction depots, repair depots, technical office, distro, road depot, and then I have 5 construction offices. Every one of these is in range of the repair station that's going to be built here. And then I have a little substation there, and that's where I stopped. I stopped building there because we got to figure out a way to put in the water and sewer. Now, I have a Stalinator down here that's ready to accept all the sewage. And I have a water plant right there ready to go, and we have an electrical substation right here that's ready to go. The other thing that I'm doing here is... Wait a minute. Are we back? Are we back online? Are these things pumping? Oh, yes! Yes. We can start exporting oil on the ruble. Please. Go. Please. I need money. The building is on fire. Are you kidding? No. Okay. Something way over here. Fire station. Cool. All right, that's fine. So this should actually help us with ruble profit here. The Kuvarud oil, the Al-Baki Baba oil fields are up and running. Go. Sweet. Fantastic. Now they can start exporting the crude oil. We can get all of the crude oil. Go. Crude oil rules. Crude oil rules. Yeah, so eventually, why are there no dump trucks there? Oh, that's right, I moved them over here. We moved all the dump trucks and cement mixers over here to the Galekli because that's where we're going to finance building that city on the dollar, so it made more sense having them over here. That's right. That's right. No. Oh no. No, Grab Shark, it's me. Why would I fail that? Why would I fail that if I didn't think it was good? All right, so what we should start doing now is start building out these construction depots. So let's go to Kuvarud Construction. Let's make sure that that depot up here, the big depot by the border, is assigned. It is. Cool. So let's go into our construction hotkey here, and we will bing, bang, bong, bong, ding. Just like that. And then we'll make sure we get construction labor. Bing, dong, ding, dong, ding, dong. Just like that. They make that. That's the noise that it makes. Cool. So once we have this all built, we should just be able to expand the city down like crazy. In the meantime, we could start pulling crude and start exporting. The price of crude on the ruble is not too good. It's 37 per ton. It's not the worst, but I desperately need to start exporting on the ruble. Look at all the trucks. That's awesome. Did I forget any over here?
Nope. We sent all of them. Good. 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 Yes, load. Load. So we're exporting at 591 a truck. That's not good considering we need a lot of fuel to go all the way over there, but they don't allow dump trucks on the FDR. Fine, you want me to argue? I'm not going to argue, no matter how stupid it is. What happens if you export on the ruble instead of the dollar? You have to be near a border, John, to export it. You can export on either one. There's basically, think about it like two currencies in this game. Like most city builders have one currency. You have two, and you can take out loans on either one. There's two currencies in this game. There's two markets in this game. There's Warsaw Pact, which is on the ruble, and NATO, which is on the dollar. You can trade on the dollar at NATO checkpoints, right here, at NATO borders. You can trade on the ruble at Warsaw Pact checkpoints, which is actually super cool. You can get pretty creative with your finances in this game, which is one of the many reasons why I like it. You know what? Let's just tell them to make. I'm gonna tell them. I don't want to tell them to just make everything. Just make all of it. Chester A. Arthur. You know he was vice president of customs right here in New York? No, I didn't know that, Jerry. Oh, look at all these R series. Yeah, baby. It's one of the best damn semi trucks ever devised by man. Mac R series, boy. It's missing some headlights, but hey, whatever. Copyrighted stuff, I get it. There we go. Our export's starting to go up. That's just a temporary solution for now. If we get a refinery going up over here with the city to support it, we can export like crazy on the ruble and, yeah, make lots of money. Lots of money. Leia. We also can set up for coal and iron, which are right here. Actually, iron is over here at Al-Hada. There's tons of coal here at Kosask. We'd need to get a train line up there if we were going to do anything useful with that coal, though, aside from burn it in a power plant. Anyway, let's go check on Nader over here. Nice. Our repair depot is up and running. Excellent. I just watched a video on the economics for SpaceX choosing stainless, and it's cool to see that economically, once starships become mature, SpaceX could, with lots of investment, manufacture the first stage
could manufacture the first stage out of carbon composites for a possible increase in payload capacity between 10 to 20 tons for a Starship. Won't happen soon, but cool to see that it's an economically viable solution. I don't think SpaceX has any interest in moving back to carbon fiber ever. But, yeah, they could. Is there any people in this city that we can lift? Oh yeah, there's plenty. Let me put the overlay here. Comrade, you've been selected for a glorious new flat. It's free, just need to work you to the bone. Yes, very nice. Yes, don't you love this? King, you walk in, you'll be king in the castle, la 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 la, king in the castle. This will be you, comrade, it will be you, friend. We just put up another office building, or another flat, so. It's given me an unemployment problem because I moved all these people into the city all at once and now they don't know where to work. They'll find work though, don't worry. Wow, wow, wee, wah, he's very nice. King in the castle, la 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 la. What is this? I imagine stainless will continue to make even more sense than carbon fiber if they scale up from 9 to 12. Agreed. Who do you call for maintenance or does the king fix it? Your state-owned construction companies fix it. I don't know why it doesn't want to bring a roller for this, but alright. Haktua! I think where we last left off, I was building out the an extension on this highway. Yeah, that's what we need potassium for mining reasons. All other countries are run by little girls. Kazakhstan, greatest exporter of potassium. All other countries, potassium is not as good. Da 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 da. Off-topic question: Will the next rocket lab rocket be proto-hydrogen or what? I'm confused. Screamer noises.
yeah, over here on the Alsana front, we need them to... Yes, they finished all the roads. The name of the rocket. The next one is Neutron. Oh, you're talking about after that? I don't think they can name it Proton, I think. You streamed Kerbal too early for me to hop in today, but did you figure out Kerbal Wind Tunnel? I think I got a good idea of what I'm looking at, demo. Yeah, Rocket Guy was helping me out. Should be pretty good, dude. Yeah, foreign pipeline connections. You can research it, dude. Actually, speaking of that, the curves in that mod are essentially what I did my master's thesis on. Dude, you know why we like it so much, Demo? That's cool, man. You know why we like it so much? It's because it's taking into account body lift. It's not just center of lift, center of mass based off of your wings. It takes into account the body lift of the components, which is invaluably helpful. How's the debt coming along? We're paying it off on the dollar. Easily paying it off. We're not paying it off on the ruble, but we're getting there. Hey, all systems, what's going on? Haktua! KSB considers body lift? Yeah, absolutely. It's a cyan line in the arrow menu. If you look at the aerodynamic overlay. It's a spin on that thing. Yes. 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 Kazakhstan, greatest exporter of potassium. Research program finished. We have geological mapping now. Pause it for a second. We can set this to oil. Yep. The biggest oil field is right where I found it, right here. There's also one right here that I don't think we knew about. Let's just go here and see what... Oh! Hello! What about... It says there's one right here. Oh, wow. Dude, it's everywhere. It's freaking everywhere! Really? There was an oil deposit here the whole time? Balls. Yeah, geological mapping allows you to unlock this. This is the Al-Bucky Baba oil field. Look at this one. This oil field is freaking huge, dude. The biggest ones are up here. it's just 100% like everywhere. But that's also the most remote, dude. Yeah, see, we already knew there was oil there. What about the rest of the map? Let's just pause. Let's pause and check other things. What about coal? Now, we already found that one right there. There's coal near, there's coal near El Sana. Or Nader. It's in this valley right here. Oh, hello. Dude, that's close to our railroad tracks. The tracks are right there. Dude, we need to make a Y and we need to make the tracks go up here. And a road. We need tracks in the road going up here. It also let me tune my entries and trajectories better since I know the exact angle of attack I'll be flying through re-entry. Yeah. 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 Yeah, no, Demo, that wind tunnel is dope. It's amazing. I really kind of wish that I wasn't as stubborn, but don't tell anybody that. $72 on that coal. There's a lot of, I can't believe there's coal that close to, there's coal that close to this. We should run a track up here and start exporting coal. What does coal export at? It'll make sense if we export it in bulk. Yeah. Price is going up though. Any other coal near any other cities? All right, what about iron? There's iron right here. Right off of my damn highway. Not a lot. But there is some. The biggest iron deposits are right... the biggest ones that I can see. There's another big one, right? Basically right over us. $67. We're in shellac, that's not too far. And then there's iron here. I knew that. I knew there was iron there. Let's go right here. Pretty good one up here. Cool. Neat. That crap has been updated a lot. It looks good, man. It looks good. You did a good job. In the meantime, let's tell the technical university to start researching something new. What should we have them do? Have I already researched pipelines? No, I actually haven't gotten near it. We'd have to do metallurgy to do that.
Yes, you can get an RBMK reactor. Yep, that's part of the nuclear tech tree, dudes. Oh yeah. Will it melt down? I have no freaking clue, and I frankly don't want to. I don't want to know. I don't want to test that. Waste separation. I do have solar panels unlocked, and I paid to unlock solar panels because it's the desert. I mean, makes sense. The radio station and the television station are good for getting your government loyalty up. You can just spread propaganda like crazy because that's hilarious. Because of course you could do that. And then the engineering stuff makes mechanical components, and then you can build a car factory, train factory, plane factory, ship dry dock. It's pretty rad, dude. You can go bananas with this stuff. I'll go metallurgy first. Would you try nuclear energy in a playthrough at some point? Sure. Let's test this. I'm testing flattening terrain here to see if we can make a, oh, well, I was gonna say make a Y, because this goes downhill. We can make a train line that goes up there to the iron that's up here. There's definitely iron. Now the thing is, if we're gonna do that, how are we gonna get people to it? Like, how far up this is there? Oh no, maybe it's coal. Maybe it was coal over here? Yeah, it was. That's not that far, dudes. We could get people up there with the train, but we'd have to build one hell of a junction up here. But we could. We would need to bolster this part of the city, dude. That might... It might make more sense building out Jerison. Even though there's nobody there. I demolished that city. There's nobody. I mean, I took everybody out. I don't think anybody lives there. Oh, some people do. The other thing that we could do is build a train line that goes into a tunnel. Comes out over there, but I don't think we should do that. That's too expensive. It'd be easier to just make the train line go up there. We have oil and we are cooking, Quack, and I did say something about oil.
Can they get to everything from that? They can. That flat, you can pretty much get anywhere. How many can that flat hold? Sorry, I placed it down. Probably should have checked all this. That is a 85% capacity flat. Oh, those ones have 90. That's 93% quality. 157, that's 220. Let's get rid of that. Hold up. Thank you. The airplane runway trick does allow you to flatten mountains. Yeah, I know. I don't want to get too nuts with it, but yeah, I could absolutely do that. We could just make a pass right through there, which would be kind of funny. But I don't know if I want to do that, especially since we're primed basically to do the opposite of that, you know? Let's stabilize funding before we do that. Okay, that road's finished, so we need to go to the railway construction. Pave that over here, pave that, and start construction on the building. And then they're going to need waste over here as well. And then assign the construction depot to that. Sign to that. See, I paved one path and have another one dirt so they can get to. We can make a paved path for later, but they can also get to it. They actually can't get to the school. That's a substation that I'm working on right there. You don't already know the level of the crane is how many workers can make it 5 times faster. Yeah, you really want tower cranes. That's something I keep forgetting to do. I need this road paved so that building they can get at the school. So we'll pave this side of the road first and then pave the other side. That should be good. We're making money on the damn ruble. Yeah. Yeah, we are. We're doing okay. We gotta start working on our loading terminals here. But yeah, Joker, for sure. I need to make sure this flat can get it at that school over there. They're not within walking distance to the school. They're in walking distance to everything else, but the kindergarten, house of culture, and school. Paving the roads means they have a faster walking distance. So if they have a faster walking distance, there's a clear-cut path to get to the school, so it actually extends their range. This is the water depot that I'm working on up here. This is going to be the master plumbing area for this whole city that I'm going to build. All these roads right here are designed to basically build out a gigantic freaking city here. This is only the beginning. By the 80s, we should be pretty big here. Once again, making money. So we're going to need a loading terminal here. Or I could just have trucks stop here and just pump right from the fuel storage for now. Might not be the worst idea, just for now. The problem with that is that they load extremely slow. That might meter us, though. I have a fire station right there, dude. We gotta get this fire station up and running, but I'm not sure how we're gonna get like people to come and work there. What I thought might be a good idea is to do this. Yeah, there's one up there. Don't tell me I never turned this on. Well, that was a problem that was narrowly avoided. That almost got pretty bad. Okay, cool.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Barrelicious 80-month resub. Thank you. See, look, now people... Please, truck. Go over there. Discovery, goats. Goat, totes my goats at throttle up. Why are they purple? Because they got work clothes on. Now they're in. Whatever you say, buddy. Now we should probably do this with a, not like directly from the tap here. You can do it with a loading station, an oil station, but we don't have that yet. So that's good for an interim solution. Oh, you said the interim were... all right, you're fine. Yeah, you're right. You did. I'd want these to all come together. And then we need to have them go into a loading station. Or do we want to expand our capacity? I mean, we have the benefit of having outputs on either side here, so we can very much have just one of these set to loading and unloading fuel. Then again, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I don't really know what I want for the expansion here. I don't really, not really sure. Making any money on the freaking ruble at all? Nothing. Even with all my oil export? Importing steel. Oh, the steel is problem. No, that's being financed on the dollar. You can increase. Yeah. Yeah. We could make one for each. You can pipe straight to the border if you research it, dudes. Oh, is the power plant exporting, by the way? It's export. Yeah, that was still bringing in power because I had to change the grid around a little bit. The best thing to do would be to set another set of trucks for this, but I gotta watch the rate at which 4 trucks going back and forth will drain this thing. We'll see. I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. The dollar is going up like crazy though, which is good. Yeah, this is the fuel distribution. There we go. Cool. How's the garbage incinerator coming along? Let me pause it and we'll go over there and take a look. I assigned everybody to finish it. Should be... Oh, yeah! What? Yeah, we might need a bus depot over here. A bus depot in a freaking fire station. Might get out there in time, we'll see. Yeah, anyway, my incinerator.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
What I'm going to do is we need a road depot. Hey, slightly blasting off for 10 months. I need rescue from the ISS. Hi. Yes. Okay. We have a road depot right here. That has a microbus in it. Good. We will... buy a couple of those bad boys. Now let's make a new line. They got it. They extinguished it. All right. There we go. We got people. We got personnel. It's not powered. Got to tell them to make that. Need to set that line to a high priority. Set that to the highest priority as well. Gotta build those quick. Thanks for asking me. But yeah, this is good. We should be good to start moving waste, and the workers, yeah, it's fine moving workers there. I don't have a problem with it now. Oh, nice. There's another, another building ready to go. Cool, we can pull more people. Cool. Oh, nice. I want the new dozer. Go. Water and sewage. It's all done. If you're talking about for this, I don't think you need that. Can the power hut be built without a footpath? No, it needs a footpath or a road. Well, yeah, I mean, well, they need to get to it. That's the access is for them getting to it. I want a road depot right here, and we'll tell Elsenna to get on that. So I can put vehicles here and they can get repaired by proxy. Oh yeah, I told them to demolish my, the original grocery store. Because the new one is better. Yeah, I suppose you could do it with helicopters, huh? Uh-oh. Go there. So we have a construction depot set up, which is good. We're starting to make progress over here. Are we getting anywhere near profitable on the damn ruble? I don't think we are right now, but that's because well, no, I'm not telling. Wow, look at our power capacity shoot through the roof. That's what I'm talking about, man. Debating. What's the SPP output? Takes 8 workers, 560 megawatt hours of power. We could export. We could do that. We could export it right here out NATO. Finance it with the dollar. Construction depots are already all building off of the dollar anyway, so go. What distro was I using for that? Do you think a mirror array could be used as a weapon against planes? Yeah, but the amount of power and energy that you need, you could have just launched a missile. You're gonna hurt my wallet replenishing this a little bit, but we got to. We're out of prefabricated panels. That's the prefabs that they're using to make that. They're not going to be in range of that school. I'm going to try to put that SPP out there because it's a quick way to offset some costs there on the ruble. It's going to cost me a little bit, but if I finance it on the dollar, could be a quick measure of, you know, fixing that. Alright, let's go back over to Nader over here. Did we get the electricity figured out? Yeah, Micro, I love Workers. Playing it for a good while, man. Love watching you play it? Dude, I love playing this game. Making money hand over fist with the fuel exports, which is good. Building is without power supply. We made it 99,333. We almost made it to six-figure export there. All right, cool. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a new line here. This is NATO. Fuel export to go here, load, wait, and then go here. Unload, wait until unloaded, save. Now I have 4 R series max. 1, 2, 3, 4. Load fuel, save. I'm gonna take bitumen export off of here. Or Harley, off of there. And I'm just gonna use this distro for loading up fuel and loading up my asphalt factory right there. Cool. Excellent. Now, all this bitumen over here, I'm gonna make a new line again. We're gonna call it NATO bitumen export. One, save. Go here, load, wait, go over here, unload, wait, check. Now, I'm going to add a couple of these Mac F series right here. Load bitumen, unload bitumen, save. I'm gonna create another new line. This is gonna export from the second tank here. It's gonna make the same freaking line, but off another tank. Solid run this time. Yeah. I just told all those trucks to go get fuel. Nice. They got access to the school there by making that footpath go off the backside. Excellent. Very good. Building is without power supply. Why is it fluctuating like that? Some line is overloaded. It's pulling from the power plant, guys. It's pulling directly from this. I don't... First of all, I didn't know that picked up as a substation, but also, good to know. Sewage tank is overflowing? It's a... That doesn't stop my power output as far as I can tell. There's no other substation. I never designed it for that. I have the provisions for one right here in case we needed it. Second water depot. Building a substation might fix it. I mean, yeah, it probably will. You know what? I'm gonna pull. I have 4 trucks assigned to each one of these tanks. I'm gonna pull these off here. It's gonna Pull one off of each. Actually, you know what? Screw that. Do your thing. Hey, we're positive on the ruble. That's good. That's huge progress. But my monthly payment is 67 grand on the ruble, so that number needs to be above 67 G's. It's at 1. So unless no. Unless that number goes above 67, we're screwed. Okay, Corvarud, build that SPP. Let's see what this does. I need a big switch here. Actually, we got plenty of spots for... Oh, that's low voltage output. I don't care about that. That's a priority on a voltage switch. We're gonna tell them to build that, build that, build that, build that, build that, build that. This is I'm gonna try to offset the ruble cost here, guys. And if we finance building the SPP, the solar power plant on the dollar, whatever, it's free real estate. Hey Sim, just wanted to say hi. What's going on, man? How you doing? It's good to see you, buddy. Dude, Sim, be careful with this game. This workers is... Yeah, careful with this game. Horribly addicting is the answer to that. Oh, he's going to get repaired. We need a US version of this game. Imagine the projects we could recreate. TVA, Epcot. Yeah. A capitalist version of this would be quite good. It would be pretty poggies. Anyway, Sim, I hope everything's going well, dude. Give you and yours the best. Kids, wife, everybody. Hope everything's good, man.
Is this a dictatorship? Barely any freedoms? Yeah. Yeah. So? All right. Now we need people. Where are we gonna nag people from? Anybody here left in Shellac? Oh, a couple. We've shellacked most of the people from that place. Gotta finish rollering out that road. Anyone else see? I don't know what you're talking about, Humble. Not really sure what you're on about, man. I'm going to refinance that down so we can lower the monthly payment. We're going to try to pay off a lot of the principal here. I think that'll do us right. Or should we just let it ride? You know what? Let's do it. Go to this loan. Let's go. 1, 2, 4, 9, 3, 8, 1. Bye-bye. Give it a second to tick everything over. And our payment should go down. Yeah, it's a 4.2% interest rate. That's going to be cheaper for us in the long run. I'm just waiting for that to go away. Our payment went up, but we're going to pay it down quicker. We can absolutely handle that bigger payment. It's not a big deal. Are we gonna hit 6-figure export? I think so. We need 2 fire trucks for that fire station. $98. Come on.
$98.99. Oh, six-figure export. That's good for me. Good for me. Very nice. How about over here? Did we get the, Here we go. Nice. Very good. Very good. Ruble is going up, barely, but it's going up. Now, all we really need is the oil prices to spike. If the oil price spikes now, we are going to be doing very good. We're going to be doing quite well. You can't build Baikonur, but the devs have said that they might consider a space expansion someday. We need more people for the refinery. Time to clean out another town. Hey, I was probably going to demolish these towns anyway for a highway, so not too worried. That should be good enough. Should be enough to get the ball rolling there. Crazy Pyro, 76-month resub. Thank you. Why not try to lean more into agriculture? I want to build farms in this valley right here. That's why I started building a highway in this direction, but I ran into monetary problems before I could do it. Uh-oh. I don't understand why that's doing that, but it's okay. Congratulations, you have been selected for a relocation program. Happy times.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Just for now. Hey, Von Reich, 16-month resub. Thank you. Okay. It's one of the best trucks ever made. Propane and propane accessory. Where'd all your dollars go? I refinanced some of the loans, dude. Yeah, and I got a loan with a lower interest rate. Yep. You know what? I'm confident that we can move the rest of these people. You have been selected to move to nice, high-quality flat, courtesy of me. I am good person. If you do not go, we'll take you outside and shoot you, and then you get access to free grave. Now that's what I call free death care. Don't worry, all expense paid funeral. If you refuse, it'd be very nice. Yeah, I've just decided everybody here in this city doesn't deserve to live here anymore. But that's what you can do when you're a communist dictator. No, friend, it's simply for the utopia or something. I literally moved the entire town into this building. Jeez, I may have gone a little bit overboard here. We might need to expand. Holy crap. Nah, it's fine. We made 150 G's. Maybe name the building that after the entire town you put in there? Sure. The Shada Flats. Typo was intentional. Dara, thanks for the raid, man. Rabble, 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 rabble. We've come to boop. Hey, what's going on, guys? This is glorious wall you're facing, yes? Good. Nice. We need more workers for that refinery, dudes. We need... the Alkaline refinery labor line. Cool. Like you? Fine. I need to put him in a road depot. Okay. What's this? SimCity USSR edition? Yeah, pretty much, Johnny. Yeah, it is. It's kind of got a communist motif on it, which, well, it's not too heavy on the communism, dude. I mean, every city builder is you have like absolute control. This just kind of makes it into a meme when you play the game, which is actually really funny. Yeah, it's super good, man. It's you know, you say it's like SimCity. Yeah, it's as difficult as SimCity was back in the day. That's why I like it. It's a tough city builder to play. I think city builders nowadays are too easy. Yeah, SimCity wishes it had this level of granularity. Bingo. I assigned those 2 cars on a line that's going to pull people to that fire station so that fire station gets operational in case something here burns down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Storm, I'm back home, and my short stint visiting your general neck of the woods was quite enjoyable, even if some of the road networks and design choices didn't make much sense to you. They don't make much sense to anybody, dude. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They paved cow paths, pretty much. Gotta make him a septic tank up here so you don't have to worry about the sewage overflowing as much. There we go. All right, cool. Let's go check how are they making progress on the SPP. Okay, it's gonna take a second. This music is intense, intensely awesome, man. Can't believe you've got 400 hours in this game. I love this game. Workers is amazing. It's my favorite city builder. Just trying to make this game more popular because it's that freaking good. You have a truck supplying fuel to your fueling stations, or you're taking the import-export penalty? No, there's a distro right here that's supplying fuel everywhere. I am nearing the funny numbers. 65-month resub from Eddie Boo. And then Ray, thanks for the raid, dude. Raid defense, put your panels up. Put your panels up and pull your pants down. Wait, what? No. No, don't do that. Next research, that was the Communist Party headquarters researching tourism. Advertise in Soviet country? Yes, we could do that. Yep, they got the fire. Good, good. Ray, thanks very much for the raid, guys. If you like scam bait streaming, Ray is your guy. It's pretty good, man. You bet, thank you. Oh, my pleasure, man. Dude, this game is hopelessly addicting. Can't stop playing it. It's bad. And then there's also this and KSP like going on at the same time. I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what to do with my hands. Mank, you've stopped playing video games altogether? Well, that's good. That's not a bad thing, dude. Are containers useful in this game? Once you get up to bulk shipping, Joker, yeah. It makes for loading and unloading a lot quicker, from what I understand. Containers are great for export. Yeah, though I've graduated to wanting to buy expensive cars. Buying expensive cars is cool, but what about working on crappy cars? Cars are good. Those are nice. Why not both? More! I'm up to 7 myself, man. How about you? Money doesn't grow on trees. Yeah, but wood does. Well, would you look at that? He's right. I need more cylinders, Hugh. Dies with the most cylinders wins. How many do I have? All my cars have V8s except for one. The Fusion, which has a turbo 2-liter. All-wheel drive. So, 7... 8 times 7... 56. Minus 4, though. So I have 52 cylinders. How about you? How was that road trip? Awesome. Why did my brain stop at basic multiplication for a second? That wasn't... You have 12. I have 52. And a turbo. Apollo, the road trip was fantastic. I want to do it again. It's just, I got to build up some capital if we want to do it again. Fusion Swap is a great Miata upgrade, a literal bolt-in. I got 53, no big deal. You'll get there one day. Mank, be sure that if you buy cars that you know how to work on them too. I know you, I'm pretty sure you're good, but don't be that guy that loans a Ferrari that's like, I got a flat tire and what do? Don't be that guy, okay? Your car has 3 pistons. Wait, your Mustang is 4. No, the Fusion has 4 cylinders. My Mustang has a 4.6 liter V8 in it. 3-valve with a 5-speed. Because manual. Uh-oh. Problem, 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 problem. Stop all fuel export immediately. All my stupid things are running out of fuel. They can't export. Well,
Discovery,
bravo.
go
What
and
in the
throttle up.
world? 51 months of awesome content. Keep it up. Thank you. I was worried about this. I'm exporting fuel too fast. I don't have enough for the distribution to keep up. That should fix that problem, but now all my stupid cars ran out of fuel. Oh, everything is running out of fuel. This is so bad. We gotta just make sure we start refilling the fueling stations here. Good. That's gonna start there. There we go. Can we get some spaghetti music from Hearts of Iron, please? I'm not gonna stream for much longer, dude, so no, I'm good. Some other time. All the construction depots over here are pretty much good to go. All right, Ellisers, good night. It ain't easy being cheesy. That's right. You know what? We'll build a hotel right here. Get some tourism going. Help get the ruble up. That's a good idea. Yeah, get some tourism. Do you have a set time you usually work on cars? I don't really get to watch much during the day. I'm working too. You know what, Mank? It's gonna be a little bit cooler this week because the hurricane, the remnants of the hurricane is coming up through the northeast. And when it's not like a bajillion freaking degrees in the garage, yeah, we'll do some auto streams for after hours a little bit later in the week. I think that's a good idea. Where's the tourist stuff? Oh, section that says tourism, idiot. 3-star hotel, all hotel, 4-star hotel. Not good. What the funkin' waggles is going on? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. What the hell is this about? Just turn! I think that was actually just a glitch rather than a logic path problem. That's definitely a strange one. The gas station right there is not ideal. This intersection needs a redesign. Hey, Chevy Vega. All right. That. Oh my goodness. Can you just drop that fuel right there, please? Hey Kaiser, is it possible to have traffic lights? Yes. Problem is there's no fuel truck for this damn gas station. I don't know why they're not picking up fuel here. There. That guy's going to drop fuel there. Yeah, we're gonna have to build a bigger gas station. We'll probably put it over here. No good spots. We have no fuel. But we have no money. We gotta refinance. Maybe we can bring it back. I don't know. Didn't want to do that, but it's alright. I didn't want to also pay that 127 G's, dude. Dang, oil crisis. How's my incinerator doing over here? of something that's broken. There we go. We're gonna build out the hotel. Do we have tourists popping up over here? Yeah, we do. Cool. Definitely glitched. It's just stuck playing a motor noise. That was weird. Never seen that before. How did you get those paint jobs on those trucks? Is that at least part of the spray can? You can change the color of certain trucks, dude. Start building the infrastructure. That's the labor for it. And these are the construction. This is the construction for it. Cool. How does one get a tram from customs to the tram depot? You have to send a flatbed truck to go and pick it, load it up at the depot, put it on a line where you load it at the depot and then go. Good, it stopped. That was strange. Making bank on the dollar. Yeah, I glitched something, guys. That's not normal. Just sounds like a generator running. Yes, no problem, Joker. Glory to glorious thing, yes. You must have the most comfy chair. It's an IKEA Marcus chair, dude, and it's quite comfortable. Yeah, it doesn't hurt my back at all. I want to go until the solar power plant is good. It's Marcus. IKEA Marcus. Hey, predominant wheat. Yeah, okay, cool. Got it. Put some tower grains on that. I don't have any. You're off the hook today. Yeah, I saw. I just wanted to be sure. Kind of looks like an airfield, dude. Tower, and the hangars for the construction depots. I was like, am I building an airfield? I want to go until the solar power plant is finished. That's what I want to do. It's just the man hours it's going to take is absurd. But it's okay. Are these trucks over here doing anything? No, I have plenty of vehicles that are ready to go. So, what I have to... How many pavers do I have? 2 pavers, 3 pavers, 3 rollers. All right. Don't you have plenty of power? Power? Yeah. But they, like, not on this, not on... You're talking in regards to the solar power plant. This is on the dollar, dude. I'm trying to offset my ruble so we don't, you know, default on the ruble. We gotta pay that down, dude. And that solar power plant, you finance it on the dollar because we're profitable on the dollar right now, and it's a good bridge. Doesn't require much. I can power it with, we could have foreign labor just drive down here, go in there. It only needs 8 people. And the SPP, I believe, can do 560 megawatt hours of power. It's not, it ain't the gas power plant, but it's enough to give me an upward tick. How big is the map? I'm at one side of the map right now, and Urawi is on the other side of the map. It's quite big. Notice that the sewage is starting to fill up pretty badly in this city. So we gotta get our sewage lines working. I gotta start draining this stuff. Let
me go to the road depot here. And let's see, do we have a... sewage cistern? This is the NATO Alvinstalen. No retention pond. We can't. We're too high up. We're 700 feet above sea level here. Unless I wanted to make a sewage line that's somehow dumped down into the river down here, it's not worth it. AT Dave, 65-month resub. Thank you. Oh crap. Oh, not the COVID. I'm wondering if we could pull sewage out of this thing. I want to see if we can pull sewage out of the, Come on. Oh. No, we gotta build the electricity first. That damn sewage truck just really likes to play that noise over and over again. That's doing all right. Let's go back over here. How's the staging area for the new construction depot doing? Not bad. Not bad. Whoa, dude. Sick. Yeah, the sewage truck has a stuck throttle or something. Yeah. You'll probably need to figure... sewage treatment plant would probably be the best move. That's why I left a lot of space out there, just in case.
that's so cool. Dude, I love it. You can see them actually working, and you can see them moving the scaffolding around. That's so cool. Oh no, we need mechanical components. I believe something like that's it's just gonna take some time. Here we go. Now we just need a lot of steel. I just want to see them go through the top. Yep. There we go. You'd think a solar power station needs a more ominous name.
Stupid question. Do power lines transport power per hour? It's in kilowatt hours. Yeah, it's kilowatt hours, dude. Who's that damn truck? We must be near that sewage truck. That's how we know we're near it. You can hear it for miles. Can you sell treated water? I don't know. Alright, we need trucks that say Garawi 2. Send that. Send that. Send that. Losing money big time. I think we might be losing money because I imported a bunch of steel. We filled this steel reserve back up. And I'm also importing a bunch of money on the, bunch of steel over here for the solar. Why did they take that route? That route sucks. Take my nice highway. What? The economy is cooling? You just accidentally 12% of Japan's market. Oh, jeez. Is that what it ended up being? Oy. Ugh. Oof. How's my road construction going on? Going quite good. Lots of a dump truck. Very nice. Your road is ready to go, so also with Also Now, we'll tell them to make the hotel. The Grand Hotel Hand Banana. Go gooder. I'm trying to get gooder. Man. Research program finished. Introduction to metallurgy. No, not. Fuck. Where you going? No, 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 no. No, what? Come on, baby. Get all three of them. Get all three of them. Come on, put that fire out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, okay there, Kool-Aid man. Dude.
How's the weather in the desert? It's hot. So start melting, ladies, because the boy's hotter than hot. He's hot, hot, hot. I want to get this road up and running so at least we could start building out farmland. And we'll make a farm town out here. Something I frankly should have done right at the beginning, but it's okay. $114 today for you, Yoza. Good. It's the steel for this stupid. It's steel for the solar power plant. It's okay. Here in Toronto, it's usually 80 Fahrenheit lately. It hasn't been over 90 in ages. It was over 90 today. Okay, and I don't live that far from you. Ruby Rod. Corbin. Dallas is the annual winner of the Gemini Croquet Contest. Quiver is gonna set the world on fire. Yesterday's frog will be tomorrow's prince of Lost in Paradise. A hotel of 1,000 follies, lollies, lick'em lollies, the lots of wine, women, and hoochie hoochie. All night long. All night long. All night. Sorry. I won't do that again. You don't want to miss payments. That's bad. Gonna try to make a crazy skyrise area like a proper oil bearing nation. Yeah, Preston. You see this kind of area right here? With this road, I'm gonna build a big city right here. I already have the substations for it all planned out. I just gotta get the money to do it. But yeah, absolutely, man. I plan to have my biggest city right here in the center. So there's going to be kind of farmland over on this bank, and then here I want to build an inland port and build a big city around between Keneve and Al Rabi. That's my plan. I don't know if I'll get to it in time, but yeah, that would be the idea. I love it, talkative dude. I can't stop playing it. Like, I probably should have gone to bed, but yo, we got stuff to do, man.
Have you gotten into scrapping cars and such yet? No. No, I have not. But yeah, see all these pedals? There's gonna be buildings in here and here and here and here. And I've built out all the infrastructure for it. I have substations with plumbing, sewage. I haven't made the pipes for them yet, but there they are. And then everything is gonna be feeding down here. It's probably gonna be feeding a water treatment plant down here eventually. But that does seem to be fixing our sewage problems here. The sewage treatment facility, which is good. There's a ship scrap yard you can get just so you can budget the space for it. A ship scrapping yard? Damn. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I plan on building a huge city here. If I want to. I want to build another big one over here. But in order to do that, we got to get a good highway going here. And that's why I'm building out a highway here, and I built a highway all the way to Kasasks over here. I wanted to build docks here, but I don't know, I've really been kind of like not working with that much. Build out those railroad tracks. We got the bridges all made, which is cool. I want this highway to go through here, and then what I really needed to do, go this way, like this. And the farmland is over here. I want to have it go. I'll probably have it turn this way, go this way, and then right at this bridge, we'll cross. And then I need the highway to go straight to Shada right there. Shada, and then we could begin the pass up to Shellac here and connect it in right there. That's what I want to do. It's just gonna be a little bit of a pain in the tuckish to build a highway like that. But if we get it done, that means I'll be able to move resources relatively fast between here and there, which is good. Also, it would be nice to get the train tracks over there as well. Cool. If only you had cranes. I could get big cranes, but I have a... I mean, is the tower crane that much... You know what? I'm not... Don't answer that. Power cranes only increase the amount of workers that get the Power cranes only increase the amount of workers that get the 5x bonus. I have zero knowledge and I'm just popping in. It seems wildly overwhelming. If you adjust the difficulty, mayonnaise, yeah, I have the difficulty cranked to maximum. It is a very complicated game. You have to move the resources everywhere. So, like for instance, for the solar panel, the solar power plant, I need steel. We need steel and more electrical. We have 135 tons of steel on site, 13 tons of electrical components. The trucks have to deliver. You have to buy the trucks, and then you have to tell the trucks that they need to deliver the resources here. It gets complicated, but it's realistic. You know, you want to make a road. Where are you getting the asphalt? Where are you getting the gravel? Where are you going to make that? Where are you getting it from? I love how the resources aren't a zero-sum game in this game. It's amazing. Like, you don't just conjure up resources out of nowhere. It's super freaking cool. I agree. That's what Cities 2 should have been, yes. This is like Cities 2 on steroids. I love it, sheep. Yeah. What are you cooking? We're cooking oil. No, that's over here. I have a pretty rowdy fuel setup going over here. Yeah, we paid pretty hard for yeah, 54 G's of steel and electronics. $96 this month. Oy. Yeah, okay, cool. You're in the desert, there's heaps of oil. Of course there is. Your oil? So say something about oil? Something about oil, man. You cooking? Oil. Cool. I tell them to just start making this. Garawi doesn't need anything in the meantime. That's why I'm telling him to belt this out. We do need to figure out the electrical. You're losing oil in your refinery. What's that about? What, can the power plant not keep up or something? I'm gonna take all trucks off of that oil export because the refinery needs more oil. Do I need a bigger oil field for this damn thing? Are we actually draining the oil? There's no freaking way. That's a gigantic freaking oil field. Why do you need high loyalty citizens? Their productivity goes up. The more loyal they are, they work harder. Look, this place is fully staffed. It's at 42% efficiency. That's because of that. That's at 65. If it was at 70, it'd be way higher. Yeah, it's filling up. It's doing okay. Alright, how's the SPP doing?